Chapter 706. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. The human alliance relied on the might of Pangu the Great Emperor to continuously reclaim the occupied territories. During this period of time, the divine kings of the foreign races led the foreign races and both sides engaged in several fierce battles. Both sides suffered losses and were testing each other's strength. The 10 generals of the human race were temporarily the strongest force on the continent. This force could not be concealed and had already become the stabilizing force of the human race. The 10 generals had already fought with the 10 great divine kings. For the time being, both sides could not do anything to each other. At the same time, the battle lines of both sides quickly gathered together. The 10 great divine kings occupied an empire in the south of the continent and became the last base camp of the continent. They controlled the southern region of the continent. On the human alliance's side, they controlled the north of the continent and temporarily formed a situation of north and south facing each other. Alliance leader, aren't you letting them off easy by coming out personally? In the endless void, a warship flew past. On the warship, the scarlet refined heavenly demon could not help but say. In his opinion, it was better to stay in the base camp and command the battle. He should not take the risk and come out. The foreign races are holed up in the south. With the 10 great divine kings holding down the fort, victory seems to be one-sided. If you really think that way, you will definitely regret it. Lin Fei sat on the seat and said with a smile. I almost forgot. The foreign races could dominate for a period of time in the past. They are not as simple as they appear on the surface. The scarlet refined heavenly demon quivered and seemed to have thought of something. Are you talking about the Holy Mother? In the cabin, there were only a few people who understood the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother is a special race. The 10 great divine kings are all nurtured by them. It is not wrong to nurture another 10 great divine kings. Lin Fei said with a smile. Have you all noticed that the territories we reclaimed have a sharp decline in population? In addition, the foreign races have changed their behavior and are wantonly attacking and plundering the population. It might be for the Holy Mother. Lin Fei stopped there and did not continue. Everyone's face turned solemn. City Lord, we have arrived at the Fire Beacon continent. It is one of the worlds that have been occupied by the foreign races. A scout quickly ran in and reported the situation. Everyone, prepare for battle. Lin Fei stood up. When the battle line between the north and the south was opened, Lin Fei found an opportunity to go to the land outside and cut off the non-humankind army's retreat. With the previous victories, Lin Fei didn't think that they could keep suppressing the foreign races. Especially after the 10 great god kings came out to fight a few times and chose to turtle up, he realized that something was going to happen. The first thing that came to Lin Fei's mind was the mother insect. The system had recorded that it was a powerful existence. If Lin Fei was still able to see through it, then he could forget about being the leader of the alliance. The battleship entered the Fire Beacon continent. The sky was filled with flames. It was a red nation. Lin Fei's divine sense swept outwards and everything within a radius of 5 million kilometers appeared before his eyes. After advancing to the heavenly immortal stage, his divine sense was able to extend to a full 5 million kilometers. Don't kill us. We're not going, let us go. You strange races, someone will come and kill you sooner or later. In the blood-colored underground world, miserable, despairing, and angry voices filled the air. In front of the gigantic blood-colored whirlpool, a large group of suppressed humans were chased up and forced into the blood-colored whirlpool. Behind them, there was an endless stream of human figures. There were at least billions of them, tens of billions of people. Above the blood-colored whirlpool, there were tall and ugly foreign races standing guard along the way. They chased the humans into the whirlpool. Anyone who moved would be killed. Corpses were strewn all over the place. That blood-colored whirlpool was like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring the human race without stopping. Above the whirlpool, on a high platform, there was a tall figure wearing blood-colored battle armor. The aura around him turned into blood-colored lotuses that bloomed repeatedly. When can the other passage be opened? If this continues, the speed is too slow. The god kings can't wait any longer and will fly into a rage. Blood Devil retracted his gaze and asked the person beside him with an anxious expression. Replying to the king, our people are working hard. I believe we can open the other passage tomorrow and increase the speed of the delivery. No, it's too slow. Tell them to speed up. I want to see the passage open in half a day. These humans are the best flesh and blood nourishment. There cannot be any mistakes. Neither you nor I can bear this crime. Blood Devil coldly said. This lowly one will arrange it immediately. Only Blood Devil was left on the high platform. Fire Beacon Continent has plundered 100 billion people. With my contribution, I can probably become a god king by then. Blood Devil squinted his eyes as he was intoxicated. Whoever dares to stop me from becoming a god king, this daddy will kill them. Ha 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 ha, City Lord, the population of Fire Beacon Continent seems to have been plundered. The warship stealthily entered the continent. Everywhere it passed, there were no signs of human habitation. Ruins were faintly visible. The once prosperous Fire Beacon Continent had become a dead world. It seems like we were right to come this time. Lin Fei also realized the severity of the problem. The population is very important to the foreign races. We need to find out why they need so many people. Lin Fei constantly released his divine senses to check Fire Beacon Continent. Even though Fire Beacon Continent wasn't big, the current Lin Fei couldn't quickly scan the entire continent. He could only search inch by inch. Found it. 1 hour later, Lin Fei used his powerful divine senses to find the base camp of the foreign races. Human race. The human race of Fire Beacon Continent and a large number of demonic beasts. Looking down from above, they could see everything clearly. On the blood plains, the black army of the foreign races was like a dark cloud that covered the sky. The entire plains were guarded, and below them were countless humans. They were constantly rushing towards the passages and killing those that didn't go. There were more than 10 blood passages, just like the gates of hell. What do the foreign races want? Lin Fei frowned as this was unexpected. He couldn't figure it out, but from the looks of it, there were at least tens of billions of people. City Lord, let's just kill our way out and save them first. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil's strength had increased. He was now a half-step heaven immortal. His desire for battle was even stronger. Even though he didn't know what was going on, he had to save them first. Let's start from here. Lin Fei flew out from the warship and activated the formation. Emperor Pangu appeared in the sky and swung his divine sword, sending out endless sword chi. Defensive formation? None at all. Lin Fei's sword swept across like a storm, crushing a large number of the foreign races into dust. Not good, the human race is here. With one slash, the foreign race's iron fortress was torn open. The foreign races were in chaos. They quickly formed their first wave of attack. The suppressed humans below all stopped. Their pale faces couldn't help but reveal a smile. They finally saw hope. They're here to save us. The human race from the other great worlds are here to save us. This news was like a shot of adrenaline for everyone. Emperor Pangu's Lin Fei looked down on everyone. Even though the foreign race's rogue immortals were strong, with the divine sword in hand, it was like chopping vegetables. Chapter 707. Savage Wilderness Great World. This base camp of the foreign races was filled with a black mass of army with no end in sight. Under a huge volcano crater, scorching magma tumbled continuously. Bubbles flew out and collided with the rocks. Scorching air waves spread everywhere, and huge pits appeared on the hard rocks. The 10 great divine kings were gathered below. The scorching air waves were dispersed by them. All of them had solemn expressions, and a smile flashed across their faces as they looked ahead. It was no small matter for the 10 great divine kings to gather here. On the boiling magma, a blood-colored tree was rooted in the magma. It was 30,000 feet tall. The blood-colored tree wasn't a true tree. It didn't have any branches or leaves. Instead, it was covered with blood vessels as thick as an arm. There were hundreds and thousands of blood vessels like this. 30,000 feet high, a huge white cocoon of light was giving off sacred light. In less than half a year, Lord Holy Mother should be able to recover. Divine King Hao Tian looked at the cocoon of light and said, "Unfortunately, we underestimated Demon Lin, causing the continent to be reclaimed by them. If we had known, we would have killed Demon Lin back then. This day wouldn't have come." Transformation Divine King said in frustration. "What's wrong with that? We can take back our lost territory." Crimson Light Divine King sneered, "They would never have thought that we didn't attack the continent for resources, but for a large number of people. The large number of people of the human race is our goal." On the blood-colored tree, blood flowed rapidly through the blood vessels and into the cocoon of light. The cocoon of light shone brightly, and multicolored light filled the sky. More than half of the population of Xiantian continent has been taken in by us. Even if the human race knows, it's useless. They can't attack our savage wilderness great world, Heavenly Wings Divine King said. "You did well, you didn't disappoint me." Suddenly, a huge human face appeared on the cocoon of light. It was extremely ugly, but in the eyes of the Divine Kings, it was an incomparably familiar aura. Holy Mother. The 10 great Divine Kings knelt down, and the magma couldn't invade them. So, inside the cocoon of light was their Holy Mother of the foreign races. At this moment, Holy Mother had revealed herself. Back then, Holy Mother had been heavily injured and couldn't recover. That was why the foreign races kept attacking the various great worlds and plundering their population to recover Holy Mother's injuries. Since the Holy Mother had set a deadline of 1 year, they naturally did not dare to be negligent. They immediately attacked with their full strength. Coupled with the appearance of the starry sky-shaking beast, they were able to suppress the sex of the continent. This is what we should do. Godly King Hao Tian was overwhelmed by the favor. However, this is not enough. I need a large amount of flesh and blood. The Holy Mother said, "I've seen all of your recent battles. Therefore, in a while, I will activate my power and nurture a intergenerational God King to reverse the current situation for you." Great. The 10 great Divine Kings' faces revealed delighted looks. The outsiders had a huge population, but in terms of God Kings, they were extremely lacking. They were inferior to the human race, but with their powerful human armies, they eventually conquered the various worlds one by one. If they had enough God Kings, they wouldn't have to worry about the human race. At the same time, I will pass on a spell formation to fight against the humans. I want you to take over the mysterious heaven great world and capture those powerful flesh and blood. Everyone understood that even if a large number of people were to recover, they would still be inferior to powerful celestial immortals. The Holy Mother continued. Multicolored light filled the sky, enveloping the interior of the volcano. The Holy Mother disappeared, and the cocoon of light dimmed as if it had consumed a huge amount of energy. Even the brilliance it released was not as bright as before. 3 days later, God Kings will be born in the cocoon. Although their strength is inferior to yours, they can lend you a hand. Do not disappoint me. The Holy Mother's voice faded. Looking at the huge tree that was 100,000 feet tall, there were dozens of cocoons of light hanging. A God King roughly counted, a total of 67 cocoons. These cocoons were completely black and 100 feet wide. They hung on the tree as if they were growing on it. If the human race knew that the outsiders had produced 67 God Kings in 3 days, even though their strength was inferior to the 10 great Divine Kings, a God King was still a God King with the combat strength of a celestial immortal. With their help, we can crush the human race alliance. We, the outsiders, have many itinerant immortals. This time, we must teach the human race a lesson. Every God King finally had a smile on their faces. Godly King Hao Tian opened his eyes. Lord Holy Mother, the energy consumption is too great. For the time being, she can't pay attention to us. This king has already obtained the secret technique. Bang! Before Godly King Hao Tian finished speaking, a huge blood vessel on the tree suddenly exploded, withered, and disappeared. The God Kings were enraged. A large blood vessel ruptured. It was equivalent to a great world losing its supply. Something happened to the fire beacon continent. Godly King Heavenly Wings took a look and said in a deep voice. At this time, something happened to the fire beacon continent. The consequences of losing a supply were undoubtedly very serious. Immediately bring people over. You must find the culprit. Godly King Hao Tian was enraged. Just now, he had guaranteed in front of the Holy Mother that nothing would happen. In the blink of an eye, one of the branches had ruptured. How could he not be enraged? I'll go immediately. Godly King Heavenly Wings said. The remaining God Kings, guard here and wait for the God King to be nurtured. There must be no more problems, Godly King Hao Tian ordered. Even though this was the savage Great World, their headquarters, they had to be careful when faced with a situation. Especially when the Holy Mother expended her energy to produce white cocoons and nurture God Kings. Apart from a limited number of God Kings, the rest stayed under this volcano, waiting for the God King to be born. Apart from that, they studied the secret technique that the Holy Mother had passed down. Fire Beacon Continent, Lin Fei went straight for the root of the problem, killing his way down from the surface. Under Great Emperor Panga's array formation, unless a God King appeared, it was nearly impossible. The foreign races did not expect that someone would appear on the Fire Beacon Continent. This was a mid-level world. The arrangements left behind by the foreign races were very powerful. Unfortunately, they encountered Lin Fei. Lin Fei killed his way down from the surface. When he encountered a leader-like existence, he immediately killed him. When he saw the huge vortex below, he destroyed it with one sword strike. After killing the foreign race experts of the Fire Beacon Continent, Lin Fei stopped. He left the rest to them to handle. What exactly is this blood-colored vortex? Even though he destroyed the blood-colored vortex with one sword strike, Lin Fei did not know the origins of this blood-colored vortex. Subconsciously, this blood-colored vortex was related to the disappearance of a large number of humans. Back then, when Lin Fei saw the blood-colored vortex, he felt that it was not something good, so he directly destroyed it. City Lord, this is a member of the original royal family of the Fire Beacon Continent. A subordinate with a few noble auras. There were a few people with noble temperaments. Although they had temporarily declined, one could still see the temperament of the royal family on their faces. You are members of the royal family? Lin Fei's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man. His face was rather pale, clearly having been interrogated. Now that his strength had recovered, his complexion had changed quite a bit. I am Adept Tianxian of the Fire Beacon Continent. I was once the master of the Fire Beacon Continent. Adept Tianxian said. I thank you for saving us. Otherwise, all of us on the Fire Beacon Continent would have been completely annihilated. Adept Tianxian thought that they were dead for sure. His power had been sealed, making it impossible for him to break out. The foreign army had tried to break out of the encirclement several times but were unable to. Instead, a large number of them had died. In the end, Adept Tianxian had given up. Just as he was about to lose all hope, a giant descended from the heavens and destroyed the formation, killing their experts. Adept Tianxian knew that they were saved. My lord is the leader of the Xiantian Continent Alliance. The members of the royal family behind Adept Tianxian revealed surprised expressions. So it is the leader of the Xiantian Continent. This old man greets the leader. The Fire Beacon Continent was very powerful, but compared to the Xiantian Continent, it was nothing. The Xiantian Continent was the true major world. It was more than 100 times the size of the Fire Beacon Continent. Experts were as common as the clouds, not something that the Fire Beacon Continent could compare to. Although he didn't know the leader's background, Adept Tianxian knew that no one would dare to say such a thing. It's just an empty title. Lin Fei smiled. I'll have to trouble Adept Tianxian to take care of the people below. Adept Tianxian was surprised. This young man was much more broad-minded than he had imagined. He had thought that the young man would control them, but after hearing this, he realized that he had been thinking too much. He felt quite ashamed. Go help them. Take care of the order and arrange for them to stay here for now. Adept Tianxian said to the clansmen behind him. There were so many people on the Fire Beacon continent. Lin Fei wasn't interested in taking care of them. Coincidentally, he had discovered the secret of the outsiders. The outsiders were quickly defeated. Unfortunately, Lin Fei didn't bring many people with him. The outsiders fled in all directions, causing quite a bit of trouble. Fortunately, the people of the Fire Beacon continent recovered their strength and joined in the chase. They had been holding back for far too long. The entire Fire Beacon continent was captured in one fell swoop. After being rescued, they immediately attacked and hunted down the outsiders, wanting nothing more than to kill them all. Sage Tianxian, I wonder if you know the origin of this crimson vortex? Lin Fei pointed at the crimson vortex that had been destroyed. Adept Tianxian gritted his teeth. This is a nourishment formation set up by the outsiders. Supposedly, it teleports to the outsiders' main camp, the savage world. Nourishment formation? Lin Fei was a bit confused. Adept Tianxian explained. The outsiders suppressed all of the humans on the Fire Beacon continent and sent them into this blood vortex. Our flesh and blood are turned into nourishment and teleported there. As for who they teleport to, I'm not too sure. Could it be the Holy Mother? A thought emerged in Lin Fei's mind, and then it went out of control. It must be the Holy Mother. The system said that the Holy Mother needs a large amount of nourishment. Damn it, this is the outsiders' goal. Lin Fei finally understood the real goal of the outsiders. Before, he always thought that they had an aggressive nature, but now, it seemed that they were doing this for the Holy Mother. Chapter 708. P.S. Thank you to Li7894563321* for the tip. In the boundless void. A black battleship flew across the sky, and behind it, many battleships followed. There was no end in sight, and there were at least tens of thousands of battleships. These battleships were the human race's battleships. Ever since Alliance leader Lin showed off his invincible might, killing the god king of the foreign races and cutting off their main force, the foreign races lost their leader and started to collapse. The martial artists of the continent gathered together and attacked the foreign race's lone warriors. On the southern battlefront, the foreign race's main camps fell one after another, and the foreign race's warriors turned into ashes. The death of the god king caused the human race's morale to soar. They were like a hot knife cutting through butter, sweeping through everything in their path. The foreign race's armies, which had already lost their morale, continued to crumble and be destroyed. Only those who managed to return to their major worlds were lucky enough to survive. After half a month of cleansing, there were no more foreign races left on the continent. All the passageways leading to the foreign major worlds had been destroyed by the foreign races, which meant that they had lost their chance to return to the continent. The Xintian continent, which had been in chaos for so long, finally regained its peace. The black clouds dispersed, and the sun shone brightly. It was a long-awaited peace. To the continent, the foreign races had caused great damage to the continent. Who knew how many sects had lost their legacies because of this? How many sects had been annihilated because of this? How many sects had made the wrong choice because of this? How many powers had risen to power because of this? After the continent regained its peace, the Xintian continent joined forces with the other major worlds and began to liberate the suppressed worlds. A month later, they stepped onto the final battlefield, the savage world. Although the foreign armies had retreated and their god kings had been slain, to the people of the various worlds, the foreign races would forever be a dangerous existence. This was especially true of the peerless Holy Mother. As long as she wasn't eliminated, it was possible that she would repeat the same disastrous mistakes. As for whether or not a great hero would appear by then, no one knew. The Holy Mother had to be killed. A Holy Mother who could produce a god king at any time, without question, this was an extremely dangerous thing. Thus, the scene of the warships traversing through the void towards the savage world came about. Only after the foreign races lost their Holy Mother would they be able to truly relax. They wouldn't have to worry about her any longer. Boom. 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 One warship after another charged into a brown planet. After entering this world, an aura of desolation washed over them. Everywhere they passed, there was nothing but desolation. Yellow sand danced in the air, and sand and pebbles flew everywhere, creating a whistling sound. Alliance Master, we've arrived. This is the savage world. Countless warships hovered in the sky like a dark cloud, blocking out the sun and sky. The savage great world is truly barren. Lin Fei stood at the bow of the warship. Everywhere he looked, there was nothing but desolation. There was no aura of life. No wonder they keep invading. A single world really can't satisfy them. Lin Fei had to personally oversee the Holy Mother's nest. Subconsciously, the Supreme Holy Mother was the strongest existence of the foreign races. Unfortunately, when he killed the God King back then, he had forgotten to leave one alive so that he could interrogate her for details. This was the first time they had come to the savage world. In their imaginations, the foreign races would go all out to stop them from invading the savage world. Once they conquered the savage world, the foreign races would be completely wiped out. However, the scene before them was very different from what they had imagined. The foreign races did not attack. In fact, there was no aura at all as far as the eye could see. It looks like the foreign races are planning to fight a decisive battle with us. Tell them to fan out. Once they see the foreign races' army, fire the divine martial cannons. Don't give them any chances. Lin Fei smiled as he gave the order. The eyes of the people behind him twitched. They really wanted to say, Alliance Master, why do we need to use the divine martial cannons against these cannon fodder? It's too wasteful. Each of the elite warships was equipped with a divine martial cannon. In Lin Fei's words, since they were allies, he was willing to sell them such a powerful weapon at a low price. Others could forget about it. Lin Fei naturally earned a lot of money. Unfortunately, they were still worrying about how to obtain more resources. The divine martial cannon was a bottomless pit. No matter how rich they were, they might not be able to support it. The warships continued to fan out. As they continued to head deeper, they did not see any foreign races appear. It was as though they had completely disappeared, giving up on the savage wilderness world. The savage wilderness world was very large, even larger than the Xiantian continent. However, it was extremely desolate. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, and there was no sign of life at all. The commonly seen plants and trees were completely extinct in the savage wilderness world. There was no trace of them at all. The system's words were correct. The foreign races are innately the locusts. Wherever they go, they empty out everything. The savage wilderness world really does suit the characteristics of the foreign races. Lin Fei silently thought to himself. Half a day later, an enormous golden castle suddenly appeared at the end of the horizon, as well as a black mass of foreign races. A desolate aura surged towards them. So the foreign races had long since made preparations for a major battle. They had been standing guard at their headquarters. So many foreign races formed a black mass. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a desolate aura surged towards the heavens. Upon seeing such a large number of foreign races, everyone finally understood why Lin Fei had suggested to bombard the foreign races with cannons. At the very least, it would save them trouble and reduce unnecessary casualties. We can only win this battle. We cannot lose. Lin Fei's gaze was resolute. I'll leave the matters outside to you. Lin Fei had come for this battle for the sake of the Holy Mother. Of everyone present, only he could fight against the Holy Mother. If this scourge wasn't eliminated, it would be hard for the continent to find peace. Ever since he had obtained the bloodline of this world, Lin Fei had viewed himself as a person of this world. Those distant memories were now buried deep within his mind, and he truly viewed himself as a part of the Xiantian continent. Alliance Master, don't worry. We'll definitely annihilate everything that happens outside. The Fiend Lord's killing intent surged. This time, their Devil Gate had suffered heavy losses. Attack! Lin Fei's voice was loud and clear, and it exploded in the skies like thunder. What followed was the sound of the outsiders attacking as well. The outsiders swarmed forward like a tidal wave. Divine martial cannon, fire. In the face of so many outsiders, the divine martial cannon showed its might. Boom, 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 brilliant beams of light tore through the skies and exploded within the outsiders' army, causing huge shockwaves to sweep out. One outsider's body after another was torn apart by the shockwaves. Blood rained down from the sky, landing on the dried yellow sand. The divine martial cannon is so powerful. Tai cheered loudly. Its power was unparalleled, but it used up so much energy that even he felt pained. For the sake of the outsiders, it was all worth it. Chapter 709. What? The outsiders are plundering so many people for the sake of the outsiders' Holy Mother? To heal the wounds left behind by that battle? When this news reached the Xiantian continent, the entire human race alliance was completely shocked. They were truly frightened by this news. Ever since they had reclaimed the northern part of the continent, they had discovered an important problem. A large number of the human race had disappeared. Aside from a limited number of major factions that had managed to preserve their population, almost all other places had been wiped out. Everyone had been guessing where the human population had gone. Most people believed that the human race had been plundered by the outsiders and had become their slaves to mine resources. They hadn't thought about the other reasons. When they heard the news from Lin Fei, they were all shocked. This news was world-shaking. There was no way they could relate it to the disappearance of the human race. Thus, they had their previous doubts. Despicable. This is too despicable. No wonder the outsiders are constantly invading other worlds. If we had known this would happen, we would have intervened long ago to stop them. That's why things have come to this. Our Xiantian continent is a major world. A large number of people have disappeared. Mid-level worlds and minor worlds can't compare to us. Right now, the only thing we need to know is how much the outsiders' Holy Mother has recovered. That's right. The outsider's most powerful being is the Holy Mother. Even the divine kings were created by the Holy Mother's power. If the Holy Mother's injuries have fully recovered, it will be very disadvantageous for us. I suggest we send troops to liberate the other worlds and stop the outsiders from continuing. Their understanding of the outsiders' Holy Mother was limited to rumors. It had happened so long ago that they had almost forgotten about the Holy Mother. 100,000 years? 1,000,000 years? It had been too long. They couldn't remember clearly. It had been passed down from generation to generation. The news about the Holy Mother had been passed down from a long, long time ago. Back then, the Holy Mother's divine might had reached the heavens. She had countless experts under her command. She had established a peerless outsider's divine kingdom and enslaved the human race. The outsiders called themselves nobles. After that, the cruelty of the outsiders incited the resistance of the human race. They united the various worlds and fought a long war. In the end, the Heaven Realm sent down many immortal clones to fight against the outsider's Holy Mother. The outsider race's Holy Mother was extremely powerful. Even when the Heaven Realm immortals descended to the mortal world, they were still killed by the outsider race's Holy Mother. It was difficult for them to resist and they suffered heavy losses. In the end, a supreme expert sent down his will and forced the outsider race's Holy Mother into the endless void. Only then did he manage to injure her. Unfortunately, the outsider race's Holy Mother used a peerless divine ability to escape. From then on, the outsiders completely retreated, and the peerless outsider's divine kingdom fell apart. The human race once again became the masters of the continent. For generations, it was passed down that when the Holy Mother appeared, she had to be killed. They knew how powerful the Holy Mother was. Unmatched experts attacked, yet they couldn't kill her. Even though afterwards, the unmatched experts used great divine abilities to search for the Holy Mother, in the end, they still failed, having no choice but to return dejectedly. After that battle, most of the alien race's experts were killed, and the alien race's strength was greatly reduced. They were no longer as powerful as before, and the Holy Mother of the alien race had disappeared. Back then, they had at most heard of the Holy Mother's strength, but they had never seen it for themselves. The news that Lin Fei sent back really moved them. They finally understood why their ancestors had left behind the ancient instruction to kill the Holy Mother. Unfortunately, they had never taken it seriously. In addition, the various forces on the continent weren't as united as they used to be. They were fighting for themselves against the alien race, and in addition to the competition for benefits, who would go and kill the Holy Mother of the alien race? If it wasn't for the fact that the continent was about to be conquered by the alien race, this alliance meeting might not have happened. They would probably still be fighting for themselves, resulting in a large number of sects being destroyed by the alien race. Lin Fei's news was too important. Thus, after some discussion, the human alliance reached an agreement to liberate the other worlds. One reason was to stop the population from disappearing, and the other was to build an anti-alien army. Every world had experts. Even though the worlds had been conquered, it didn't mean that all the human experts had been killed. Liberating the large worlds was a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. In the endless void, the Heavenly Wings Divine King brought a group of experts and rushed to the Fire Beacon world to find the culprit. The Fire Beacon world was a place to transport nourishment. It happened to be under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Wings Divine King. He was full of anger. In his opinion, it was definitely the work of the human resistance army. He regretted not completely killing them back then, resulting in such a thing happening. He was truly unwilling. I've arrived at the Fire Beacon world. The Heavenly Wings Divine King broke through the barrier and once again arrived at the Fire Beacon world. Damned humans, all of you deserve to die. Once he entered the Fire Beacon world, the Heavenly Wings Divine King sensed that his subordinates of the alien race were constantly being killed. Blood flowed like a river, and the horizon was one color. How dare you? You killed our people from the outsiders and still dare to swagger around? This time, we'll definitely annihilate all of you to vent our anger. The Holy Mother's revival was imminent, and such a thing happened. The Heavenly Wings Divine King could not remain calm. If he was punished by the Holy Mother, he would lose all his face. Even if the Heavenly Wings Divine King did not let him come, the Heavenly Wings Divine King would take the initiative to ask to come. Let's go. The Heavenly Wings Divine King led the experts and flew to the Imperial Palace that was originally controlled by the alien race. He wanted to kill them all to vent his anger. Within the Imperial Palace, Sage Tianxian was inviting Lin Fei to a banquet. Through his acquaintances, he learned that Lin Fei was a monstrous rising genius of the Xiantian continent. Alliance leader Lin, we will build an army as soon as possible and join the human alliance. We will do our part to fight against the alien army. Sage Tianxian picked up his wine cup and took the initiative to drink. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with Sage Tianxian's actions. The alien army was enormous. The human race had to constantly work together in order to defeat the enemy. Fighting against the alien army is everyone's responsibility. I'll drink this cup. Lin Fei also picked up his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Rumble. Suddenly, the earth shook. The Imperial Palace was not spared. Swoosh. 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 Everyone flew out of the Imperial Palace and stopped in midair. They saw a group of experts with alien auras charging in. Everywhere they passed, corpses were everywhere. Sage Tianxian's eyes were bloodshot. It's you damned alien race again. I will kill you all. Kill us all? Just you? An arrogant voice resounded in the sky. The Heavenly Wings Divine King strode forward. His enormous heavenly wings flapped, and an arrow flew out. No one could block it. Heavenly Wings Divine King. Sage Tianxian gritted his teeth and stared at the Heavenly Wings Divine King. That day, I could suppress you once. Today, I can still kill you. The Heavenly Wings Divine King's eyes were as sharp as swords, and they exploded with killing intent. Heavenly Wings Divine King, you talk big. Have you forgotten the loss last time? Just as the Heavenly Wings Divine King was about to kill Sage Tianxian, a sudden voice shook his heart. It was familiar. He turned and saw a smiling face, and his face darkened. Chapter 710. It's you, Demon Lin. Just a few words contained God King Heavenly Wing's endless resentment. He understood why Fire Beacon World would fall and why Demon Lin would be here. Anyway, if Demon Lin was here, then it definitely wouldn't be a good thing. The truth proved that God King Heavenly Wing's guess was right. Demon Lin definitely had something to do with the Fire Beacon World going out of control. God King Heavenly Wings hated himself. Why did he meet Demon Lin here? Before Lin Fan became a Sky Immortal, he had suffered at his hands. Moreover, after becoming a Sky Immortal, he felt uneasy. Why? Are you surprised? Lin Fei smiled and said to God King Heavenly Wings. Were you the one who did this? God King Heavenly Wings suppressed his anger. Lin Fei curled his lips and found it funny. Wasn't he asking the obvious? Since you are so sincere, I might as well tell you directly. I was passing by and saw the alien race here, so I casually cleaned it up. Are you satisfied with this answer? God King Heavenly Wings stared. So, you destroyed the blood-colored whirlpool? Why? There was an accident. I thought it was too little and was prepared to search. Do you still want to find trouble with me? Lin Fei smiled. I am here to find trouble with you. God King Heavenly Wings really wanted to say that, but he couldn't. He held his breath and felt really pained. You are going against the alien race. God King Heavenly Wings laughed coldly. You will pay the price for your stupidity sooner or later. I guarantee it. Perfected Tian Chen, who was standing behind Lin Fei, heard it and was shocked. He thought to himself, this alliance leader Lin is really not simple. With just a few words, he managed to suppress a God King. Are the rumors on the continent true? Before this, Perfected Tian Chen had his doubts. No matter how monstrous a person was, he couldn't sit in the position of alliance leader. One's reputation could be bragged about. But after seeing the scene in front of him, he was completely convinced. As expected, he was a monster. God King Heavenly Wings was furious and looked like he would attack at any moment. Perfected Tian Chen could clearly see that God King Heavenly Wings was suppressing his anger and didn't want to attack. This meant that God King Heavenly Wings was afraid of alliance leader Lin. Apart from this reason, what else could there be? Awesome. Your guarantee is useless, but I can guarantee that you won't be able to leave this place today. Lin Fei took a step forward. Who asked you to be so lucky to run into me? Today, Lin Fei was prepared to kill a God King. Skysplit Tower, suppress. With this attack, the Heavenly Wings Divine King's enormous body moved, riding the wind and traveling hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Heavenly Wings Divine King had long been on guard. Once Demon Lin attacked, he immediately activated it and broke through the void, appearing hundreds of thousands of miles away. Demon Lin, just you wait. I will beat you up sooner or later. The Heavenly Wings Divine King really could not muster up any desire to fight. That demonic Lin was too monstrous. It was better for him to leave as soon as possible, in case he failed miserably. With a flap of his wings, he was hundreds of thousands of miles away. After all, the Heavenly Wings Divine King was good at speed. In a few breaths, he was millions of miles away. He could escape immediately. Humph, I'll show you the true power of a godly aura. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. The Skysplit Divine Tower expanded infinitely. Treasure light shone brightly, illuminating half of the Fire Beacon continent. Crack, crack, crack. The Heavenly Wings Divine King, who was fleeing, suddenly felt a mountain-like pressure. His body was pressed down, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Then, he saw a divine tower fly out and press down on his enormous body. It fell out of the void and smashed into the ground, forming a huge crater. The Heavenly Wings Divine King was smashed so hard that he saw stars. His internal organs seemed to have shifted, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. What the hell? What kind of celestial artifact is this? I've already fled millions of miles away. The Heavenly Wings Divine King was covered in cold sweat. He struggled to fly away, but the sky-split Divine Tower was like an existence that could not be moved. It pressed down on him, making him unable to move. How is it? My sky-split Divine Tower tastes good, right? Activating the sky-split with the combat power of a celestial immortal was truly an unparalleled celestial artifact. It could easily sweep through all directions. Even though it could not kill him, Lin Fei could still suppress him. The Heavenly Wings Divine King revealed a gloomy expression. Do you think you can trap me like this? You think too highly of yourself. Transform. A glint of unwillingness flashed across the Heavenly Wings Divine King's eyes. His enormous body suddenly exploded, and the sky-split Divine Tower missed and smashed into the ground. Within 10,000 miles, it instantly sank and turned into a huge crater. Hundreds and thousands of the Heavenly Wings Divine King fled in all directions. It was hard to tell which of them was real and which was fake. Divine fire filling the sky, seal the void. The Heavenly Wings Divine King was fast, but Lin Fei was even faster. The sea of fire filled the sky, and heaven and earth formed a line, forming a huge fire cage. Divine sword unsheathing. A Jingguang flew out, and the divine sword turned into a golden dragon that swept out. Bang, 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 bang. With the divine sword activated, it crushed all the clones. The Heavenly Wings Divine King's clones were continuously crushed into powder. How can he be so strong? The clones kept losing, and the Heavenly Wings Divine King kept coughing up blood. This life-saving divine ability had always been successful, and it had never failed before. Run, run, run. The Heavenly Wings Divine King really couldn't believe it. Chi, chi, chi. The scorching flames burned, and the clones were burned. I can't go up, but I can go down to the ground, right? The Heavenly Wings Divine King changed his direction. He couldn't go up, but he could lock down the ground. Just as he charged down from the sky, the flames on the ground filled the sky, forming an inescapable net. Even though he knew that Demon Lin's strange fire was very domineering, he didn't expect it to be even more domineering than before. Since the divine sword was out, the Heavenly Wings Divine King was the one suffering. His clones kept being killed. His combat power had increased greatly, and he also had 2 supreme swords. Lin Fei really didn't have to worry about dealing with a single Heavenly Wings Divine King. Path to Heaven. Lin Fei once again took out the heaven-reaching Divine Tower. Don't you like clones? I'll destroy all of them. The path to heaven was even more domineering. It carried with it the might of the heavens, and as it pressed down, the clones were defeated even faster. The loss of each clone made the Heavenly Wings Divine King feel so much pain that he wanted to die. The Heavenly Wings Divine King might have used his clones to escape, but in reality, each clone was a part of him. Now that he was continuously being slaughtered, the one who suffered losses was the Heavenly Wings Divine King himself. He was continuously killed by Demon Lin, and the Heavenly Wings Divine King really regretted using his divine ability. This wasn't a good thing that came knocking on his door. Demon Lin, you are so vicious. The Heavenly Wings Divine King didn't dodge anymore. His essence, energy, and spirit were greatly damaged. Vicious? Lin Fei shook his head. Compared to your alien race's viciousness, I am much kinder. Who asked you to be so lucky to meet me today? Outside, perfected Tian Shen and the others were fighting with the experts that the Heavenly Wings Divine King had brought, but when they saw Alliance leader Lin gain the upper hand so quickly, they were completely stunned. They were all heaven immortals, but the difference was huge. Lin Fei put away his divine sword and the divine tower. Tell me everything about the Holy Mother, as well as your future plans, and I can spare your life. Lin Fei wanted to know about the Holy Mother the most. Ha ha ha, dream on. The Heavenly Wings Divine King charged forward with a hideous smile. You will never be able to defeat our alien race. Long live the Holy Mother. The Heavenly Wings Divine King self-destructed. The huge explosive power formed a black tornado that headed straight for Lin Fei. He wanted to kill Lin Fei and perish together with him. God Fiend body. The huge commotion made the people who were originally fighting stop. They stared blankly at the center of the storm. The terrifying power that spread from the center could tear them apart countless times. The Divine King self-destructed. Perfected Tian Shen was speechless. It was hard to imagine that the Divine King, who was synonymous with ferocity and strength, would choose to self-destruct. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have thought that such a day would come. Alliance leader Lin will be fine, right? Perfected Tian Shen was worried. It was unbelievable to make a Divine King self-destruct. It was to the extent that a Divine King would be so desperate that he had no choice but to self-destruct. Unfortunately, your self-destruction can't kill me. Lin Fei stood in the sky, completely unharmed as he muttered to himself. Come out. Heavenly Wings Divine King. The divine sword transformed into a stream of light and slashed at the void, forcing out a person. Heavenly Wings Divine King appeared in front of Lin Fei with a pale face. He roared, even my self-destruction could not kill you. Could it be that you were born to be the nemesis of us alien races? The Heavenly Wings Divine King was completely in despair. The current Heavenly Wings Divine King was just a true spirit, an existence similar to an essence soul. He could no longer calm down and began to despair. Heavenly Wings Divine King, you are really powerful. I was almost fooled by you. Lin Fei said, unfortunately, I was so close. You alien race, especially your divine kings, are all afraid of death. Do you think it's possible for you to self-destruct with me? Please don't be so flashy next time. Aren't you telling me that there's something wrong with you? Lin Fei exposed Heavenly Wings Divine King's goal. Heavenly Wings Divine King had to admit that he had underestimated this demon Lin. If he had been ruthless and fought to the death, there wouldn't have been such a scene today. Just as Lin Fei had said, Heavenly Wings Divine King was afraid of death. If not, he wouldn't have run so quickly. He had wanted to self-destruct to kill Demon Lin. Even though he would be greatly injured afterwards, once Holy Mother revived, he would recover completely. However, Demon Lin had still seen through him. I admit defeat. It's too late. Lin Fei sneered, your Holy Mother is about to recover her strength. It's not like I don't know that. Your Holy Mother even used energy to give birth to a powerful existence. She gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. What? How did you know that Holy Mother would give birth to a Divine King? The moment Heavenly Wings Divine King spoke, he immediately knew that he had been fooled. It was too late. You lied to me. Lin Fei's heart sank, so what if I lied to you? So, you want to give birth to a Divine King? No wonder you need so many humans. However, you can die now. Divine Sword Slash. Lin Fei didn't need to ask anything else. I can't accept this. Heavenly Wings Divine King roared before he died. Chapter 711. The Sky Wings God King was actually killed. The people below did not know what words to use to describe the opponent's divine might. The black-haired youth in the sky had become an invincible god of war in their eyes. He looked down upon the world, an ancient, invincible existence. They all knew how powerful the Sky Wings God King was. When the Sky Wings God King had come personally, he had easily defeated Adept Tianxin and reduced him to a prisoner. Today, the Sky Wings God King had been utterly defeated. The Xiantian continent truly had many geniuses. Adept Tianxin sighed from the bottom of his heart. There were many geniuses in the Fire Beacon continent, but none of them could compare to Alliance leader Lin. But for Lin Fei, killing a god king gave him a large amount of experience and an enormous amount of energy. While he was happy and excited, he also felt a certain amount of pressure. This Holy Mother is truly incredible. I'm afraid that soon, she will no longer be one of the 10 great god kings, Lin Fei said to himself. It looks like I have to finish this quickly. After flying down from the sky, Lin Fei briefly explained the situation. The Fire Beacon continent seemed safe, but after he killed the Sky Wings God King, Lin Fei believed that the 10 great god kings would come in person. By then, Adept Tianxin and the others would be the unlucky ones. Alliance leader Lin, the people of the Fire Beacon continent are willing to join the Xiantian continent. Spiritual Master Tianxin couldn't even defeat a single Heavenly Wings Divine King, let alone the rest of the Divine Kings. If they all attacked at the same time, the Fire Beacon continent would truly become a river of blood. It was time to find a backer for himself. The Fire Beacon continent had very few alliances, and Adept Tianxin had always been low-key and focused on managing his own continent. In the end, when the alien races landed, they tore through the defense line like a hot knife through butter. Adept Tianxin realized what they lacked. They lacked a powerful ally. Lin Fei accepted without hesitation. Although they had lost more than half of their enormous population, there were still quite a few elites left. Lin Fei took himself into the Skirich God Tower and became an additional source of strength. With the artifact refining art, Lin Fei easily mastered the Skirich God Tower and began to explore its internal space. This immortal artifact could be activated by other martial artists as well. After Lin Fei explained the reason, Spiritual Master Tianxin did not refuse. He activated the Heavenly Divine Tower and provided Lin Fei with great help. After taking the people away, Lin Fei didn't stay any longer and headed to the next location. At the same time, he sent news back and told the Alliance to pay attention to the Outlander race's reaction. Heavenly Wings Divine King has perished. The one who knew this news was God King Haotian. His expression was also stiff. As the offspring of the Holy Mother, Divine King Haotian and the others could not be said to be telepathic. However, they were connected by blood. The moment something happened to Divine King Heavenly Wings, he immediately sensed it. "It's you again, Demon Lin." After checking it out, God King Hao Tian gritted his teeth. "Fiend Lin, you've obstructed us time and time again. I really regret not paying the price back then to destroy you." After learning that the Heavenly Wings God King had perished, all the God Kings flew into a rage and roared non-stop. They were truly agitated by Demon Lin's actions. They, the 10 great Divine Kings, had been through a huge battle and lived until now. Now that one of them was killed, it was equivalent to giving them a slap on the face. How could they not be angry now? "Divine King Haotian, let me lead the army to Fire Beacon Continent and slaughter those people to take revenge for Heavenly Wings God King." Crimson Light God King had a good relationship with Heavenly Wings God King, so he stood out with a murderous expression. Demon Lin slaughtered his way to Fire Beacon Continent. He definitely knows about the blood-colored whirlpool. He might be able to guess our objective. Transformation God King had a grave expression. Bang bang bang, on the huge blood-colored tree, the blood vessels burst in an instant. "Ah, it's that Demon Lin again." At this moment, they didn't need to guess to know that other than Demon Lin, no one else could do such a thing. Even Heavenly Wings God King had died in his hands, let alone the other continents. They were practically no match for him, so the blood-colored whirlpool would naturally be destroyed. Divine King Haotian was also anxious. If this situation continued, there would be a huge problem with the transportation. They definitely couldn't continue like this. Giant Eye God King, Crimson Light God King, Transformation God King, Mermaid God King, the 4 of you lead the army to seal the void and chase after Demon Lin. We mustn't let him stop and continue to destroy. Divine King Haotian was filled with murderous intent. As long as we can hold on for 3 days, let the Divine Kings breed first. In a middle-grade world, Lin Fei used Great Emperor Pangu to sweep the foreign race army. The heaven and earth smelt continuously refined tens of thousands of foreign races, and his strength was continuously increasing. Boom, the 4 great Divine Kings led the army into the middle-grade world. Demon Lin, die. Once the 4 great Divine Kings entered the world, their consciousness found traces of Demon Lin. When they saw that Demon Lin was slaughtering, under their rage, 4 powerful forces tore open the void and blasted towards Demon Lin. Their speed is so fast. Lin Fei stopped his massacre. After taking a look, he knew that they were in a state of rage. It seems like they can't take the damage from the blood-colored whirlpool and are furious. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chased after me. Unfortunately, they discovered it too late. Now, they destroy everything they see. Lin Fei thought to himself. Let's go. Lin Fei didn't plan to fight them. Space lock. The 4 great godly kings gave the order, and the huge outsiders used the space locking formation. With a whoosh, the entire world was locked down. This ability could only be perfectly executed by the foreign races who had the numbers advantage. Lin Fei was blocked back and the void was completely locked. Under the rage of the 4 great divine kings, they executed supreme divine arts and attacked him. They wanted to make him stay here forever. Lin Fei didn't panic. He executed his strength and slashed at the void with all his might. After refining large amounts of foreign races, Lin Fei gave off a powerful aura. With one move of the divine sword, he broke the lock. Sorry, I'll be leaving first. Chase. The faces of the 4 great divine kings turned black. After setting up the space lock formation, Demon Lin still escaped. That was just too despicable. The only thing worth being happy about was that Demon Lin wasn't strong enough to fight against the 4 of them. They didn't have to worry about him. Since they couldn't trap Demon Lin, the only thing they could do was to chase and kill him. They couldn't let him continue to destroy and affect the foreign race's plan. It seems like they really want to waste time with me. Lin Fei turned his head and looked at the 4 great divine kings. I'll let you be smug for a while longer. When the time comes, you will all cry. Another middle-grade world. Lin Fei charged in and headed straight for the foreign race's base. The sword formation struck. First, he broke the blood-colored whirlpool and cut off the connection. Then, he activated the heaven and earth furnace to crazily plunder people. Chapter 712. The fact that the 4 great god kings were working together to kill Demon Lin could not be concealed. The people of the Xiantian continent immediately knew. What greeted them was madness. Even though the human alliance had reclaimed their territory, everyone still felt as though something was missing. In fact, they were lacking a piece of exciting news. The fall of the Heavenly Wings Divine King was undoubtedly a heavy bomb on the path of anti-foreign races. Everyone was excited. Lin Fei did not know that killing the Heavenly Wings God King had not only brought excitement to the continent, but also morale. It had swept away the morale of the alien races. When Lin Fei became the alliance leader, it caused people to change their views. Then, when he killed Heavenly Wings God King, it caused people to worship him endlessly. Even the higher-ups of the alliance didn't know how much of a reaction alliance leader Lin had brought to the continent. It could be said that the morale of the human race's side was high, sweeping away the previous low morale. If they were to launch an all-out attack now, their combat strength would increase by 20 to 30%. Tai Yi and the others wanted to help Lin Fei, but Lin Fei refused. He told them to be on guard against the alien races and not to worry about him. The 4 god kings could not hurt him for now. The 4 great god kings chased after Demon Lin but were unable to succeed. One had to say that it was a headache. What does Demon Lin want to do? Wild great world. Divine King Hao Tian analyzed the news that came back. It was okay if Demon Lin specialized in destroying the blood-colored whirlpool. However, Demon Lin had a celestial artifact that plundered the alien race's population. Increase my strength? God King Hao Tian didn't think that Demon Lin had such terrifying strength to complete it. Wasn't he afraid that he would explode? He had never heard of a person who could continuously steal people to increase his strength. Did he think that he was a bottomless pit? If that was the case, Demon Lin would have been invincible and wouldn't have been chased. Continue to pursue him. It would be best if you can get him as far away from the Xiantian continent as possible. It would be best if he doesn't return during this period of time. Godly King Hao Tian reminded, he doesn't like to liberate the great 1,000 worlds. Let him go. Your mission is to not let him return. Even if he couldn't kill Demon Lin, God King Hao Tian wasn't anxious. If he couldn't return, it would be a great merit. It would prevent him from spoiling his plans. It wouldn't be too late to deal with Demon Lin after the dust settled. In a few days, Divine King Hao Tian would launch an all-out counterattack. Under the crater of the volcano, Divine King Hao Tian tore open the void and arrived. On the blood-colored tree, the light cocoons were almost transparent. One could see many godly kings inside. They were of all shapes and sizes, and not a single one of them was the same. Not long after, the godly kings would be successfully reproduced, and the outsiders would gain a great helping hand. It would be enough to turn the situation around, and break through the defense of the human clan in a crushing manner. God King. The guardian God King came forward to greet them. God King Hao Tian's gaze landed on the cocoon of light. Luckily, we plundered a large number of people back then. Otherwise, if Demon Lin really affected our progress, all of this would become a thing of the past. The God King is coming out. Pa 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 pa. The translucent light cocoons on the blood-colored tree exploded one after another. One after another, the godly kings of the alien races descended from them. As they opened their eyes, the aura of sky immortals filled the mouth of the volcano. One by one, the god kings stood on the lava. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, 67 god kings stood on the lava together. God King Clear Sky laughed out loud. Welcome, God Kings. From this day forth, we are all brothers and sisters, and we will serve the Holy Mother together. Serve the Holy Mother. Serve the Holy Mother. The 67 godly kings said in unison. Their voices reverberated through the vast savage world. Large swathes of the alien race army knelt down one after another. Demon Lin should have died outside. There's no justice in the world if he didn't die. The Mystic Gate was in charge of a stronghold on the northern front. On the northern and southern battlefronts, every position had a general guarding it. The Mystic Gate happened to be one of them. When he heard that Demon Lin was being hunted, the sect leader of the Mystic Gate, Zhang Yi, couldn't calm his heart. If it wasn't for Demon Lin, he wouldn't have had to bleed so much and get extorted by the Myth City. Why would he have come to such a place where he had power but no fame? Reverend Zhang Yi was the happiest one when the 4 godly kings chased after Demon Lin. From the bottom of his heart, he looked down on this country bumpkin Lin Fei. He felt that Lin Fei was lucky, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit in this position. Although Reverend Zhang Yi was in charge of a stronghold, in reality, his power was suppressed. The person in charge of controlling the generals wasn't from the Mystic Gate either. What else could Reverend Zhang Yi say? He could only endure it. Demon Lin had won over everyone. In addition, he had killed the Heavenly Wings godly king, causing his reputation to soar. All the young people worshipped him. It wasn't appropriate for him to go against him now. If Reverend Gentleman had become the Supreme Alliance leader, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Reverend Zhang Yi shook his head. He really couldn't accept it. In order to get Demon Lin's forgiveness, he had personally gone to the Myth City and been extorted by that B***TCH. He had been suppressing this anger in his heart. As a sect leader, he had to compromise. Even if he died, he wouldn't have the face to meet the old ancestor. Of all the past sect leaders, he was probably the most tragic one. In the room, there was a wave of energy and then a person appeared. Sect leader, it's me, Reverend Bu Hui. Reverend Zhang Yi waved his hand and set up a formation. When he saw that Reverend Bu Hui had broken his rules and come out on his own, he was filled with anger. Reverend Bu Hui, who allowed you to come out? Don't you know the impact this will have on the sect? Are you trying to harm the sect? Today, the power of the Celestial sect was greatly affected, especially with the addition of the Human Race Alliance. One could imagine what would happen if Reverend Bu Hui, who had ordered him to face the wall and not come out, appeared here. Boom! Another aura descended, and a person appeared beside Reverend Bu Hui. Senior brother, I was the one who asked Master to come out. A bright and clear voice came from the scholarly young man. Reverend Gentleman. Reverend Zhang Yi was shocked. He didn't expect that his junior brother, Reverend Gentleman, would dare to come here. Didn't he know that the people of the continent were chasing him? That's right, I'm back, Reverend Gentleman said calmly. As for the matter that senior brother is worried about, there's no need to worry. Demon Lin has only increased his strength after autumn. He won't be able to jump around for long. Sect leader, our celestial sect is one of the superpowers. How can we be restrained by a continent alliance? Reverend Buhui said, now that junior brother Reverend Gentleman has returned, Demon Lin won't be able to jump around for long. At first, Reverend Zhang Yi was worried about being noticed because of Reverend Buhui's appearance. After a moment, he understood. Junior brother, could it be that something has changed? Reverend Gentleman smiled. Senior brother, Demon Lin is forcing you and oppressing our celestial sect. I'm not willing to accept this before I ascend, so I'm here to give you an idea. As long as you control the generals outside, the human race alliance will collapse on its own. Reverend Zhang Yi immediately understood. You and young Master Divine Sword are siding with the foreign races? No. Reverend Gentleman shook his head. We're just working with the foreign races. They're not worthy of our allegiance. Moreover, junior brother is about to ascend. Is there a need for that? There's no harm in telling senior brother that the foreign races have more than 70 celestial immortals. Do you think there's any hope for the human race? What? More than 70 celestial immortals? Reverend Zhang Yi was stunned. Senior brother, you don't need to worry about the generals outside. As long as you lure them in, there's nothing to fear. Reverend Gentleman smiled. Reverend Zhang Yi was silent for a moment. For the sake of the celestial sect, what harm is there in temporarily cooperating with the foreign races? When do we make our move? Over 70 God Kings was simply a one-sided situation. The human race alliance simply couldn't stop them. I'll have to trouble senior brother to lure them in now. Reverend Gentleman smiled. Trust me. I have a way. Junior brother, don't worry. I'll arrange for someone to invite them in. I believe we still have to give them some face. After all, our celestial sect is one of the 11 representatives. As expected, Daoist Master Zhang Yi used his words and reputation to trick the general in charge of guarding the place. The three of them took action and suppressed the general. I'll have to trouble senior brother to personally oversee things. After Reverend Gentleman gave some instructions, he tore open the void and entered it, sending out a message. The celestial sect has succeeded. Reverend Gentleman's eyes were filled with boundless resentment as he looked in the direction of Mythology City. Just you wait. Your position as the Alliance Master is about to arrive. Northern Front Headquarters, on this day, at noon, in the sky above the vast continent, dark clouds covered the continent, following which a huge face appeared. Foolish humans, don't think that you've already won. In the eyes of our foreign races, you're just a joke. The deafening rumble echoed across the entire continent like a clap of thunder, striking the hearts of the crowd. It's godly King Hao Tian. Tai, the demon lord, and the sea god emperor flew out from the headquarters. When they saw the huge face in the sky, they revealed looks of surprise. What were the foreign races going to do now? Godly King Hao Tian, don't play any tricks. If you have the ability, let's go all out. The demon lord raised his head and sneered. We've already arranged for people to attack the worlds you control. Don't even think about reviving the Holy Mother's hope. Insignificant humans, so what if you know? Godly King Hao Tian was expressionless and unmoved. I'll give you half a day. After half a day, if you don't surrender, our foreign races will start a massacre. That's all I have to say. Think about it. Godly King Hao Tian's face exploded in the sky above the Xiantian continent. The world returned to normal. The foreign races are attacking. The demon lord frowned. A few days ago, they were so timid. Now that they've made it public, could it be that they have some help? Chapter 713. The human alliance moved. The foreign races were going to fight a decisive battle. What did the humans have to fear? Their morale was high now. Who was afraid of who? On the northern battlefront, the defending generals were on guard, waiting for the foreign races to appear and give them an unforgettable memory. At every stronghold, the human morale was high. Alliance Chief Lin could even kill a godly king, let alone the other godly kings. Without the Alliance Chief, they had inherited the spirit of charging forward and could still defeat the foreign races. Time flew. Half a day passed. On the vast southern continent, a black army appeared, covering the entire sky. It was as if the night had come, just as godly King Hao Tian had said. Attack! The loud rumbling was like a thunderclap on a sunny day. The black army covered the sky, covering the entire south. It looked as if they had come out in full force. The terrifying aura was like the waves of the sea, coming wave after wave. Formation. At the stronghold, the generals summoned Great Emperor Pangu. He stared at the foreign race army in the distance, revealing a rare solemn expression. Foolish humans, let me show you the true power of the foreign races. Godly King Hao Tian's godly king voice came again. Boom boom boom, celestial immortal auras surged into the sky, one after another. In front of the black army, godly kings appeared, their auras rippling. So many godly kings. How is this possible? How did the foreign races produce so many godly kings? There are at least 50 godly kings. The godly kings appeared together, their auras joined together, and their killing intense soared. The expressions of everyone on the human alliance's side changed drastically due to the sudden change in events. They stared at the god kings who had appeared as they doubted their eyes, 67 godly kings. The final number was like a blow to the head, shattering the morale that they had worked so hard to raise. Unknowingly, their hearts sank. They had underestimated the foreign race's ability. Without batting an eyelid, they had created a grand array of 67 godly kings. Even if they were not as strong as the 10 great godly kings, they were still genuine godly kings. On the side of the human race, there was no way they could produce so many celestial immortals. Humans, today will be your doomsday. Pass on my order. Mobilize the army and attack. Godly King Hao Tian waved his hand, his voice reverberating in the southern continent. Kill. Their orderly voices shook the heavens and the earth, as if they were going to blast a huge hole in the sky. Formation, the dense black army transformed into 67 giants. Each giant was no weaker than a general. Their terrifying auras once again caused the hearts of the humans to sink. The strange races also found a joint attack formation, and their momentum was shocking. Fight! The generals on the battlefront charged out with the sky-splitting swords in their hands, fighting against the non-human generals. The energy ripples in the sky tore open the void, and the entire sky was incomplete. Let's go too. The Fiend Lord and the others all made their moves at this moment. The outsiders were too domineering. Dozens of generals attacked at once, catching them off guard. They had underestimated the outsiders and suppressed them in terms of overall strength. If they didn't kill their godly kings now, once they fell into a disadvantageous position, they would be at a disadvantage in this battle. They knew that this battle would be extremely difficult, and there might even be casualties. A world of ice and snow. The Ice Palace's ice fairy had a frosty expression as she slashed out with her sword. She trapped a god king battle general in a world of ice and snow and started to fight with him. Star-chasing arrow, Tai transformed into a giant, holding a demon bow. His divine arrows shocked the heavens, and the heavens and earth lost color at this moment. He unleashed all his mystiques and began to fight with his life on the line. He couldn't let the outsiders break through the battlefront. Ha ha ha, you humans, today is your doomsday. Godly King Hao Tian flew up and stared straight at the Fiend Lord. Fiend Lord, rumor has it that your demonic arts are monstrous. Today, I will kill you. As you wish. The Fiend Lord stepped through the air, his eyes filled with murderous intent that pierced through the void. Supreme Demon Kingdom, lock the heavens and earth. A supreme demon kingdom with demonic soldiers and generals appeared behind the Fiend Lord. At this moment, the Fiend Lord transformed into a supreme demon king and trapped godly King Hao Tian in the supreme demon kingdom. Saint's divine fist, Fist breaks kingdom. Godly King Hao Tian's aura surged, and the millions of kingdoms behind him shattered. On the north-south battlefield, the situation was one-sided. There were too many godly king battle generals. Zhang Yizhenren, come and kill this godly king with me. Ice Palace's elder called out to Zhang Yizhenren. She was suppressing a godly king battle general, and with the battle general's help, she only needed one more helper to kill the godly king battle general. Godly king battle general, die. Zhang Yizhenren took out the last treasure of the Daoist sect, the righteous sword, and stabbed at the godly king battle general. With that, the godly king battle general would definitely die. Just when everyone thought that the god king battle emperor was about to die, Reverend Zhang Yi smiled strangely. His sword stance changed, slashing down on the Ice Palace elder's body. The Ice Palace elder's body exploded, and he was heavily injured. Zhang Yizhenren, you actually sided with the outsiders. The Ice Palace elder was shocked. At this critical moment, Zhang Yizhenren betrayed them. You talk too much. Stupid woman, you can die now. Zhang Yizhenren slashed out again. Righteous energy surged, and the godly king battle general was gone. He also slashed out, and with the power of two experts, the Ice Palace elder was killed on the spot. Elder. The Ice Fairy, who had been fighting the godly king battle general, saw the Ice Palace elder die. Her eyes spat out blood, and she felt cold all over. She gave up on the godly king battle general and turned to attack Zhang Yizhenren. At this moment, a sky immortal from the human alliance had fallen. Boom, a human battle general was killed by one of Zhang Yizhenren's subordinates at the critical moment. Then, Reverend No Regrets' figure was revealed. Zhang Yizhenren, you shameless bastard. The human alliance saw that Zhang Yizhenren had betrayed them at the critical moment, and all of them vomited blood. They wanted to kill Zhang Yizhenren on the spot. Dang dang dang. Zhang Yizhenren's righteous energy protected him and blocked the Ice Fairy's sword move. Ha ha ha, all of you have been blinded by greed. Is Demon Lin worth listening to? Let's see what he can do today. Zhang Yizhenren was having too much fun killing. Pfft. Zhang Yizhenren was an experienced sky immortal. Even though the Ice Fairy was also a sky immortal, her battle power was far from his. He saw through her weakness and she was injured. Your Ice Palace elder is dead. You can die too. You'll have a companion on the road to hell. Zhang Yizhenren teamed up with Reverend No Regret to kill the Ice Fairy. Bastard, how dare you! Whoosh 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 at the critical moment, Tai shot out a godly arrow, suppressing Zhang Yizhenren and Reverend No Regret. Tai's godly archery was unparalleled. Even the two of them didn't dare to take it head-on. They could only watch as they missed the chance to kill the Ice Fairy. Thank you, Tai. Chapter 714. In the Boundless Void. A black shadow turned into a stream of light and rushed out of a world. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a few more figures caught up. They were not in a hurry and were very calm. Demon Lin runs really fast. Is his zodiac a rabbit? Why did it sound so weird? That devil Lin probably doesn't know that Divine King Hao Tian has already brought people to counterattack. Crimson Light God King said proudly. When he finds out, it should be very interesting. Chiming, you're wrong. The Mermaid God King said, Demon Lin is currently advancing according to the route. Do you think we'll have a chance to see him? Ha ha ha, how could I have forgotten about this? Crimson Light God King came to a realization. This time, we must make it hard for Devil Lin to escape. The situation over there should be ready. We're just waiting for Demon Lin to take the bait. Giant Eye God King's killing intent surged. We didn't chase for so long in vain. What's important is that the result is worthy of us. We will hang behind and threaten Demon King Lin in case he sees any flaws. If nothing goes wrong, we will soon see Demon King Lin's expression when he can't smile. Transformation God King smiled. The four great God Kings chatted and laughed as they increased their speed, catching up. Give me a little more time. Sooner or later, I will deal with these 4 god kings. Up in the void, Lin Fei was activating the heaven and earth smelt continuously. However, there were way too many of them. It wasn't something that could be smelted out within a short period of time. City Lord, don't you feel that the 4 great divine kings are too calm? It doesn't conform to their normal state. On the warship, the Qi Lian heavenly demon said. With that said, Lin Fei noticed that their attitude towards him seemed to be a little different. Something seems to be missing. Less anger. Qi Lian heavenly demon said, even though they have been chasing behind, City Lord doesn't feel it. They purposely slowed down a bit so that City Lord can plunder those foreign races. At the start, Lin Fei didn't feel anything. But after hearing what the Qi Lian heavenly demon said, his speed slowed down. At the start, when they caught up, he had to break the formation. Later on, when he left the world, they caught up. Could they be plotting something? Lin Fei guessed. However, Xiaoqun was currently in the void and his whereabouts were uncertain. He was not heading in a fixed direction. It seemed impossible for the Divine King to play any tricks. But why? Lin Fei couldn't think of anything for a moment. City Lord, you might as well wait for them to appear in the next world. You should be able to see some clues then. The Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon reminded. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he decided to do it and see what tricks they had up their sleeves. Maple World. Lin Fei showed no mercy as he mobilized the heaven and earth smelt right away. Those beneath the heavenly immortal stage were simply incapable of resisting against such a plunder and were all sucked into the heaven and earth smelt. Even though Lin Fei was plundering non-stop, the heaven and earth smelt was like a bottomless pit that would never be satisfied. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Lin Fei waited until the 4 great god kings arrived. When the 4 great god kings saw that Lin Fan was waiting for them, they were shocked. Could it be that he had discovered something? They signaled with their eyes and charged towards Lin Fan without any regard for the consequences. Just as I expected. Lin Fei saw the clues and didn't fight with them. He just left Maple World. They are not in a hurry and have been following behind me. It seems like they want to threaten me. Lin Fei's thoughts spread out. Could it be that they don't want me to go back? Suddenly, Lin Fei thought of a possibility. Apart from this reason, the alien race god kings wouldn't be so calm and allow him to continue plundering the alien race population. This wasn't something a god king should do. They should be itching to kill him. Lin Fei hurriedly contacted Lin Jiqing in Myth City. There was a communication tool in the system store. Lin Fei brought it with him so no matter where he was, he could connect in the shortest time possible. The moment the communication was opened, Lin Fei saw a slightly panicked Lin Jiqing. Wife, did something happen in the continent? Lin Jiqing saw the human race alliance's defeat and she was anxious. Myth City activated all the formations and received Lin Fei's message. Hubby, come back quickly. Our side has been defeated. Lin Jiqing said hurriedly. Lin Fei frowned. He couldn't accept this outcome. How can we be defeated? That shouldn't be. Tell me the details. Lin Jiqing explained the situation and emphasized on the alien race god kings, Xian Men's betrayal and the fall of the heaven immortals on their side. Xian Men are so bold. It must be Daoist gentleman who is causing trouble. Lin Fei didn't expect that in the few days that he had been out, the alien race god kings would attack. They even sent out dozens of god kings. The situation was completely one-sided. Lin Fei calmed himself down. The human race had been defeated. Even if he rushed back now, he might not be able to kill them all. Activate all the formations and put the entire Myth City under martial law. Use all the resources to support the formations. Then, inform the dragon race to guard the Myth City and hold on until I return. Lin Fei wished he could fly back in one breath. You have to be careful outside. The Myth City has formations. They won't be able to take down the Myth City in a short time. Lin Jiqing was relieved. I'll be careful. Hold on for a few days. I'll be back. After hanging up, Lin Fei slapped his forehead. I'm so stupid. If I knew that the Holy Mother was going to create powerful existences, why didn't I take it seriously? Lin Fei had found out from Heavenly Wing's God King that the Holy Mother was creating powerful existences. However, he didn't expect that the Holy Mother would create God Kings. She created more than 60 God Kings in one go, so much so that she suppressed the overall strength of the human race. The actions of the alien races were too fast. They were so fast that there was no time to stop them. In reality, even though Lin Fei knew that the Holy Mother was very powerful, he didn't expect that the Holy Mother's ability was even more terrifying than he imagined. In the blink of an eye, she had created such a huge force. City Lord, let's go back immediately. The Myth City has formations. We can definitely hold on until we return. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon was also shocked. The change in the situation was too great. He couldn't accept it in time. Go back. Lin Fei didn't plan to go to the next world. His woman and daughter were in the Myth City. He was very clear that the human race had been defeated. With the God King's temperament, they would definitely attack the Myth City. Seal, in the boundless void, a six-pointed star flashed, and a strange force locked the void in an instant. The warship collided with the invisible force and was sent flying on the spot. Lin Fei cried out in his heart, "Oh no!" He suddenly realized that the four great divine kings were chasing him because of this, luring him into a trap. At this moment, he understood everything. Flying out of the warship, Lin Fei activated the Tongtian God Pagoda and smashed it against the invisible force. He tried to open a gap. The Tongtian God Pagoda went down. On the invisible force, a strange light flashed. It was like an invisible wall that blocked all the attacks. The power of the wall was boundless. How is this possible? Lin Fei was shocked. He activated the Tongtian God Pagoda. Just a mere force was easy to deal with. I don't believe it. The Divine Sword and the Tongtian God Pagoda attacked together. They attacked this mysterious force. The powerful force seemed to want to tear the entire starry sky apart. It still doesn't work? Lin Fei attacked with all his strength, but he still couldn't break this force. City Lord, we have encountered a big problem. Suddenly, the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon flew out with a sunken face. If I didn't guess wrong, this should be the Starry Sky Teleportation Formation. It is an absolute formation from the upper realm. This young master thought that no one in this world knows this formation. It turns out that someone knows it. In the void, the astral wind whistled. The Sword God Prince crossed the void and stood outside the formation. He couldn't hide the pride on his face. It's you. Lin Fei knew that not being able to kill the Sword God Prince last time would bring trouble. He didn't expect this premonition to come true so soon. Isn't it strange? The Sword God Prince said indifferently. In order to set up this Starry Sky Teleportation Formation, I spent more than half of my wealth. You should be satisfied. I'm afraid you still don't know the power of this formation. You might as well let your subordinate tell you. Rise, the hexagram rotated. A divine tower appeared in the void, enveloping Lin Fei and the others. Blue light flashed. The aura of the starry sky was vast and boundless. Lin Fei suddenly felt that he had fallen into the vast starry sky. He was lost in that distant place. What a strange feeling. City Lord, the Sword God Prince wants to banish us to the starry sky. We will never be able to return to the Xiantian continent. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon's face was solemn. He even wants to banish us to the endless danger lands. The Sword God Prince smiled. That's right. In this young master's opinion, killing you is really meaningless. It's better to banish you to the endless danger lands. As long as you go in, you won't be able to come out. Sinister. This was definitely a sinister action. This formation is too mysterious. Am I really going to be banished? Lin Fei's heart sank. This formation had already surpassed the level of this world. He couldn't break it at all. Lin Fei knew about the Starry Sky Danger Lands. Once he was teleported to that place, he would really be trapped inside. The Sword God Prince's plan was really sinister. That kind of danger land blinded the heavenly Dao and sealed everything. Even if Lin Fei wanted to ascend, he would be completely isolated and unable to ascend to the upper realm. Sinister and sinister action. You are really sinister. Lin Fei activated his Yuan Qi. Barely. We are about the same. The Sword God Prince smiled proudly. Heaven-splitting finger. Lin Fei circulated his essence energy and used his essence energy skill in an attempt to break the array formation. This time, Lin Fei was still disappointed. That boundless power attacked again and blocked this attack. Ha ha ha, Alliance Master Lin, are you very disappointed? I forgot to tell you. This Starry Sky teleportation uses the power of the Starry Sky. Do you think your attack can go against the Starry Sky? The Sword God Prince laughed sinisterly. Back then, I suffered from your mysterious power and was long prepared against you. At this moment, the 4 great divine kings flew up. Devil Lin, to think you would have such a day. Crimson Light God King seemed to have let out a sigh of relief. We didn't waste our time chasing you. We can finally banish you. Giant Eye God King had a deep hatred for Devil Lin. Goodbye, Devil Lin. Chapter 7:15. The hatred he had for Lin Fei was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. At this very moment, he could finally banish the other party to the depths of the Starry Sky, never to return for the rest of his life. In the end, he would die in the depths of the Starry Sky. The Sword God Young Master felt that his thoughts were clear. In that battle on the Dragon Island, the Sword God Prince was thoroughly defeated. Not only did he lose 2 of his treasures, he was also knocked down from his pedestal. After that, he became the target of scorn on the continent. This was a shadow that the Sword God Young Master could never erase from his life. He constantly reminded himself to take revenge. He had to take revenge. Killing a person was satisfying, but it was far less satisfying than banishing the other party to the depths of the Starry Sky. Even if he couldn't kill Lin Fei, the price he had to pay was the Sword God Young Master. He was most willing to see her. With a flash of light, the Starry Sky teleportation was activated. Everything within the Divine Tower was instantly teleported out. As for where they would be teleported to, nobody knew. However, one thing would not change, and that was that Lin Fei would definitely enter the depths of the Starry Sky. He would enter a desperate situation, a truly desperate situation. He would experience what it meant to be called the heavens. If the heavens did not respond, then the earth did not respond. Young Master Sword God, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, as long as Devil Lin isn't eliminated, our foreign races will have a headache. Crimson Light God King said to Young Master Sword God. We are working together. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If it wasn't for all of you changing his route, Demon Lin, who has always been careful, wouldn't have fallen for it. Sword God Young Master said calmly. Young Master Sword God is right. Devil Lin has already been removed. Even if it's us divine kings, we will also fall in the dangerous land in the depths of the Starry Sky. If Devil Lin goes there, it'll be hard for him not to die. Crimson Light God King continued, our mission is completed, it's time for us to return and explain. They had always been worried that Demon Lin would see through them and cause all their efforts to go to waste. Only when they saw Demon Lin being exiled to the depths of the Starry Sky with their own eyes did they truly heave a sigh of relief. It was impossible for a miracle to happen with the Starry Sky teleportation. The number 1 enemy of the non-humankind, the supreme leader of the human alliance, was banished to the depths of the Starry Sky just like that. Once the news spread, the morale of the human race would be affected, and it would be the perfect time to conquer the continent. With the leadership of Divine King Hao Tian, it has always been easy for you guys to conquer the continent. The revival of the Holy Mother is imminent. Sword God Young Master smiled. Let's go back to the continent. With Demon Lin gone, the four godly kings felt like a huge rock had been lifted off their chests. They could almost see the shocked faces of the humans. They could finally hold their heads high. Everyone, it wasn't easy for us to get here. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Don't you think it's too rude? At this moment, a voice that they could not be more familiar with came from the void. Demon Lin? The four god kings, including the sword god young master, were in shock. They suspected that they had heard wrongly. Why was Demon Lin's voice still here? Was there a mistake? You must have heard wrongly. Devil Lin has already been teleported out. It's impossible for him to be here. Crimson Light God King shook his head, and the smile on his face froze. What replaced it was darkness. We must have heard wrongly. There's no way Demon Lin has the ability to predict the future. The Mermaid God King said seriously. We saw him being teleported away with our own eyes. Demon Lin, if you want to use such tricks to scare us, come out if you have the ability. Transformation God King said. He released his consciousness to search for suspicious existences. Sword God Young Master had suffered a blow. This time, to deal with Lin Fei, he spent most of his fortune to execute the supreme formation of the upper world to banish him to the depths of the starry sky. Lin Fei couldn't still be here. I thought that you God Kings had a strong ability to accept things. It seems like you are all the same. You can't take a shock. The mocking voice rang out once more. Scram out. Giant Eye God King opened his god eye and the light of destruction shot into the void. He roared angrily. Is he trying to mislead us? Sword God Young Master frowned. His joy of victory was instantly shattered by Lin Fei's voice. Giant Eye God King, don't be angry. Don't you know that anger is bad for your body? From another direction, Lin Fei's voice rang out once more. Xiao Giant Eye God King had suffered too many losses in the hands of Demon Lin. At this moment, Demon Lin's words opened up his scars, and he was furious. Boom 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 under the divine light of destruction, all the suspicious places exploded and gave rise to an aura of destruction. Not good, leave quickly. Suddenly, Sword God Young Master frowned. He took out a small boat and flew outside. Too late. Before the four great god kings could come back to their senses, a country of flames suddenly appeared in the void. There were majestic mountains and flaming plains that were vivid and lifelike. Clang, Sword God Young Master, who had the fastest reaction, tried to rush out of this country, but he was still a step too late. Scorching flames and merciless fire waves swept over. The small boat that was made of special materials was actually damaged. Sword God, welcome to my country. In the sky above the country, Lin Fei stood on a red high platform and appeared alive in front of them. Why weren't you teleported away? Crimson Light God King tried his best to calm himself down. I was indeed teleported away. Lin Fei said with a smile, however, my true body is still here. Impossible, we are very clear about the true body and clone. It was clearly not a clone that was teleported away. Mermaid God King shook his head and didn't believe it. I don't care if you guys believe it or not, it was my clone anyway. Lin Fei looked at the four great god kings. Speaking of which, I have to thank you guys. If it wasn't for you guys following behind me, I would have almost fallen for it. How did you discover that we were going to deal with you? Giant Eye God King's face was black. Wrong, it wasn't that I discovered you guys, it was your actions that made me suspicious. I still remember that in one of the worlds, you guys were clearly having fun and not killing people out of anger. From that moment onwards, I started to suspect you guys. Lin Fei also felt lucky. If Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil had warned him, he would have been severely injured this time. The four great god kings stared with their eyes wide open. They couldn't believe that they were the ones who had revealed a flaw that was discovered by Devil Lin. In the end, they were the ones who fell into Devil Lin's country of flames. It was no different from being slapped on the face and still having to stretch out the other side. Devil Lin, you are indeed the nemesis of us foreign races. You can even see through such a flaw. Crimson Light God King's face was dark. However, it doesn't matter. Since we can't banish you to the forbidden lands of the starry sky, the 5 of us can still kill you. They were clearer than anyone about Devil Lin's country of flames. Unless they killed the other party, it would be extremely difficult to break it by force. Sword God, count yourself lucky that you managed to escape last time. Accept your fate this time. Lin Fei stared at Sword God Young Master. The speed of your small boat is fast. You have nowhere to run in the heaven and earth smelt. Chapter 7:16. Sword Control Technique. After losing the divine sword, another immortal sword unsheathed behind the young master sword god. Multicolored light filled the sky. Even though it was not as powerful as the previous divine sword, it was still a supreme-grade immortal artifact. With a flash of red light, the entire world was dyed in the color of blood as the immortal sword blasted towards Lin Fei. Since he couldn't banish Lin Fei, the young master had the thought of killing Lin Fei and snatching the 2 treasures back. Sword God, let me tell you, the one who has the last laugh is not you, but me. Lin Fei's body trembled. Demonic chi soared into the sky, covering the blood-red sky. At this moment, he unleashed his strongest celestial demon body and transformed into a giant. Dang dang dang, the top-grade immortal weapon stabbed the god-fiend body. Every sword that could heavily injure a heaven immortal was like stabbing a hard boulder, unable to hurt him at all. Your sword control technique is only so-so. Lin Fei struck out with his palm and hit the top-grade immortal sword, sending it flying. The young master was shocked. The sword control technique just now was several times more powerful than the last time, but he didn't expect Lin Fei to block it. It seemed very easy, which was beyond his expectations. Impossible. Even the body of an immortal won't be able to block my sword control technique. The young master's strongest skill was the sword control technique. After losing the divine sword, its power was still top-notch. He had always been proud of it. Now, he was disrespectful again. Last time, Lin Fei was surrounded by danger. How could he block it this time? Ha ha ha, others can't, but it doesn't mean I can't. Lin Fei said casually. I don't believe that you can withstand my imperial sword technique forever. Another wave of colorful swords flew out from behind the young master. A total of 49 swords flew out. All of them were top-grade immortal swords, forming a sword formation. Kill. The 10,000-mile-long sword arrived with a loud rumble. The sword river was vast and mighty, instantly enveloping Lin Fei within it. The sword will was like a storm, constantly strangling him. When the 4 god kings saw this scene, they could not help but inhale a breath of cold air. This young master, the sword god, was much stronger than they had imagined. His moves were so ferocious, and it was said that before this, he even had a divine sword in his hand. His battle prowess was unparalleled. Demon Lin should be about to take out his treasure. This river of swords contains the boundless killing intent of the divine swordsman. Even the body of an immortal might not be able to withstand it. The astral winds in the void were torn apart. Within the vast river of swords, sword insight interweaved together, and anyone that was within it would surely be unable to escape death. The sword was a supreme weapon. 49 immortal swords, in addition to a supreme-grade immortal sword, took the lead. In the hands of young master sword god, this sword kinesis flight technique displayed supreme sword might. This feels so good, so good. It feels so much better than refining it myself. Lin Fei, who was in the river of swords, shouted in his heart. The supreme sword will crushed over and transformed into a supreme attack. A large number of foreign races were refined one after another, and it was even faster than Lin Fei refining them himself. If this continues, I will be able to finish refining all the foreign races very soon. Lin Fei thought. In the big and small worlds, the foreign races that Lin Fei had plundered had been unable to be refined. Their numbers were too large, and now with the help of Sword God's attack, there was finally a change. Bam bam bam, wounds cracked open on Lin Fei's body, and fresh blood flowed out. Young Master Sword God's heart relaxed. He was really worried that this body could block the attack of the sword kinesis flight technique, but now it seemed that it was nothing much. He actually didn't use the divine sword and heaven-reaching God Tower. Crimson Light God King, you guys go too. Such a good chance, don't let Lin Fei make a comeback. Young Master Sword God saw that his opponent's corporeal body was starting to be injured, so he naturally wanted to kill him here. How could he give Lin Fei the chance to breathe? Attack. The four great God Kings didn't want to care about what Demon Lin wanted to do. They just wanted to use this chance to kill him first. Crimson Light Divine Fist. Crimson Light God King summoned a great emperor that looked down on the world. His fist skills were divine, and the shadows of his fists overlapped. Giant Eye God King wasn't afraid of exhaustion. He activated the Destruction God Light and swore to shoot Demon Lin to death in this void. The Black Destruction God Light exploded continuously on the Sword River. Mermaid God King returned to his original body, an ugly fish that was thousands of yards long. He spat out green divine light, and this was the unique divine art of Mermaid God King. The Corrosion God Light would definitely kill anyone who came into contact with it. Even the primordial spirit would be corroded. No one could block it, and countless immortals had been killed by it back then. He had suffered under the hands of Demon Lin previously, and he couldn't forget this grudge. Transformation God King split into black shadows that entered the Sword River and started a close combat attack. As it turned out, Transformation God King could transform into a myriad of forms. Lin Fei, who was in the center of the storm, was getting stronger and stronger. His god devil body collapsed when facing the strong attacks. He recovered once more, and Lin Fei's expression was much uglier than before. Everyone knew that Demon Lin wouldn't be able to last much longer. Could the five of them really not be able to deal with Demon Lin? Could it be that he still had heaven-defying abilities that could block the five of them? After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Sword God Young Master had a bad feeling. Lin Fei, who was in the Sword River, looked like he couldn't hold on any longer. They could win at any time, but Lin Fei just held on like that. Just now, Sword God Young Master was bent on killing Lin Fei. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he started to calm down. Facing such an attack, no one would be able to survive. Even if Lin Fei's divine arts were unparalleled, he still wouldn't be able to escape. Other than that, Lin Fei still didn't take out his divine sword or heavenly reaching divine tower. There was something strange about this. Stop, we have been tricked. Sword God Young Master planned to remove the sword formation. The uneasiness in his heart grew heavier and heavier as if there was a layer of dark clouds covering his head. Sword God, your celestial sword is not bad, I want it. Lin Fei, who was in the Sword River, opened his eyes and gave off a powerful aura. The wounds on his body instantly healed. He grabbed forward with his left hand and a huge black hand tried to control all the celestial swords. Don't even think about it. The 50 celestial swords gathered together and roared non-stop. They stabbed forward and tried to break this sky-covering hand. Devil God hand is here, come to my hand. The sky-covering hand made a fishing action. The celestial swords with shocking attacks were hugged together and truly landed in the huge hand. Lin Fei's body shook and the celestial power around him rippled. His powerful aura transformed into a hurricane that sliced through everything. Everyone's attacks were instantly disintegrated. At this moment, Lin Fei was truly like a heavenly god. He was impervious to all techniques and looked down on the world. How can your aura be so strong? Even Crimson Light God King Great Emperor was suppressed. That hurricane condensed from his aura actually shattered him. Crimson Light Great Emperor was also shocked by this powerful aura. In his eyes, that Demon Lin was like a boundless mountain that he could only raise his head to look at, a height that he couldn't cross. I know, you are using us again. Giant Eye God King jumped up and recalled the scene in Myth City. Didn't they do the same? In the end, they helped Demon Lin and returned in defeat, almost dying outside the city. How is that possible? Last time, their god kings were used to help Lin Fei, allowing him to advance to half-step heaven immortal and have the strength to fight them one-on-one. They would never forget it in their entire lives. But just now, they helped Lin Fei. They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Giant Eye God King is right, you have indeed helped me. Lin Fei said. As a repayment, I will use my strongest attack to welcome you. Whoosh, the divine sword appeared and landed in Lin Fei's hand. Sword God, haven't you always wanted me to use my divine sword? In that case, take my sword. Lin Fei's gaze turned cold. The divine sword slashed out, turning into a stream of light that shot towards Sword God Young Master. It was a very ordinary move that was accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. But from this sword, everyone felt a strong and dangerous aura. Their scalps turned numb. Sword control technique, one with the sword. Sword God Young Master also felt a supreme sense of danger. This sword was too strong and it was filled with Lin Fei's will. If he was not careful, he might die here today. He didn't believe that Lin Fei's strength could reach such a level. No matter what, he had to go all out, otherwise, he wouldn't be satisfied. Ka 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 ka, the divine sword's waist shook and a golden dragon smashed into Sword God Young Master's body. The four God Kings saw Sword God Young Master's corporeal body explode inch by inch. A terrifying aura exploded from his body. Demon Lin's sword tore open the body of a heaven immortal. It heavily injured Sword God Young Master. I didn't expect you to be so strong. In the entire Xiantian continent, there probably isn't a second person like you. I admit my defeat. However, when you go to the heaven realm, you will know the consequences of killing me. This is just the beginning. Ha 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 ha, Sword God's body in the void exploded, turning into fragments that filled the sky. Under the flames, he was instantly burned into nothingness. Lin Fei activated the divine sword and used his immense strength to destroy all of Sword God Young Master's vitality. Rumble, the moment Sword God died, the treasures also exploded and fell into the endless void. One of the statues, with a vast and distant aura, locked onto Lin Fei's body. Boom, at the end of the void, a supreme power descended. It was an aura that made everyone tremble. It was a finger that reached the sky, and it was coming to kill Lin Fei. Damn, the guy behind me has made his move. Lin Fei wasn't happy. The power of the higher realms had arrived and wanted to kill him completely. What was the background of this sword god for the higher realms to make a move? The terrifying power suppressed Lin Fei to the point that he couldn't move. It was a power that he couldn't resist at all. Boom, this finger that reached the sky could dominate the world. It could already be described as an adjective. The violent power spread in all directions. The four great god kings were blown away on the spot and coughed out blood continuously. As for the Flame Kingdom, it was also torn apart. This supreme power came quickly and disappeared just as quickly as it came. It was as though it had never appeared. Is this the attack of the higher realms? Crimson Light God King's face was pale. He flew out from a planet and stopped in the sky. He felt his heart palpitate from the scene just now. Too terrifying. Just the aftershock alone heavily injured us and almost killed us. It's even more terrifying than the decree last time. Giant Eye God King's body exploded, and he was very weak. Chapter 717. The four godly kings still had lingering fears. The last time they were attacked by the law decree, it was hard for them to forget. Today, they were almost killed by the attack of a supreme being. If the opponent was just a little stronger, they might have really died. They did not dare to think about it. Do you think Demon Lin can survive? The Giant Eye's godly king asked a question that he should not have asked. The four godly kings had almost died from the aftermath of the supreme being's attack, not to mention Demon Lin. He's dead for sure. There's no justice in this world if he doesn't die. Even the heavens want to kill Demon Lin. If Demon Lin doesn't die, I'm afraid we'll have to hide every time we see him in the future. The Supreme Being's power had crossed the realm and attacked with less than 1/10,000th of the original body's strength. It should be more than enough to kill a mere human. Otherwise, it would not be the power of the upper realm. Previously, they were happy for nothing, thinking that Demon Lin had been exiled to the depths of the starry skies. This time, with the Supreme Being's attack, Demon Lin should be completely dead. Let's go and take a look. Although they thought that Demon Lin was dead, they subconsciously wanted to see the corpse before they were satisfied. Otherwise, there would always be a shadow in their hearts. Demon Lin had performed miracles time and time again. Subconsciously, they were afraid that Demon Lin would perform another miracle. There's no need to look. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you again. In the sky above the planet, Lin Fei appeared in front of the 4 godly kings in a sorry state. His powerful godly demon body was covered in wounds. It was a shocking sight. His face was abnormally pale. It was obvious how terrifying the Supreme Being's attack was. Damn it, why aren't you dead? The 4 godly kings and 3 corpses jumped. They could not believe that Demon Lin was still alive. That was a Supreme Being from the upper realm, a powerful force that could wipe out everything. If it were them, they would have died many times over. Now, Demon Lin appeared in front of them just like that, almost making them vomit blood. There was no justice in this world if he did not die. I told you, you're destined to be disappointed. Lin Fei coughed up blood. His injuries were serious. I'm sure you're not having a good time. Just treat it as my tonic. Kill him. He's been attacked by the upper realm's mighty figures. He doesn't have much strength left. He's like an arrow at the end of its flight. The Crimson Bright God King was the first to make a move. Even though his injuries weren't light, he firmly believed that Demon Lord Lin was heavily injured and it was impossible for him to create another miracle. Do you think you are a pushover when a major character from the higher realms makes a move? Sky-piercing divine pagoda, suppress everything. Lin Fei brought out the heavenly connecting divine pagoda. The 10,000 li tall mountains smashed onto their bodies with a rumble. The 4 great divine kings were smashed onto the planet, causing a crater of 1,000,000 li. On the uninhabited planet, the mountains and earth were razed to the ground in an instant. I forgot to tell you guys, even if I'm heavily injured, you 4 great divine kings can forget about killing me. Lin Fei flew down from the sky, coughing out blood. He unsheathed his divine sword, and with the most ordinary sword strike, he slashed towards the 4 great divine kings. Jianghu was like thunder, he exploded with a rumble. The 4 great divine kings' injuries were not light, and they were affected by the power of the higher realms. How could they resist Lin Fei's all-out attack? Peng 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 peng, the bodies of the 4 great divine kings exploded, their injuries worsening. Heaven and earth furnace, come in. After the divine sword had heavily injured them, Lin Fei brought out the heaven and earth furnace. The 4 great divine kings, who were heavily injured, had no ability to resist and were sucked into the heaven and earth furnace. Lin Fei fell from the starry sky, smashing into the starry sky and coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. The higher realms experts are too strong, I was almost done for. After struggling to open his eyes, Lin Fei was still recalling the scene when the higher realms experts attacked. That was a sword intent, a power that crossed over. If he had not cultivated the god-demon body and had treasures to protect him, he would have definitely died under that finger. Fortunately, only one of that supreme sword intent could descend. If another one were to descend, he might really be in trouble. Lin Fei bought some healing pills from the system store and swallowed them in large mouthfuls, trying to recover from his injuries. After a few hours, Lin Fei's injuries recovered slightly. He activated the heaven and earth furnace and started to refine the 4 great divine kings. His injuries healed continuously, and his strength rose sharply once again. A day later, Lin Fei opened his eyes once again. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he cut open the void, causing astral winds to sweep across. This was the extent of his strength reaching the limit. Lin Fei stood up once again. A boundless aura was released from his body, like an ancient well with no end in sight. Immortal Lord, right? When I go up there in the future, I will definitely annihilate your sect. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at the endless void, as if he wanted to see the end of the starry sky, that supreme place. He was almost killed. How could Lin Fei not be angry? This was equivalent to an adult bullying a child. If not for the fact that Lin Fei had his own treasures, it would have been difficult for him to survive. Right now, my strength has increased greatly, and with the help of the unparalleled Almighty, I should have the strength of 10 immortals. The strength of 10 immortals. Lin Fei's strength was already extremely terrifying. That was why he could suppress the 4 great divine kings and refine them. Now, it's time to end everything. If you guys dare to touch my wife and daughter, I will definitely consign you to eternal damnation. Lin Fei's face was filled with endless killing intent. At this moment, he had a stomach full of anger that he had nowhere to vent. Mysterious heavenly mainland. With the appearance of the immortal kings of the foreign races, the situation was one-sided. The northern battlefront was torn apart rapidly. Coupled with the internal rebellion, the collapse was even faster. The human race alliance suffered heavy losses. The immortal kings of the foreign races led the army and swept over. 67 immortal kings worked together to form a formation. Their combat strength soared and suppressed the human race. Everywhere they passed, there was no sect that could withstand the attack of the foreign races. The human race was in despair. The mysterious heavenly mainland was going to fall into the hands of the foreign races. The army led by the foreign races' immortal kings tore through the northern battlefront like a hot knife through butter. No one could stop them. The half-step immortal kings were killed, and a few immortals fell. The mysterious heavenly mainland seemed to have fallen into a dark day. Myth City is just ahead, the nest of the Supreme Alliance's leader. It doesn't look like much. Millions of miles away from Myth City, a black army swept over like the prelude to a storm. Fellow immortal kings, don't underestimate Demon Lin. Since his rise, we have been harassed by him. Today, we must seize the opportunity when he is not around to take down his nest and force the immortal king behind him to show himself. The Water Demon King said to the other immortal kings. He was a veteran immortal king, one of the 10 great divine kings. Naturally, he had the right to say so. In order to take down Myth City, a total of 15 immortal kings came. In addition to the veteran Water Demon King, there was also an army of millions. They were going to wipe out Myth City. Chapter 7:18. Myth City. On this continent, the most eye-catching city became the target of the alien race's army with a single order from the God King. The Dark Army swarmed towards Myth City like a swarm of locusts. It was as if they wanted to drown the alien race army in numbers. Boom, 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 pillars of fire and stone shot into the sky, hitting the alien race army. Countless alien race members died on the spot. They were soon trapped in the level 9 array outside. Mountains of blades and seas of fire swarmed over. The first wave turned countless alien race members into ashes. Even so, the alien race did not stop. They kept attacking the array, using their numbers to break it. One of the races even fused into the array, trying to destroy it. It's just a level 9 array. Let's see how long you can last. The Water Demon God King sneered. This time, he had to take down Myth City. He had not volunteered to come in vain. Myth City's Demon Lin was currently being hunted by the God King and could not return for the time being. As long as he took down Myth City, one of the human race's beliefs would immediately collapse. The human race's morale would be gone, and there would be no need to talk about fighting them. Arrange for the array-breaking insects to break the array as soon as possible. Also, seal off the area within 1,000,000 miles. I will not allow anyone to escape from here. The Water Demon God King ordered again. He was very confident, as if he had the other party in his grasp. There were a total of 15 God Kings. How could the Water Demon not be confident? Even if a pig was leading them, they could still take down Myth City. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one by one, the ugly outsiders exploded, turning into golden bugs that attached themselves to the spell formation. This was one of the outsiders that knew how to break formations. Their battle prowess wasn't high, but they could break formations. The level 9 array looked strong, but it could be broken over time. In addition, the alien race army was constantly attacking the array. If there were no accidents, it would not take long to break it. The water demon god king wanted to take down Myth City's defenses like clothes. He wanted to take them off piece by piece so that everyone in Myth City would live in fear. The alien race is really going all out this time. In order to deal with our Myth City, they arranged for 16 god kings. In the city lord's residence, a huge sky screen showed everything that was happening outside. The movement of 16 god kings still shocked the Myth City. Before this, everyone heard that the foreign races only had 10 great divine kings. Now that so many divine kings appeared in one go, it indeed had a certain impact on the Myth City's morale. The city lord is already on his way back. Everyone, don't worry. Just be prepared. As the first madam of the city lord's mansion, Lin Jiqing took over the command. Like a valkyrie, she comforted everyone. Don't worry, first madam. We've already used our secret weapons according to your request. As long as they come up, we don't mind taking down a god king. Everyone, get into position. The formation outside won't be able to hold on for too long. Lin Jiqing ordered. Also, pay attention to the bounty hunters. Kill anyone who dares to cause trouble at this time. At this moment, Lin Jiqing was as decisive as the Valkyrie in the past. I definitely won't let Myth City fall from my hands. Lin Jiqing told herself in her heart that whoever dared to make trouble at this time would be killed without mercy. She would not be soft-hearted anymore. Myth City. After Lin Fei became the Supreme Alliance leader, Myth City was expanded. It was divided into an inner city and an outer city. The previous Myth City was naturally the inner city. The outer city was built later and occupied a large area. The formation left behind by the city lord is indeed very powerful. The foreign races die really quickly. Good kill. If the foreign races dare to attack, we'll kill them all. Kill those foreign races. Regardless of whether it was on the streets or on the roofs, there were martial artists rubbing their fists and palms. They couldn't wait to bathe in blood and kill. Even though they knew that they were just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood, if they could kill a foreign race, it would be considered a contribution. In a short period of time, they had already treated themselves as a part of Myth City. They definitely wouldn't allow anyone to destroy this place. It was because of Myth City that they were able to settle down and increase their strength. They were able to take a step that they might not be able to take in their entire lives. They even obtained battle armors that they didn't dare to imagine and everything that was helpful to their cultivation. It allowed them to stand up again and show off their abilities. It could be said that everyone had received a favor. All of this was given to them by the Myth City. They were proud of the Myth City. This was especially so after City Lord Lin became the alliance leader. As a member of the Myth City, no matter where they went, they would always be filled with envy and jealousy. This was something they had never experienced before. Today, as long as they were here, the foreign races could forget about taking down Myth City. They would use their blood to protect it. On the walls of the outer city, a middle-aged man led a group of people and stood on one of the city walls. He looked at the foreign races that were like locusts and constantly attacked the formation. His grip on the weapon in his hand tightened. Old Wang, are you afraid? The person called Old Wang had a token hanging on his chest. It shone with 4 stars. He was a 4-star bounty hunter. Isn't it just killing the foreign races? What's there to be afraid of? If it wasn't for City Lord Lin's favor, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to take the step to Mystic Venerable rank. The person called Old Wang said agitatedly, as long as I have a breath left in me, I will kill the foreign races. Leader, if there wasn't a bounty hunter guild, there wouldn't be me. Another young man said excitedly, in my family, my talents were poor. I never thought that I could become a king-level martial artist. If the foreign races dare to destroy Myth City, it means that they are destroying our home. In order to protect Myth City, what harm is there in sacrificing one's life? These martial artists with the bounty hunter guild's insignia were all bounty hunters of Myth City. If there wasn't a bounty hunter guild, they would probably still be wandering around the continent. They were very grateful for the appearance of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Without the Bounty Hunter Guild, they wouldn't be able to see any hope in the future. No matter who it was, they were all united and wanted to fight the foreign races to the end. It wasn't just for Myth City, it was also for them. 2 hours later. Along with a loud rumbling sound, the level 9 array formation was broken. In order to break the array, the foreign races suffered heavy losses. So what harm was there in taking down Myth City? The second level 9 array formation appeared. Thick energy supported the level 9 array formation and blocked in front of the foreign races. Attack! The foreign races started fighting again. At the same time, the foreign races' army continued to replenish their numbers. There seemed to be no end in sight. 1 day later. The foreign races used the human wave tactic to crush their way over and destroy the array formation one after another. Now, there was only one array formation left. The foreign races' god kings that came along agreed with the water demon god king's words. Myth City was really a tough bone to chew. They laid down array formation after array formation and it seemed like they wouldn't stop until they tormented them to death. Even a Myth City was set up like this, let alone Demon Lin himself. No wonder the 10 great god kings were so resentful. He was really a headache. Other than the layers of array formations, the massive energy pillars made them go crazy. No wonder the Lord God King wanted to plunder Myth City. The resources were too rich. Lord, in less than an hour, we will be able to break the array formation. Water Demon God King couldn't help but sigh. This Demon Lin was really a good-for-nothing. Other big sects only had a few formations, but Myth City had set up so many. He finally understood why Heavenly Wings God King, Crimson Light God King, and the other two had killed their way to Myth City previously and returned with hatred. Demon Lin was AB****. He was a piece of sh**t. Speed up and break this array formation. The Water Demon God King couldn't wait anymore. He was prepared to charge into Myth City and personally kill Demon Lin's wife and daughter to vent the anger in his heart. Just as he said that, the Water Demon God King's expression suddenly changed. His face turned sinister and incomparably terrifying. Damn it. At that moment, the Water Demon God King sensed that the auras of the 4 God Kings had disappeared. As the 10 great God Kings, they were connected. But at that moment, he realized that the 4 auras had disappeared. The disappearance of their auras meant that the 4 God Kings had met with misfortune. Impossible. With the 4 God Kings attacking and young Master Sword God, no matter how powerful Demon Lin is, he can't kill the 4 God Kings. The Water Demon God King couldn't believe this outcome. From his point of view, Demon Lin had either been banished to the depths of the starry sky or surrounded and killed. Not long later, the Water Demon God King received a message from God King Hao Tian, proving that his senses weren't wrong. The 4 God Kings that had gone out to kill Demon Lin had already died. All the God Kings of the foreign races were shocked. The 4 old God Kings had died just like that. They couldn't believe that the 5 God Kings had all died in the hands of one person. Break the array, break the array. I want to wipe out Myth City. The Water Demon God King's face was sinister. Do it yourself. In such a short time, 5 God Kings had died consecutively. This was a huge blow to the foreign races. God King Hao Tian also gave the order to destroy Myth City. Even though they didn't know who killed the 4 great divine kings for the time being, in their hearts, there was an 80 to 90% certainty that it was definitely Demon Lin who did it. What happened? On the city wall, everyone was shocked when they saw the God Kings take action. They didn't expect that the God Kings of the foreign races would take action personally. Big Madam is here. At that moment, everyone saw Big Madam Lin Jiqing walk up the city wall surrounded by people. Little Purple, get them ready. Once the array is broken, the secret weapon will be aimed at the God Kings. Lin Jiqing frowned. The God Kings of the foreign races had taken action ahead of time. This was beyond her expectations. Could something have happened? Little Purple, who was beside her, was that demon immortal? When Lin Fei wasn't around, he was her bodyguard. At the same time, he oversaw Myth City. Chapter 719. P.S. Thank you, Xianxia, for the tip. The death of the 4 god kings infuriated the alien race god kings. They personally attacked and their destructive power increased. The level 9 array formation, which had been struggling to defend, was on the verge of collapse. Light flowed rapidly and it could be broken at any moment. The alien race god kings attacked together and their methods were amazing. The people in Myth City felt as though mountains had appeared above their heads and were crushing down on them. Break the city. When the last attack landed above the array formation, it was like the straw that broke the camel's back. The light in the sky above the level 9 array formation was gone. Ripples spread out like water and covered the entire array formation. Crack, 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 crack. At this moment, the level 9 array formation finally couldn't hold on anymore. More than 10 alien race god kings attacked and their attacks were beyond their limits. Kill, destroy the city. The water demon god king laughed sinisterly. If you don't kill our god kings, we will attack your Myth City. The alien race army charged down like locusts. That woman on the city wall must be Demon Lin's woman. I will take her down first. A god king laughed loudly and charged down from the sky. He opened his hand and wanted to grab the woman. Die, alien race god king. On the city wall, facing the incoming god kings, a blood-colored cannon appeared in front of Lin Jiqing. The black muzzle seemed to carry a dangerous aura. Boom, a red beam shot out from the cannon. The terrifying aura shocked everyone. The world seemed to stop at this moment. The red beam hit the god king and blew him up on the spot. He turned into blood that floated down from the sky. Boom, 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 the god kings were all dumbfounded. A cannon killed one of their god kings? Was this a joke? Before they could react, red beams shot out from the city wall and hit the alien race army one by one. Myth City launched its first counterattack. In the sky, a huge hole was torn open in the black mass of alien race army. Blood turned into rain and floated down, landing on the ground. God knew how many cannons were shot out and how many alien race soldiers were killed. Ha ha ha, another god king has fallen. Myth City is mighty. Kill these alien race soldiers. On the city wall, everyone cheered when they saw a god king fall. A high and mighty god king could be shot down and killed with one cannon shot. This was already shocking enough. Boom, 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 the red beams of light formed an inescapable net, sweeping out and tearing apart a large portion of the outsiders' army. The outside of the city was already covered in blood. One could see how many outsiders had died. Retreat, 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 the water demon deity king's eyes were bloodshot. He had suffered a crushing defeat in his first attack against the outsiders and had no choice but to retreat. He only stopped after retreating 5 million miles away. Damn Myth City, we lost a total of 6 divine kings. A divine king said furiously. All the god kings had ugly expressions on their faces. They simply couldn't believe it. In just a short period of time, 6 of their race's god kings had fallen. Even if word got out, no one would believe it. The first godly monarch was killed by the cannon, catching them off guard. From their point of view, after losing the protection of the level 9 array formation, the Myth City was like a naked woman in front of their godly monarchs. They could do whatever they wanted. Was there a need to worry? God, 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 King. God, King, God, King. King, God, God, they, God, God, King, and... It wasn't easy for the Holy Mother to breed god kings, but 6 of them had died one after another. What kind of concept was this? The one who felt the most depressed was the water demon godly king. He had personally led the team here. Just to break the formation, they had lost a large number of foreign races. When they broke the level 9 formation, they were prepared to make a huge contribution. But in the blink of an eye, their side had lost 6 godly kings. Their hearts were bleeding. Even if they took down the myth city, they wouldn't feel any pride. Who can tell me what's in that stinky woman's hand? The water demon god king roared. A huge mountain behind him exploded, sending rocks flying everywhere. At this moment, his mind was still blank. When did such a sharp weapon appear on the continent that could kill a god king with a single blow? All the god kings lowered their heads, unable to say a single word. How would they know if they were asked? The Holy Mother had created them for the sake of conquering cities and territories. Now, before they could do anything, 6 of their godly monarchs had been killed. They could not even raise their heads. Get ready, we're going to launch the second attack. Even though the water demon deity king was pained by the loss of a deity king, now that things had come to this, he had to take down the myth city no matter what. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to go out and meet people. How's the consumption? On the city walls, everyone was cheering. A god king was a sky immortal. They had never seen anyone kill a god king or sky immortal with a huge cannon in their lives. First Madame Lin Jiqing frowned slightly. She looked at the retreating foreign races with a worried expression. We've consumed 40% of our resources. Little Violet said. If they attack again, we will lose the support of our resources. Moreover, we only managed to kill 6 of their god kings by catching them off guard. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to kill them the next time they attack. As a demon immortal, Little Violet knew how strong a sky immortal was. Similarly, she had never imagined that a huge cannon could kill a god king or sky immortal. While it was inconceivable, she was even more grateful for her choice. It's a pity that the divine martial cannon consumes too many resources. Lin Jiqing was worried but also excited. A total of 6 god kings had died under her command. Even though it was somewhat dishonorable, no one would say anything. Hubby is right. This divine martial cannon can only be used as a deterrent. It might not work the second time. Back when Lin Fei took out the divine martial cannon, Lin Jiqing did not believe it. Who would have thought that it would kill 6 god kings just like that? Yeah. Little Purple also nodded. Even if it's an empire, I'm afraid the empire will be destroyed. Little Violet was in charge. She knew better than anyone the power of the divine martial cannon. It was like a trump card. Anyone hit by it would die without a doubt. On the city walls, the half-step sky immortals and itinerant immortals were also stunned by the result. With the appearance of the divine martial cannon, it seemed that from now on, god kings and sky immortals would no longer be high and mighty. The mountain gate array was powerful, but it was far from being as powerful as the divine martial cannon. Look at how much the god kings had to pay. The foreign races are gathering again. After the first attack, they were battered and exhausted. The second attack had begun. This time, the god kings seemed to be smarter. They no longer charged and allowed the foreign races to attack, attempting to use cannon fodder to tear apart their defense line. It's time to get serious. The divine martial cannon's killing power was shocking, but it consumed too much energy. It could only deter the god kings, preventing them from acting rashly. Roar! Suddenly, a huge black vortex formed in the sky above the myth city. Then, one giant dragon after another flew out of the vortex. At this moment, the dragon race had arrived. With a single movement of its body, the gigantic dragon tore apart countless foreign races or crushed them into powder. Chapter 720. Damn it, Demon Lin actually set up a large-scale teleportation formation and lured the dragon race over. Seeing the dragon race's giant dragon appear, the water demon god king was dealt a huge blow. Once the dragon race appeared, the gap between them would be shortened rapidly. This would affect the battle. The situation was bad. If it was any other time, they might not care too much about it. However, the losses just now were too heavy. 6 god kings had died, and the impact was huge. In addition to the pitch-black cannons, it was really too dangerous. The moment they were distracted, it would be very bad for them. The giant dragon had come at the wrong time. The blood cannon's attack speed was too fast. Once it attacked, they didn't think they could block it. It was like having a huge blade above their heads. They didn't know when it would slash down, and they would be one of the unlucky ones. The alien race god kings had misgivings and didn't dare to act rashly. Previously, they wanted the alien race army to exhaust Myth City's strength and take down the blood cannon so they could remove this bomb. But now that the dragon race had appeared, it was even more difficult. If they had attacked with all their strength, they wouldn't have missed such a good opportunity. But they didn't dare to take the risk. The 6 god kings had died as an example. They felt a chill in their hearts. Retreat. The water demon god king gave the order bitterly. He could only swallow this bitter pill. At this moment, he regretted not attacking. If he had attacked and destroyed the blood cannon, he wouldn't have been so afraid now. For now, the water demon god king could only retreat. With just 10 god kings, taking down Myth City wasn't easy. They also had to be careful of the blood cannon at all times. If they were distracted, their combat strength would be affected. We can only support them. On the city wall, the retreat of the alien race surprised Long Badian. Huh? Why are there only 10 god kings left? Didn't they say that there were 16? Long Badian had obviously heard that the alien race had sent god kings to attack Myth City. He didn't believe that the god kings would leave midway. There were indeed fewer god kings now. No, there's the aura of fallen god kings. Long Badian's eyes widened as he looked at Lin Jiqing in shock. You killed 6 god kings? Dragon race leader, you have good eyes. You even saw through this. Lin Jiqing heaved a sigh of relief. With the dragon race's help, the pressure was reduced. How is that possible? Long Badian was very surprised. There were only 2 heavenly immortals in Myth City. Moreover, both of them were Yao beasts. How could they possibly kill off 6 divine kings? That was simply too unrealistic. Even their dragon race would need to spend a very long time and effort in order to kill off 6 divine kings. Dragon tribe leader, please look at this. Lin Jiqing generously displayed the Shenwu cannon. You're saying that the cannon was used to kill the god king? Long Badian was shocked. Using a cannon to kill the god king? He suddenly frowned as he sensed a terrifying aura from within. What a terrifying aura. Is this a cannon powered by resources? That's right. We relied on this to catch a god king off guard. Lin Jiqing didn't want to hide the fact that the divine martial cannon had been revealed. She might as well say it openly. Sooner or later, everyone would know about it. Long Badian was shocked. Even though they thought highly of Lin Fei, they didn't expect him to have such a heaven-defying weapon. He could imagine that the God King would definitely be caught off guard by these cannons. This Shenwu cannon could only be used as a deterrent. Even if it worked the first time, it might not work the second time. No wonder the foreign race's God Kings didn't attack. They were scared off by the Shenwu cannon. Long Badian finally understood, this is a good name. It killed 6 God Kings in one go. The name of the Shenwu cannon will spread throughout the continent. If you guys didn't come, there would have been a bloody battle. Lin Jiqing was very grateful. The foreign race's army swept through the various sections. Our dragon race has the marine race to block them. They won't be able to attack for a short period of time. However, there are still some small problems. Long Badian said, with our dragon race here, the foreign race's god kings won't dare to attack for a short period of time. Moreover, with such a heaven-defying weapon like yours, you have unknowingly frightened them. On the other side, God King Hao Tian was leading an army to attack a sect. He was nearing the end and was about to take it down. What? We lost another 6 god kings? A piece of bad news spread over. God King Hao Tian twitched and was about to spit out blood. In a short period of time, God Kings died one after another. He couldn't even vent his anger anymore. Originally, God King Hao Tian would be in a good mood after taking down a sect. But when he heard this news, it was like a bucket of cold water was poured on his head. After hearing the entire story, God King Hao Tian cursed Lin Fan to his ancestors. He was practically their nemesis. Therefore, he was even more vicious in his attacks, killing 6 of their god kings in one go. Did he really think that the god kings of the foreign races were like cabbages that could be found anywhere and could be killed as he pleased? Such a thing not only made God King Hao Tian even angrier, but at the same time, he wanted to take down Myth City. If he didn't, who knew what would happen? More importantly, he was worried that once Lin Fan returned, such cannons would appear and affect them even more. He had to be careful. Take down the sect quickly. God King Hao Tian couldn't wait to charge over. He couldn't stay here any longer. From his point of view, the Myth City was the #1 enemy. If the might of the heaven-defying cannons were to spread out, the major sects would have to hold back for fear of harming the innocent. If the sects set up these cannons, they would definitely be a threat and wouldn't dare to be as unbridled as they were now. Under the command of godly King Hao Tian, the work that originally required a few hours was completed in 2 hours. He left behind a godly king and led the rest of the godly kings towards the Myth City with surging killing intent. After Water Demon God King retracted his troops, he didn't send out any more. The appearance of the dragon race and the presence of the God Martial Cannon made him wary. If he was held back and used the God Martial Cannon, they might lose a few God Kings. It wasn't worth it at all. Even if he lost face, Water Demon God King still sent out a distress signal and waited for the army to arrive. In the evening, God King Hao Tian brought people over. His face was really dark and everyone could sense a suppressed aura. They didn't dare to say a single word. "You have disappointed me," God King Hao Tian said disappointedly. Godly King Hao Tian said in disappointment. In order to take down the Myth City, he specially transferred 15 godly kings over, hoping that it would be easy to successfully take down the Myth City. But in the end, you came and went, and 6 godly kings were killed. What face do you have to come and see me? Water Demon God King lowered his head. He no longer had the high spirits from before. Under Myth City's attack, he was mostly gone. I underestimated Myth City. Water Demon God King lowered his head. I will take responsibility for this. Now that things have come to this, it's useless to say anything else. God King Hao Tian was very angry. Things had come to this. What else could he do? I brought 5 God Kings. This is my limit. Otherwise, it will affect the next attack. Myth City's thing that worries us the most is their God Martial Cannon. Water Demon God King's eyes were filled with killing intent. According to my calculations, they can only use the cannon once. Myth City doesn't have that many resources to use. After retreating, the Water Demon God King continued to research, and he finally managed to figure out something. They don't dare to use the God Martial Cannon. We will force them to use it. God King Hao Tian looked at Myth City. Pass my order. Let the self-destructing bats go up. Water Demon God King slapped his head. He had indeed been frightened. Myth City only had so many people. If they used up all of them, they had to use the God Martial Cannon. The God Kings are going to attack. On the city wall, the people didn't relax. The God Kings of the alien races wouldn't take this lying down. Swish. 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 Black shadows filled the sky. They were 2 to 3 meters in size. Before they even got close to the city wall, they exploded, creating a storm that sent the martial artists on the city wall flying. Be careful. These are the bats of the alien races. They are good at self-destruction. Someone recognized them immediately. Kill. The martial artists on the city wall weren't stupid. They took out their immortal artifacts and killed these self-destructing bats. Even so, the martial artists were still heavily injured. The bats covered the sky and the ground. There were so many of them that no one knew how many there were. They are going to use up all of our people. Lin Jiqing hit the nail on the head and saw through the King of Gods conspiracy. Myth City had a limited population. Once all the martial artists died, it would be an empty city. Races like the alien races were numerous. They didn't have to worry about their numbers being used up. Their god kings don't want to fight us, but we want to fight them. Long Beishan's eyes were sharp. He was ready to fight and force them to fight. Kill. Over 100 gigantic dragons rushed out of the myth city in a grandiose manner. They were like a magnificent army, and wherever their powerful dragon breath passed by, a large portion of the self-destructing bat race would be annihilated. They tore open a gap and charged toward the god kings that were millions of miles away. The army doesn't move. Let's go fight the strongest race in the continent. This battle was unavoidable. The dragon race was already here. Kill. 16 god kings attacked together and attacked the dragon race. Genesis Splitter. Although the hundreds of giant dragons weren't sky immortals, they were still very strong. At this moment, all of them worked together. With Long Badian as the leader, their terrifying aura swept through the bats. Slash. Emperor Pangu's giant axe chopped down. The night was as bright as day. Formation. God King Hao Tian wasn't afraid. The 16 god kings got into formation as well. Their auras surged into the sky. All of their strength was condensed into one. A rainbow pierced through the sky and punched over. Boom! A terrifying hurricane swept in all directions. Everything within 1,000,000 miles was razed to the ground. 8-divisional pagoda, dragon god blessing. Long Badian took out the 8-divisional pagoda. In the horizon, there seemed to be a long roar that soared into the sky. Under the vortex, a giant dragon swooped down. The domineering aura shot towards the Haotian God King. Chapter 721. P.S. Thank you to Wind Demon of the Middle Demon for the tip. Hahaha, Long Badian is only so-so. The battle between Long Badian and Divine King Hao Tian could be said to be earth-shattering. The sky changed color and the vast sky was in tatters. Boundless void was torn apart and astral winds blew past. As Long Badian was sent flying, godly King Hao Tian seized the opportunity and executed a supreme divine art in an attempt to kill him on the spot. The dragon race was known as the #1 race in the continent. They were born strong, but their cultivation speed was too slow. Hundreds of giant dragons worked together to cast Genesis but still couldn't stop Hao Tian. A total of 16 god kings with extraordinary combat strength. Boom! After Hao Tian destroyed Long Beishan's formation, he followed up. Lin Jiqing decisively gave the order to attack. The cannon landed on Hao Tian's body. At this moment, something strange happened. Hao Tian's body was covered in a layer of light. The Shenwu cannon's attack was reflected and landed on the sky above Myth City. In an instant, Myth City suffered countless casualties and wails. Humph, surprised right? I expected it, but you only used one cannon. Hao Tian was prepared. He shook his head regretfully. Holy Mother Fist. Hao Tian ignored him. His aura surged into the sky as he punched. A giant Holy Mother, with her will, sent Long Badian flying again. The heaven-splitting earth-splitting array collapsed. The god kings worked together. They were all god kings and sky immortals. In terms of combat strength, the dragon race couldn't compare to them. At the start, they were evenly matched. But as time went on, their disadvantage was revealed and they were defeated. Unfortunately, I didn't kill you on the spot. Hao Tian swept his gaze over and was somewhat disappointed. The #1 race in the continent wasn't so easy to kill. He summoned the Holy Mother's will and still couldn't kill him, only heavily injuring him. The only relief was that Long Badian couldn't be an obstacle anymore. That punch just now had injured Long Badian and the other dragons. It was no longer a threat to them. Hao Tian is too strong. He can even receive the Holy Mother's will. Long Badian was heavily injured and couldn't activate the formation. First, madam, I will protect you. Long Badian had underestimated God King Haotian and the formation in their hands. If not for that, they wouldn't have lost so quickly. Just because Long Badian couldn't stop them didn't mean he couldn't take them away. No. Lin Jiqing rejected. My husband has handed the Myth City to me, and I will guard it until the very last moment. I definitely won't disappoint him. First Madam, where there's life, there's hope. Long Badian added. You don't have to persuade me anymore. I've made up my mind. Lin Jiqing showed an unprecedented firmness. Long Badian did not expect First Madam Lin Jiqing to be so resolute. If First Madam doesn't leave, the Dragon Clan won't leave either. The Dragon King has ordered us to protect you. Even if we die, we will persevere. Kill. Long Badian activated the 8-divisional pagoda and charged forward again. At the same time, demonic immortal Little Purple and the flaming lizard rushed up to resist godly King Hao Tian. Divine King Hao Tian, who was using his secret technique, was simply too strong. Even Long Badian, who was in the formation, was not a match for him, let alone now that the formation was not present. Bang, 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 3 figures flew out and crashed into the Myth City, turning it into a pile of ruins. Godly King Hao Tian was not in a hurry. Today, no one can stop this king's determination to destroy your Myth City. Paying such a huge price for a Myth City was unacceptable to godly King Hao Tian. It would be hard to explain to the Holy Mother. Losing 11 godly kings was too great a loss. At this moment, godly King Hao Tian was invincible. Attack! With a command, the foreign race army swarmed over. First Madam, they are forcing us to use the divine martial cannon. The foreign race army came from all directions. It was obvious that they wanted to force Lin Jiqing to make a decision. Attack! Lin Jiqing was decisive. They had to fight sooner or later, so she had no choice but to use it. Swish, swish, swish on the city wall, terrifying light beams exploded among the foreign race army, engulfing a large number of them and turning them into ashes. Godly King Hao Tian looked at the unremarkable divine martial cannon and a strange look flashed in his eyes. When they destroyed the Myth City, such a sharp weapon would definitely belong to the foreign race. At that time, they would use the divine martial cannon to attack the human sections. Ha ha ha. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Godly King Hao Tian delayed Long Badian and the others, allowing the army to sweep over like a flood and completely destroy the Myth City. Without the threat of the divine martial cannon, the Myth City no longer had anything to fear. The most serious moment was about to begin. Kill. Lin Jiqing wore a set of red battle armor and was the first to attack with an immortal sword in hand. Her strength was at the 9 tribulation scattered immortal level. Coupled with her equipment, her combat strength was at the half-step heaven immortal level. Bang, 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 with a slash of her sword light shredded hundreds of foreign race soldiers. The foreign race soldiers surged over and landed on the Myth City. Be it the streets, the inner city, or the outer city, there were foreign race soldiers everywhere as they started a bloody battle. Weak humans, in front of our foreign race army, you are just a bunch of helpless lambs. Godly King Hao Tian shook them off once again. Looking at the one-sided situation, he said, after killing Demon Lin's woman, I think Demon Lin must be in so much pain that he would rather die. I am really looking forward to it. Godly King Hao Tian's eyes landed on Lin Jiqing. He raised his hand and slapped down. It covered the sky and covered the sun. The martial artists and foreign race soldiers below were all crushed into pieces. This palm was enough to kill Demon Lin's woman. You demonic immortal, how dare you spoil my plans? The fatal palm was blocked by demonic immortal Little Violet, who returned to her original body. Big Madam, let's go. Little Violet's huge body was torn apart. Half of her body was gone and she was on the verge of collapsing. Purple flames burned and filled the sky. The flames tore apart the foreign race's blockade and flew out. You want to escape from my hands? Do you think that you are Demon Lin? Godly King Hao Tian was unnatural. He reached out with his giant hand and appeared in the sky above Little Violet. He smiled and slapped down, go to hell. Madam. When they saw those scenes, everyone cried out in despair. No one could block godly King Hao Tian's palm, and no one could block it. He used all of his strength and wanted to kill Demon Lin's woman along with the demon immortal. Just as Madame was about to die, a giant whirlpool appeared and swallowed both of them, causing godly King Hao Tian's attack to miss. Who is going against me? Scram out. Godly King Hao Tian's gaze was cold. He wanted to grab the person and smash him into pieces. Behind the whirlpool was a small monster which caused everyone's jaws to drop. Hairball, City Lord Lin's hairball. Someone exclaimed. Die. Godly King Hao Tian's expression changed. He failed consecutively and his rage turned into embarrassment. He slapped towards Hairball, who was in the air. Godly King, to think that you would bully a small fellow. The cold voice was like a nightmare, ringing in the air above everyone. After that, a figure appeared in front of Harry Ball, forcefully blocking an attack from Haotian God King. Chapter 722. The moment he said that, there was silence. The alien race warriors were all stunned. Someone dared to say such things to the God King? That person must be tired of living. Demon Lin is back. One of the alien race warriors shouted in a trembling voice. The alien race warriors who were mocking Lin Fan for overestimating himself instantly revealed expressions of fear and unease. Demon Lin's name had become a taboo amongst the alien race. Usually, no one was willing to mention it. Anyone who dared to do so would definitely suffer. Today, the death of 6 God Kings was no different from boosting Demon Lin's prestige. Who didn't know that the Divine Martial Cannon was created by Demon Lin? They had personally witnessed the Divine Martial Cannon shoot down God Kings like they were mosquitoes. How could the alien race warriors not be shocked when they saw Demon Lin appear? At this moment, Demon Lin's name was like a nightmare in their hearts. They were so frightened that they didn't dare to attack. He could even block one attack from the God King. His physical defense was just too strong. They were humans after all. Compared to the alien race's disappointment and unease, the humans exploded with joy. The sky above Myth City was one. In their hearts, City Lord Lin was like a god to them. No matter where or when, as long as City Lord Lin appeared, they believed that there was no threshold they couldn't cross. They were instantly filled with boundless fighting spirit. Kill. Kill all the alien races. The alien race warriors were in a daze. This gave the human race a chance to explode with unprecedented confidence. Once the human race exploded, they were a cohesive force. On one side, they were united because of Lin Fei's appearance. On the other side, they were frightened by a single name. At least 20% of their combat strength was gone and they didn't have the will to fight anymore. God King Hao Tian's face froze. Although the alien race warriors below had yet to fully collapse, there were already signs. If this dragged on, things wouldn't be good. Lin Fei, not killing you back then is the last thing I regret. God King Hao Tian looked at Lin Fei and said regretfully. Your alien race didn't come to the continent and use the human race as resources to restore your holy mother. You might not regret it today. Lin Fei stared at God King Hao Tian, but you shouldn't have attacked my woman. Today, all of you shall stay here. Heaven connecting divine tower. From the moment he learned that the outsiders had begun their counterattack, Lin Fei hadn't stopped at all. He had raised his strength to the limit, and out of fear of danger, he had asked Hairball to return first. It was fortunate that he had made such a decision, or else he would regret it for the rest of his life. As soon as the heavenly divine pagoda appeared, the sky darkened as if it was night and day. Bang, 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 countless non-humankind warriors died in an instant. It's still not certain who will kill who. Godly King Hao Tian was ready to risk it all. He did not believe that a single Lin Fei would be stronger than all of them combined. Today, only one of them would survive. Holy Mother Divine Fist. At this moment, Godly King Hao Tian unleashed his strongest fist technique. He summoned an unparalleled will and smashed it onto the heaven-reaching God Tower. The Tong Tian Divine Pagoda was a supreme treasure, but when faced with such a powerful attack, it swayed for a moment. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on godly King Hao Tian, and his movements were greatly restricted. A divine sword flew out from behind Lin Fei. With a slash, the Jingguang danced in the air and transformed into a huge golden scissors, cutting towards Heavenly King Hao Tian. Crack! Heavenly King Hao Tian's formation collapsed. This scissor landed right on the flaw of the formation, using force to break force, breaking the secret technique that divine King Hao Tian had formed. How did you know the flaw of this secret technique? Demon Lin had broken their formation. The one who found it the hardest to accept was Heavenly King Hao Tian. Even Long Badian was unable to break the formation, but Demon Lin did it just like that. I said that none of you can leave today. Lin Fei stepped forward and waved his divine sword. The river of swords swept over, vast and boundless. Everywhere it passed, the sword will would surge and the sword light would shoot out. When the sword light landed on the bodies of the warriors of the foreign races, their bodies were shredded into pieces. There was no chance of survival. It was unknown how many warriors of the foreign races were killed. Just like that, the 10,000-foot sword river crushed towards them with an invincible might. The suppression of the Heaven Ascension Divine Pagoda caused their movements to be greatly restricted. They were unable to leave the area of suppression in an instant. The Sword Chi River gushed over, the God Kings fell into the Sword River one after another. Just like that, those powerful existences of the foreign races were swept away and torn into pieces, falling into the Sword River. One godly king died. 2 godly kings died. The extremely strong godly kings were killed just like that in the Sword River. At that moment, Lin Fei was like an invincible god of war. His gaze was cold and it sent shivers down the godly king's spines. Heavenly King Hao Tian, you are one of them. I mean what I say. Heavenly King Hao Tian had always felt that the 4 godly kings were killed because of Lin Fei's sneak attack. He had never expected that Lin Fei's combat strength would exceed the limit and wipe them out with one move. Impossible. You are a heaven immortal and so am I. How can your combat strength be so strong? Seeing the godly kings die one after another, Heavenly King Hao Tian was furious. The godly kings nurtured by the Holy Mother weren't as strong as the 10 godly kings, but they were still godly kings and heaven immortals. When did they become so weak that they could be killed? Heavenly King Hao Tian, run! The water demon godly king was scared out of his wits. The golden sword river swept over with a sharp aura that wanted to kill everything. No matter what, he couldn't block it. His mind was blank. They didn't notice that the essence of the godly kings who were killed by the golden sword intent kept entering Lin Fei's body. The golden sword river became even more resplendent. Water elemental world. The water demon godly king swept up Heavenly King Hao Tian and turned into a black river. He ignored the Tong Tian divine pagoda's suppression and escaped. He appeared millions of miles away and fled in a panic. How could Lin Fei let a godly king escape? Heaven-splitting finger. A finger that was tens of thousands of feet long shot out of the void and stabbed into the Black River. Above the Black River, the water demon godly king appeared. He struggled and exploded. I won't die. His voice stopped. Swish. 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 The golden river swept towards the alien army. The black army fell into the Sword River. Almost all of them died in the Sword River. Only a few alien soldiers survived. Cough, cough. Long Badian swallowed his saliva, his eyes wide open. Too awesome. He killed a godly king with one sword. He can be called the number 1 in the continent. Long Badian knew that he had bet on the right treasure. Whoosh, a wave of energy descended from the sky and landed on Long Badian. He felt like he was bathing in the spring wind. He felt refreshed and all the injuries he had suffered before were instantly healed. Thank you, Dragon King, for your gift. Long Badian said sincerely. Stay here and guard the Myth City. Lin Fei tore open the void and entered. I didn't expect Lord Dragon King's strength to increase so much at such a critical moment. I'm afraid the war between the alien races is about to come to an end. Long Badian looked at Lin Fei's back. As long as those godly kings don't get into a formation, none of them are Lord Dragon King's match. Fortunately, they made the best of it. Otherwise, the dragon race, wife, you've suffered. In the void, Lin Fei said with heartache. Lin Jiqing was wearing her battle armor. She looked valiant and heroic. Her face was filled with a happy smile. It's my duty. Lin Fei hugged Lin Jiqing in his arms. It's all over. The alien races are proud of their godly kings. I'll kill them all and kill my way to their lair. I'll destroy the Holy Mother and bring peace to the continent. After his overall strength increased, the difference between Lin Fei and celestial immortals kept increasing. It was already one-sided. The only thing that Lin Fei was afraid of was the Holy Mother of the alien races. She was the real boss. Lin Fei didn't believe that the Holy Mother still had the battle power to end the war between the alien races and restore peace to the continent after devouring those godly kings. Really? Really? It's more real than real gold. When the time comes, we'll roam the world. Don't lie. Enlighten Zhang, you traitor. I'll get rid of you first. In the sky above the Divine Sword School, the battle continued. The alien warriors and the disciples of the Divine Sword School fought fiercely. The elders of the Elder Council suffered heavy casualties. The Divine Sword School was in a sea of fire. Corpses were strewn everywhere. The battle was still going on. Enlightened Zhang Yi was covered in blood. He blocked the Great Elder's sword. There's nothing wrong with cooperating with the alien races. The continent will fall into their hands sooner or later anyway. Isn't it suitable? It's better than your sect being destroyed. Senior brother, let's kill him first. Let's completely destroy the Divine Sword School. Enlightened gentleman killed an elder and rushed forward. He laughed loudly as he attacked the Great Elder. Only by destroying the Divine Sword School can we have a foothold among the alien races. No matter how one looked at it, the Divine Sword School was already an arrow at the end of its flight. They wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. The experts and elders were dead. In addition, the 5 godly kings had joined forces. They practically swept through the entire Divine Sword School. Is the Divine Sword School really going to be destroyed by my hands today? The Great Elder's injuries weren't light. Call the Sword God out. I know he's definitely here. The Great Elder knew better than anyone that the disaster today was actually instigated by the Sword God. Even before he died, the Great Elder wanted to get rid of the Sword God, this scourge. You don't have to call. I don't mind telling you that young Master Sword God has already gone to kill Lin Fei. Enlightened gentleman said proudly. I'm afraid he's already killed Lin Fei. It's a pity that you won't be able to see him. Cough, the Great Elder coughed up a mouthful of blood. That's impossible. Alliance Master Lin's strength is tyrannical. Sword God is but a defeated opponent under his sword. How can he be a match for him? Ha ha ha, you're quite smart. However, what do you think young Master Sword God and the 4 godly kings will do? Enlightened gentleman's sword art was sharp. He kept attacking the Great Elder. PFFF, the Great Elder lost his composure. How despicable. You won't have a good ending. Wrong? It should be your Divine Sword School. You've heard so much. You can accompany them now. Enlightened Zhang Ye's sword light was resplendent. Chapter 723. Grand Elder is right. You won't have a good ending. I can guarantee that. As the cold voice fell, a tyrannical force descended from the sky and tore apart Enlightened Master Zhang Ye's sword, disintegrating the attack. The terrifying aura sent the 2 of them flying. They crashed into a mountain in the Divine Sword School. The mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. Rocks flew everywhere. Countless foreign race warriors met with misfortune. Grand Elder, are you all right? A man and a woman appeared near the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder knew that he couldn't stop the 2 of them. He wanted to drag them down with him. He was shocked when he heard the voice. Alliance leader Lin Lin, you're back. The Grand Elder realized that he had called her wrongly. He quickly corrected himself. Weren't you killed by the Divine Sword School? We'll talk about this later. I'll go clean them up first. When did the Divine Sword School let them run wild here? They all deserve to die. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He went straight to the 5 foreign race godly kings who were fighting not far away. First Madam, how can this be? The 5 godly kings joined hands and defeated our elders. The Grand Elder exclaimed. He wanted to help. How could Lin Fei fight against 5 godly kings alone? He should at least help. Lin Jiqing stopped him and smiled. Grand Elder, don't worry. The foreign race godly kings are nothing in his hands. Grand Elder probably doesn't know that godly King Hao Tian and the other godly kings have already died in the hands of the alliance leader. The first elder's body trembled, and he cried out involuntarily, How is this possible? The Grand Elder couldn't accept this news. A moment later, his eyes widened. He saw that wherever Lin Fei passed, sword intent pervaded the air. The foreign race warriors exploded one after another. No one could stop him. The foreign race itinerant immortals and foreign race half-step celestial immortals died one after another. The 5 god kings of the foreign races were sent flying by Lin Fei's sword. The tough bodies of the foreign races exploded one after another. This was the unparalleled sword intent. Their tough defenses were nothing but a joke right now. Bang bang bang, another sword strike. The violent sword intent cut the god king in half at the waist. The god king couldn't even use fleshly rebirth as he was shredded into pieces by the sword intent. He died just like that. The first elder was dumbfounded. If it was a one-on-one fight, the first elder believed that Lin Fei would be able to win. But if it was a 1-on-5 fight, Lin Fei would be able to sweep through the alien god kings and kill them all. Enlightened Master Zhang Yi and enlightened gentlemen rushed out from the pile of pebbles. When they saw the divine king being killed, their minds went blank. Clearly, they were unable to digest this scene. Lin Fei had actually killed 5 god kings with a single sword strike. It was as if the heavens were playing a joke on them. The enlightened Zhang Yi and the enlightened gentleman were certain that Lin Fei would not be able to return. He would either be killed or banished to the depths of the starry sky. There was no other choice. However, when Lin Fei appeared in front of them once again and swept through the god kings like a god, all they were left with was boundless fear. They had lost count of how many times they cursed in their hearts. He's still not dead? There's no justice in the world. The 2 of them were scared out of their wits. They immediately tore open the void and prepared to escape. Don't go. The first elder was furious when he saw the 2 of them. How many elders had died in their hands? How could he let the 2 of them leave? Lin Fei's speed was faster than them. The invincible sword turned into a beam of light and slashed at the void. A large area of the void collapsed, and 2 figures were forced out of the void. The 2 of you have committed a massacre in the Divine Sword School. Don't you want to leave something behind? Lin Fei walked forward step by step. If there was no Divine Sword School, he would not be here today. Now that the Divine Sword School had been destroyed to this extent, Lin Fei had a belly full of anger that needed to be vented. He would not let the 2 of them leave this place. They must pay the price for the massacre here. Alliance Master Lin, you killed the alien god kings. I advise you to admit defeat. Enlightened Master Zhang Yi scratched his head. He could not believe that the other party's strength had increased to such an extent in such a short time. There are dozens of god kings in total. You can't defeat them. They were enlightened Master Zhang Yi's only reliance. Pooh! A beam of sword light flew over. Enlightened Master Zhang Yi cried out in pain as his left arm flew off. The wound was enveloped by a force, unable to regenerate. Hee, you still know how to threaten me. Lin Fei found it funny. I don't mind telling you that the number of god kings that died in my hands has already exceeded 20. That's impossible. Enlightened Master Zhang Ye's expression changed. He thought about the god kings he killed just now. Could it be that he really killed 20 god kings? Could it be that god king Hao Tian is also dead? Don't worry. You will soon follow in his footsteps. I gave you a chance back then, but you didn't know how to cherish it. You colluded with the alien god kings and harmed your alliance. After killing you, I will personally go to Celestial Gate and destroy your Celestial Gate's inheritance. Enlightened Master Zhang Yi suddenly raised his head. His face was filled with malevolence. Gentlemen, leave quickly. This sect master will fight it out with him. A violent energy was released from Enlightened Master Zhang Ye's body. He was preparing to self-destruct. He wanted to take Lin Fei down with him. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Stubborn. A surge of energy that was even thicker than Enlightened Master Zhang Ye's came crashing down. Enlightened Master Zhang Ye's energy was instantly disintegrated. It was like a huge wave suppressing a small wave. Pooh! Enlightened Master Gentleman's right arm flew off. He didn't even have time to prepare to escape. Lin Fei, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the Upper Realm Elder will definitely hunt you down. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you can forget about surviving. Enlightened Master Gentleman's face was pale as he spoke in a sonorous voice. Lin Fei was no longer afraid of being bitten by lice. Sword God said the same thing. Even the almighty beings of the upper realm came personally to kill me. Unfortunately, they couldn't kill me. So what if it's your Celestial Gate Elder? Lin Fei laughed. For a despicable person like you, it's better to send you to hell, lest you go around scheming and scheming. Don't kill me. Enlightened Master Gentleman shouted. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. His body suddenly exploded, and a huge force swept over. Runes flew out and disappeared into the void. Damn you, Lin Fei. The runes wrapped around Enlightened Master Gentleman's primordial spirit. I need to seize your body and be reborn as soon as possible. Once my strength is restored, I'll wipe out your entire clan. In order to severely injure Lin Fei, Enlightened Master Gentleman did not hesitate to self-destruct to escape. This was his only way. Lin Fei was too tyrannical. He was like an insurmountable mountain. Throughout his life, Lin Fei had always been like a mountain pressing down on his head. Gentlemen, you're a despicable person. You're truly full of schemes and schemes. A figure blocked Enlightened Master Gentleman's path in the void. You would have succeeded if it were an ordinary person. How are you still alive? Enlightened Master Gentleman roared. He should have been able to block his self-destruction. Chapter 724. In the void, astral winds howled, tearing everything apart. Lin Fei just stood in the void, letting the endless astral winds fall on him and bounce him away. 3 years ago, you used the power of the sacred fetus to kill me and failed. 3 years later, you were killed by my sword. You are beyond redemption. Why bother? The past appeared one by one with the wind. In this world, strength is always the most important. Schemes and tricks are nothing more than this. Lin Fei kept his divine sword, his gaze firm. I must kill without mercy. Tearing open the void, Lin Fei returned to the God of Sword sect. The sudden self-destruction of Daoist gentlemen had a great impact. Lin Fei destroyed a part of the force, but the rest affected the God of Sword sect, affecting many disciples. Lin Fei took out the worldly furnace and captured the fleeing foreign tribe warriors. In a short while, he collected the invading foreign tribe warriors. Even the godly king was no match for them, let alone the foreign tribe warriors. You didn't let that despicable person escape, did you? Great Elder asked anxiously. Daoist gentleman, who had always been one of the top 10 prodigies in front of everyone, was such a despicable person. On the surface, he begged for mercy, but secretly self-destructed. It really caught everyone off guard. If he succeeded, he would harm many people in the future. Don't worry, he's dead. Lin Fei said. Such a despicable person deserves to die. Lin Jiqing's gaze was cold. Many things were instigated by Taoist gentlemen. For example, he came to attack the God of Sword sect under the order of the God of Sword. At the mention of the God of Sword, Great Elder regretted. How did the sect cultivate such a person? In the end, he still harmed the sect. Great Elder, the God of Sword is also dead. I've already killed him for the sect. No matter what, I'm still a part of the God of Sword sect, Lin Fei said. Good, good, good. Good kill. Then I'm relieved. If I wasn't deceived, today's disaster wouldn't have happened. Great Elder seemed to recall something. Alliance Master, the God of Sword sect's crisis has been eliminated. Hurry up and rescue the other sections. Don't let the godly king succeed. Lin Fei nodded. Good. It's time for the foreign tribe to get out of the continent. He turned to Lin Jiqing and said, You're careful. You worry too much about the matters here. I will. Just like that, Lin Fei charged towards the second location. Now that the godly kings had dispersed, this was undoubtedly an opportunity for Lin Fei. If he missed this opportunity, it would not be easy anymore. Senior brother is mighty. Senior brother is mighty. Before they left, everyone in the Divine Sword School, regardless of whether they were injured or not, shouted. Their voices reverberated in the huge mountain gate. Lin Fei's faith branch continued to increase. Who would have thought that Alliance leader Lin would advance so quickly? He has already taken such a huge step forward. In this world, he is definitely number one. Great Elder watched Lin Fei's departing figure. In this world, there was already no one who could resist his divine might. The next place Lin Fei went to was the Ice Palace. The Ice Palace was also facing great pressure. There were also 5 god kings here, which meant that the Ice Palace was worthy of using 5 god kings. The Ice Palace's situation was better than the Divine Sword sect's, but they might not be able to hold on for long. As Lin Fei charged out from outer space and killed a god king, the situation of the battle changed without a doubt. Ice Fairy, who was fighting the god kings in the snow, was also shocked. Alliance leader Lin is here. Even though the people of the Ice Palace had never seen Lin Fei before, Lin Fei's name was known by everyone in the continent. The female disciples of the Ice Palace also knew about him. Look, another god king has died. The female disciples in the crowd were all stunned by what they saw. Even the Ice Fairy was shocked at first, and then her cherry lips opened wide as she watched dumbfounded. 5 god kings were killed just like that in front of Alliance leader Lin. It was so easy that the entire Ice Palace was dumbfounded until he disappeared. Number 1. The group of Ice Palace elders said in unison. To kill so many god kings so quickly, if he wasn't number 1, then what was he? How could his strength advance by leaps and bounds? Ice Fairy allowed the snow to fall on her body. Back then, she could still fight with him, but not long later, he had already charged into the sky. Ice, don't be sad. Alliance leader Lin is a genius. I'm afraid the continent war is about to end. The Ice Palace master arrived and appeared beside Ice Fairy. Lin Fei's figure appeared in many places on the continent. In order to conquer the continent, the alien race army had sent out all their god kings, preparing to suppress the human race. But at this time, Lin Fei's strength improved greatly. Other than a few god kings nurtured by the Holy Mother, the rest were all killed, and Lin Fei's strength kept increasing. Lin Fei still spent 3 days to deal with the continent war. The remaining alien race warriors didn't chase after them. The human race would deal with them. Myth City. After killing the alien race experts, Lin Fei returned to Myth City. He didn't kill his way to the base of the alien race, Savage World, and let them gather. Daddy. Just as he returned to the City Lord Manor, a small figure flew over. A fragrance greeted him, and he hugged her head. Lele? Lin Fei was stunned. Lele could fly? And she could talk? Hey, there's a change in her bloodline. Lin Fei looked and suddenly understood. His strength had increased too quickly, and he had indirectly stimulated his daughter's bloodline. At such a young age, she already had considerable strength. Little princess, come out quickly. Little princess, where are you? It's dangerous outside. Soon, the sound of servants searching could be heard. Daddy, they're too bad. They won't let me play. The little girl raised her head pitifully. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could see that she would be a little devil in the future. He kissed her. Daddy, I'll play with you. Daddy, that's great. I want to go outside. The little girl pointed. Lin Fei hugged his daughter and flew into the sky. At the same time, he told the servants to stop searching. She was by his side. With a wave of his hand, the sky full of white clouds gathered, turning into a children's playground in his memory. In the city Lord Manor. Jean Feng was shocked. Since her daughter's bloodline was stimulated recently, she often couldn't find her. She was very worried. Second Madam, Miss is up there. So, everyone saw the scene of laughter in the sky. Little girl, really insensible. Jean Feng laughed and scolded. Unbeknownst to her, everyone else was relieved. This little princess was really a witch. At such a young age, she could already fly in the sky. Her aptitude was not ordinary. Not far away, the demon immortal Little Z let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't come to harm me. If she did, I would have lost all my feathers. At the same time, the alien tribes were completely defeated. All forces personally came to the mythical city. From far away, they saw such a warm scene. In addition to the warmth, there was more shock. Another evildoer. Like father, like daughter. Another fairy immortal. Seeing this scene, they were almost speechless. At such a young age, she completely defeated those geniuses. You. After Lin Fei came down, Jean Feng laughed and scolded. Bad guy, bad guy. The little girl was unhappy. She insisted on hugging her father and didn't want to go to her mother. Don't talk nonsense. Mom is a good person. Be obedient. Lin Fei kept a straight face. However, the little girl giggled and immediately lost her temper. Leave him with me. I will bring him over when the time comes. Kiss, the little girl kissed him happily. Lin Fei held the little girl like this. Even though he had been a father for some time, there were not many opportunities to hold her like this. It was said that daughters were clingy, even if they were lovers in their previous lives. Lin Fei felt that this saying was very reasonable. However, the little girl was too naughty. Her bloodline was stimulated. In the future, no one would be able to control her. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Congratulations, Alliance Leader Lin. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, everyone congratulated him. The little girl was white and red, crystal clear. Her body emitted a fragrance, which was released by the medicine. At the same time, a phantom of a long river appeared behind her. From afar, they knew that Alliance Leader Lin's daughter was extraordinary. Seeing it with their own eyes, they knew how terrifying her talent was. Sister, you're so beautiful. The little girl appeared in front of the ice fairy with a whoosh. She seemed to understand. I want to be a beauty in the future too. Lin Fei was speechless. Narcissistic at such a young age. He did not seem to be so narcissistic in the past. At this moment, the little loli had a destructive power. Even the usually cold ice fairy revealed a rare smile, like the first thaw of winter snow. Call me again. Sister will give you something good. The little girl was not timid at all. Sister, you are so beautiful. She stretched out her pink hands, which made people laugh. Brother Lin, your daughter is just like you. Tai walked over. Of course. I am so handsome. How can my daughter not be beautiful? Lin Fei was narcissistic. Tai said softly, I think I see the next brother Lin appear. Lin Fei was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. In reality, Tai had guessed correctly. A few years later, the little girl became the first she-devil on the continent. However, everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. She would always do such ridiculous things that people did not know what to say. In just a short while, the little loli had collected a large pile of gifts. Everyone thought that the little loli would not be able to accept them, but in the end, Furball flew out of the void and took all the gifts in one gulp. "Mau Mau, I will take you to eat." The little girl hugged Hairball and swayed out just like that. Lin Fei was shocked. When did Hairball get kidnapped? He did not treat Hairball badly. If Hairball knew, she would definitely say, "Your daughter is too powerful. If I did not play with her, she would cook me." Alliance leader Lin, it is all thanks to your help that we were able to escape danger. Chapter 725. P.S. Thanks to Li7894563321* for the tip. In the boundless void. A black warship flew across the void. Behind it were numerous warships. There was no end in sight. There were at least tens of thousands of warships. These were the human tribe's warships. Ever since Alliance leader Lin displayed his prowess by killing the foreign tribe's supreme being and cutting off their main force, the foreign tribe army began to crumble after losing their leader. The cultivators of the continent began to attack and kill the lone foreign tribe soldiers. On the southern battlefront, the headquarters of the foreign tribes were taken down one by one. The soldiers of the foreign tribes were reduced to ashes. With the death of the divine king, the morale of the human race soared. They were like a hot knife through butter, sweeping through everything. The alien army, whose morale had been shaken, collapsed one after another. Only those who had returned to the big world survived. After half a month of cleaning, there were no more foreign tribes on the continent. The passage to the foreign tribes' outside world was destroyed by the foreign tribes. It meant that they had lost their chance to return to the continent. The mysterious heavenly continent, which had been in chaos for a long time, finally regained its peace. The dark clouds dispersed, ushering in a sunny day. It was a long-awaited peace. To the mainland, the invasion of the outsiders could be said to have caused heavy losses. Who knew how many sects had lost their legacies because of this? How many sects had made the wrong choice and were wiped out? How many sects had risen because of this? After the continent regained its peace, the mysterious heavenly continent joined forces with the other outside worlds and began to liberate the worlds that were suppressed. A month later, they stepped onto the final battlefield, the savage wilderness world. Although the foreign tribe army had retreated and the supreme being was dead, the foreign tribes would always be a threat to the people of the various worlds. This was especially so for the Supreme Holy Mother. If she was not eliminated, they might repeat the same mistake in the future. As for whether there would be a great hero, no one knew. The Supreme Holy Mother must be killed. A Supreme Holy Mother who could nurture a supreme being at any time was undoubtedly a dangerous thing. Hence, the scene of the warships crossing the void and heading to the savage wilderness world. Only when the foreign tribes lost the Supreme Holy Mother could they truly relax and not worry about it. Boom! 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 One warship after another charged into a brown planet. Upon entering this world, the aura of desolation greeted them. Everywhere they passed by was barren land. Yellow sand danced in the air, causing sand and rocks to fly. Alliance leader, we've arrived. This is the savage great world. Countless warships hovered in the sky like a dark cloud, covering the sky and the sun. The savage world is truly desolate. Lin Fei stood at the bow of the ship. What entered his eyes was a stretch of desolation, and there was no sign of life. No wonder they want to keep invading. A single world really can't satisfy them. Now that Lin Fei was going to attack the Holy Mother's lair, he had to be there personally. Subconsciously, Lin Fei thought that the Holy Mother was the real strong existence of the other races. Unfortunately, when he killed the deity king, he forgot to leave her alive so that he could interrogate her. This was the first time they had come to the savage world. They had imagined that the foreign races would go all out to stop them from invading the savage world. Once they took over the savage world, the foreign races would be completely wiped out. However, the scene before them was very different from what they had imagined. The outsiders didn't attack. In fact, at a glance, there was no aura at all, as far as the eye could see. It seems that the foreign races plan to have a decisive battle with us. Tell them to fan out. Once they see the foreign race army, attack with the divine martial cannon. Don't give them any chance. Lin Fei smiled and gave the order. The people behind him twitched their eyes. They wanted to say, Alliance leader, why do we need to use the divine martial cannon to deal with these cannon fodders? It's too wasteful. Each of the elite warships was equipped with a divine martial cannon. In Lin Fei's words, since they were allies, he was selling them this weapon at a cheap price. Others could forget about it. Naturally, Lin Fei earned a lot of money. Unfortunately, they were still worried about how to get resources. The divine martial cannon was a bottomless pit. No matter how rich they were, they might not be able to afford it. The warships fanned out. As they went deeper and deeper, they didn't see any foreign races. It was as if they had disappeared without a trace, giving up on the savage world. The savage world was huge, even bigger than the mysterious heavenly mainland. However, it was very barren. At a glance, sand and stones flew everywhere, and there was no sign of life. Common plants and tree species were completely extinct in the savage great world, not a single trace of them to be found. The system was right. The foreign races are natural copies of locusts. Wherever they go, they will empty out everything. The savage world really fits the characteristics of the foreign races. Lin Fei thought in his heart. Half a day later. A huge golden castle suddenly appeared at the end of the world, together with a black mass of foreign race army. A murderous aura came from them. It turned out that the foreign races had already prepared for a big battle and were waiting in their base camp. There were so many foreign races that they formed a black mass. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a murderous aura shot up into the sky. Seeing such a large number of foreign races, everyone finally understood why Lin Fei suggested to bombard the foreign race army. At least it would save them a lot of trouble and reduce unnecessary casualties. This battle can only be won, not lost. Lin Fei's eyes were resolute. I'll leave the matters outside to you guys. Lin Fei came for the Holy Mother in this battle. Among those present, he was the only one who could fight the Holy Mother. If this scourge was not eliminated, the continent would not be peaceful. Ever since he had the bloodline of this world, Lin Fei had regarded himself as a person of this world. Those distant memories were buried deep in his mind, and he truly regarded himself as a part of the mysterious heavenly mainland. Alliance leader, don't worry. We will definitely kill them all outside. The demon master's murderous intent surged. This time, the demon's sect had suffered heavy losses. Attack! Lin Fei Zhong's voice was as loud as thunder, exploding in the sky. What followed was the sound of the foreign races attacking. The foreign races swarmed forward like a tide. Fire the divine martial cannon. In the face of such a large and innumerable foreign race army, the divine martial cannon showed its prowess. Boom! 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 Dazzling light beams tore through the void and exploded in the midst of the foreign race army, setting off monstrous waves of air. Under the waves of air, the bodies of the foreign races were torn apart, filling the sky with blood and water, falling into the dry yellow sand. The divine martial cannon is so powerful. Tai cheered loudly. Its power was domineering, but it consumed too much energy. Even he felt the pinch. For the foreign races, everything was worth it. Chapter 726. Boom! 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 The divine martial cannon was fired once again, landing in the midst of the alien army. It became the scythe of death that reaped the lives of the alien soldiers. Because of the suppression of the divine martial cannon, the alien army that blotted out the sky did not seem to be under so much pressure. It was as if they could not break through the blockade line under the divine martial cannon. The reaping beams of light swept across and interweaved into a giant net, dispersing the attacks of the alien army. On the warship, Lin Fei was relieved. He had asked them to buy the divine martial cannon because he was worried that the alien army would attack crazily. He had to guard against them. Looking at the current situation, he had done the right thing. The alien soldiers were different from humans. They were nurtured by the Holy Mother and were not hesitant to face death. As such, they were even more terrifying than humans. I'm going. Lin Fei left behind these words and rushed toward the Holy Mother's camp. The Holy Mother must be in the Golden Castle. Lin Fei transformed into a beam of sword light. Strands of sword intent turned into raindrops, darting out in the air. Every single drop of sword intent killed a non-humankind warrior. Pung! 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 Wherever Lin Fei passed, a vacuum would appear. Not a single non-humankind being could withstand his godly might. Open! A beam of sword light darted out, killing countless non-humankind beings. Boom! Boom! The golden castle shook, and Lin Fei tore a huge hole in it. Then, Lin Fei rushed in. There were still aliens guarding the golden castle, but they were not strong. Lin Fei killed his way in and did not leave a single one alive. He tried to interrogate a few aliens to find out the whereabouts of the Holy Mother, but they all said they knew nothing. My feeling can't be wrong. The Holy Mother must be here. Lin Fei knew that this was his only chance. If the Holy Mother was not here, it would be troublesome to find her. Back then, he could hide from the upper realm, let alone himself. This was his last chance. Lin Fei believed that the Holy Mother must have used up a lot of energy to hatch so many divine kings. She must have fallen into a deep sleep and would not wake up for a while. He did not believe that the Holy Mother did not need to use up energy. If that was the case, the Holy Mother would have recovered long ago and regained her former strength. Not up there, but I don't believe it's not down there. Sword light burst forth, riddling the castle with thousands of holes. The ground also began to cave in, and an underground world appeared. There were also secrets under the castle. There were many blood-red tunnels that extended in all directions. No one knew where they led to. There were no pagans down there, and no one was there. He had found the right person. The Virgin must be down there. He released his divine sense and began to search for the whereabouts of the Holy Mother. Looks like we still need to go further down. Lin Fei slashed open the ground with the divine sword in his hand, and continued to descend. After an unknown period of time, the ground below suddenly became empty, and a blazing hot aura rushed up. Whoosh, 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 red magma monsters emerged from the magma. Each of them had the strength of a loose immortal. With their unique abilities, they made one's scalp go numb. There's actually a volcano below. Lin Fei frowned. This result was unexpected, but he still decided to continue searching. Kill. Lin Fei continuously released his divine sense. At the same time, he charged towards one direction. These lava monsters were powerful, but they were not as tyrannical as Lin Fei. Save me, save me. Lin Fei didn't know how far he had gone, but he suddenly stopped and listened attentively. Save me, save me. An inaudible voice reverberated. Lin Fei finally heard it, but unfortunately, the voice was too weak. He could barely hear the voice of help. Looks like there must be pagans down there. This voice became a ray of light in the darkness, guiding Lin Fei forward. 30 minutes later. It was also a red magma area. Lin Fei had already stopped. He saw a large cocoon emitting light, and tree-shaped blood vessels supporting the cocoon. It was terrifying. Could it be that the Holy Mother is inside? Lin Fei did not expect that he would find the Holy Mother so easily. Seeing the tree-shaped Holy Mother supporting the cocoon, he could not be wrong. Thinking of the blood-red vortex, he knew that the Holy Mother must be inside the cocoon. Save me, a familiar voice came from afar. Lin Fei turned to look. In the endless magma, there was a green-robed person crouching on a huge rock. And the voice was coming from that person. Qing Wan. Lin Fei looked over and shouted. He slashed a rock in the distance with his sword. He did not expect to meet his maid Xingyuan here, the maid who had searched all over the continent but could not find her. Damn Holy Mother, she actually brought Xingyuan here. No wonder I couldn't find her. Lin Fei cursed and flew over, wanting to save Xingyuan. Magma soared into the sky, and a blood-red screen appeared in the sky, blocking the path. A huge face appeared after that. Holy Mother. Lin Fei stopped and pointed his divine sword at the curtain. Lin Fei, #1 person of the continent. I did not expect that we would meet under such circumstances. The huge face in the sky opened its mouth, its voice incomparably hoarse. Are you planning to stop me? You are very powerful. Since your rise, you have repeatedly thwarted our plans. Even my children were mostly killed by you. You are very amazing. The Holy Mother's voice was calm. Lin Fei was secretly on guard. Holy Mother, since you know how powerful I am, are you going to stop me from saving people? I will count to 3. Otherwise, I will destroy you with one strike. Oh, it seems that you really care about your maid. It was not a waste for me to capture her. The Holy Mother in the sky laughed. Then, a beautiful figure wrapped in a mass of qi appeared in front of the curtain. The woman in the mass of qi was lying down. She had long black hair and looked very pitiful. One could not help but want to hold her in their arms and take good care of her. I only need to think about it, and your maid will die. Such a beautiful woman. What a pity. The Holy Mother laughed. I don't think you want to. Lin Fei felt a stab in his heart. Back then, when he was not strong enough, she was taken away. Later, when he was strong enough, she could not be found. Lin Fei did not want to see her die in front of him. He would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Holy Mother, you old thing. If you dare to harm a single hair on Blue Wan's head, I can guarantee that you will not have a good end. Lin Fei slashed his sword at the blood-colored tree, shattering thousands of branches. If you don't let her go, I don't mind destroying your nest. What an infatuated man. The Holy Mother laughed again. You humans are unable to resist the charms of beautiful women. I will fulfill your wish. The mass of qi broke apart, and the blue wand fell from the sky, straight into the magma below. Lin Fei was very clear about how terrifying the magma below the volcano was. If one's body refinement was not very strong, they would definitely die if they went down. Go to hell, old thing. Lin Fei was infuriated. The Holy Mother was too sinister. Eyes bloodshot, he slashed his sword toward the sky, causing a path to the heavens to appear above the lava. Lin Fei flew up into the air. Nothing can happen to her. Under the sword, the sky exploded with a loud bang. Magma shot out in all directions, speckling the ground. The path to heaven stuck close to the lava and immediately appeared under Blue Wan, catching her safely. Lin Fei also arrived and held Blue Wan in his arms. It was the familiar aura from back then. After such a long time, Lin Fei knew that the one in his arms was Qing Wan. It was definitely not fake. You old thing that is neither human nor ghost, I'll definitely kill you. Lin Fei was furious. This was forcing him to kill the Holy Mother and consign him to eternal damnation. Blue Wan, wake up. Lin Fei said softly. After not seeing her for over 10 years, Blue Wan had already grown into a slender and elegant woman. She had long black hair, just like back then. Lin Fei could still see traces of the past on her face. Her long eyelashes suddenly moved, blinking as if she was about to wake up. Then, her eyes opened. At first, she was confused for a moment, but then her gaze fell on Lin Fei. Her body trembled. Young master, it's the young master. The familiar voice that Lin Fei had not heard for a long time reminded him of the moment when he first arrived. Time seemed to have stopped. I am the young master. Lin Fei felt as if something was stuck in his throat. Over 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. If there was one thing that Lin Fei regretted, it would be that he couldn't find Blue Wan. The great ambition he established back then seemed to have become a joke. You really are the young master, you really are the young master. Blue Wan's eyes were filled with tears. She hugged Lin Fei and cried. It should be said that she was crying tears of joy. Immediately, she pushed Lin Fei away and said anxiously, "Young master, leave quickly. This is a trap set by the Holy Mother to deal with you." Puff. Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards, hitting the magma. Hundreds of thousands of kilograms of rock shattered with a bang. A blood-colored heart suddenly appeared on his chest. The invincible god-demon body was actually broken by someone. Kikik, you didn't expect it, did you, Lin Fei? Blue Wan's face was gloomy, and her voice was different from before. It was actually the voice of the Holy Mother from before. Using the closest person to deal with you, this feels good, right? You are not Blue Wan. Where did you put Blue Wan? Lin Fei struggled to stand up, coughing blood. Wrong, don't you believe your eyes? I am Blue Wan, but her primordial spirit is suppressed by me. You can say that I am Blue Wan, but I am also the Holy Mother. Blue Wan stood on the path to heaven. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. You are really sinister. He secretly cursed in his heart. He never would have thought that the Holy Mother could control Blue Wan, which was equivalent to the two of them becoming one. The matter was tricky, and the important thing was that he didn't dare to make a move. I think you should take care of yourself. Soon, you will become one of my subordinates. The Holy Mother laughed sinisterly. Unfortunately, the continent's #1 expert will become my clone, and your secrets will also become my secrets. His heart kept beating, and blood vessels spread out from his body, taking root in his body. There were densely packed runes everywhere. You have been painstakingly scheming for this moment, right? Lin Fei said. Chapter 727. P.S. Thanks to book friend 1311080705111108 for the tip. In the Red Kingdom, lava surged and shot out. Shockwaves danced in the air, destroying many rocks. In such an environment, Lin Fei was very anxious and helpless. The Holy Mother and Blue Phoenix were one body, so he couldn't attack. Otherwise, he would have killed the Holy Mother with a single sword strike. Your insect queen is so sinister and cunning. Lin Fei said as he activated his celestial energy, trying to destroy the invading power. The power in his body was very tenacious, and he couldn't cut it off or destroy it completely. Insect Queen, I don't really like this name. Holy Mother sounds better. The Holy Mother said with a smile, in the vast starry sky, we, the Holy Mother, are the highest race. We possess great power from birth. My children can invade everything in the world and destroy worlds one after another. You humans are nothing more than ants. You are not worthy of being our opponents. At this moment, the Holy Mother was extremely arrogant. She controlled the Blue Phoenix's body and landed on the cocoon of light. Her words were filled with invasiveness. This damned power, am I really going to fail miserably? Lin Fei cursed in his heart. This power could ignore celestial energy and continuously filled every part of his body. See how you turn the world into a barren world? Lin Fei said angrily, so, you are fated to be a group of invaders, a group of street rats that everyone wants to kill. GGG, the Holy Mother's horrifying voice echoed, Lin Fei, you have a sharp tongue. However, seeing that you are about to become a clone, I won't blame you. After all, you don't have much time left. You must be surprised that the power in your body can ignore celestial energy, right? Ha ha ha. That's right, I am indeed surprised. Lin Fei said straightforwardly, seeing that I am about to become your clone, let me die knowing. Foolish human, how could you know that our insect queen is an omnipotent existence that can devour all kinds of power? Celestial energy is nothing. The Holy Mother was in a good mood. As an existence that destroyed the foreign race's target and was about to become a clone, she wasn't worried that the other party would play any tricks. To tell you the truth, that is the power of the insect queen. No one can break it. The power of the insect queen? Lin Fei seemed to understand. You are indeed an amazing existence. I didn't lose unjustly. However, I'm afraid that your insect queen's power is also the only one that exists. However, it is enough to subdue you. When my insect queen's power spreads throughout your entire body and controls your entire body, your thoughts will be understood by me. You will truly become the strongest avatar in my hands. At that time, the heaven realm will be nothing. Sooner or later, I will attack the heaven realm and invade their world. Lin Fei pointed a finger at the cocoon. Looks like you're just a wisp of will. I'm afraid your main body hasn't recovered its strength yet. If I had known earlier, I would have destroyed your main body. I don't think your will would have survived. Unfortunately, you're too late. The Holy Mother smiled sinisterly. Your current strength has been suppressed by the insect queen's power. I'm afraid you can't even use 20% of your strength. As my avatar, your name is destined to spread throughout the world. In the future, even the heaven realm will spread your name. You will be my avatar to rule the world. This is an honor that ordinary people can't achieve. Lin Fei sneered. You should save this honor for yourself. You're right, I don't have much strength left. However, don't forget, once I self-destruct, do you think you'll still be able to obtain me? I'm afraid all your dreams will be lost. Moreover, the people outside will also come to kill you. What do you think will happen? You don't need to scare me. You humans have always been afraid of death. You don't dare to self-destruct. The Holy Mother said disapprovingly. If you wanted to self-destruct, you wouldn't have waited until now to say it. Hee, becoming an existence without will. Isn't self-destruction the best way to escape? Lin Fei said. Tell the green one to come out now. Otherwise, I will count to 3. If I don't see anyone appear, I will self-destruct. 1. In order to set this up, the Holy Mother spent a lot of effort in order to capture Lin Fei and make him her strongest subordinate. Then, she would completely control the continent and use him as a springboard to kill her way into the heaven realm. If Lin Fei self-destructed, all her efforts would be lost. The impact would be too great. Furthermore, the Holy Mother suspected that Lin Fei had a big secret. As long as she had some time, she would definitely be able to control Lin Fei and obtain all of his secrets. At this critical juncture, the Holy Mother didn't want anything to happen and ruin her plan. 2. Regardless of whether Lin Fei dared to self-destruct, the Holy Mother didn't dare to take the risk. Hold on, you win. The Holy Mother's tone relaxed. I will let you two reunite once again. From now on, you will be separated by life and death. However, if you dare to play any tricks, I can kill your little lover at any time. Lin Fei saw the green wand's body tremble. It was as if something was receding like a tide. The aggressive desire disappeared and was replaced by a woman who was as gentle as water. Woo! When the green wand woke up and saw the young master, she started crying. Tears flowed down her face and her face was filled with guilt. Young master, it's all my fault. Woo, don't cry. Look at you crying like a little cat. Lin Fei smiled. Hearing Lin Fei's words, the blue one cried even more sorrowfully. Her tears fell like rain, and as each drop of her tears fell, a chilling aura spread across the magma, suppressing it. It was a terrifying scene. Young master, it's all my fault. I caused you to become like this. The green one cried. Silly girl, don't think too much. This matter can't be blamed on you. The main culprit is the Holy Mother. In my eyes, you are still that silly girl. Don't give yourself any pressure. Lin Fei finally understood that women were made of water. The green wand's delicate body trembled. This familiar form of address seemed to have returned to the time when they were in the Lin family. The young master shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. Young master, the Holy Mother has fallen into a long slumber. This is the only trace of her will. If you kill the original body, the power of the insect queen in your body will disappear. Green Wand has let you down. The green wand's eyes revealed a look of farewell. You bitch, how dare you? At this moment, another person's voice came from the green one's mouth. It was obviously a trace of the Holy Mother's will. Hairball. Yang Jian shouted. In the void, a black shadow leaped out. With a move of heaven swallowing, a huge black vortex sucked the green one into it. Bang 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 bang, the blood vessels of the runes on Lin Fei's body all exploded at this moment. The heart in his chest also started to weaken. With a shake of his body, it shattered and turned into powder. At this moment, the heart in his body was finally removed. A danger was removed. Kill. Chapter 728. Lin Fei did not expect that silly girl Qing Wan would choose to self-destruct in order to protect herself from the threat. If he had not brought Furball out and used the innate ability, Heaven Devourer, perhaps he could only watch helplessly as she perished today, feeling guilty for the rest of his life. Hairball couldn't stand the little girl's torture, and was willing to stay by Lin Fei's side. Hairball's Heaven Devourer could stop everything, which could stop the self-destruction. The blue phoenix was gathering power and trying to self-destruct. After it stopped, it maintained its previous appearance. Unless it came out of Hairball's divine ability, it would stay still for the rest of its life. From the blue phoenix, Lin Fei learned that the Saint Mother had fallen into a long slumber. This was the only will she had prepared for him. Hairball used her divine ability to cut off all information. The Saint Mother shouldn't know. At this moment, the Saint Mother was exposed to Lin Fei. She had become a clear target with nowhere to run. Boom! The terrifying power of the sword could tear everything apart and mince it into pieces. Something strange happened. The cocoon shone brightly like the sun. All the attacks seemed to fall into a bottomless abyss and disappeared without a trace. The insect queen can absorb attacks? Lin Fei was shocked when his sword missed, but he didn't stop. He continued to attack the insect queen. He didn't believe that the insect queen's defense could be this strong. Boom, boom, boom. Each sword could kill a sky immortal. The first attack missed, unable to break through the light. Lin Fei was even more confused. His eyes flashed and he stopped attacking. Insect Queen, I didn't expect you to disguise yourself so well. You absorbed my attacks. Whoosh, 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 rays of light descended, revealing the true body of the insect mother. The hideous golden existence shook its body and transformed into a noble and peerlessly beautiful woman. Lin Fei actually managed to read a phrase from this illusory woman's body. Sovereign's descent. However, it was awkward to use the word sovereign descent on a woman. I didn't expect you to see through it so quickly. The majesty of an emperor rippled from this woman. I thought you would continue to attack until I was killed. One move after another. As expected of the insect queen. She must have deliberately leaked the information when she went into hibernation. Lin Fei was inwardly shocked. Even though he had been very careful, he had still helped the Holy Mother to recover. It was all for the sake of making me deal with you. Everyone is about the same. The Holy Mother said, you can eliminate this king's power of the insect queen. If this king knew of this, he would definitely take action personally. He would definitely not have allowed you to grow to this day. Lin Fei held the divine sword in his hand. Today, only one of us can survive. However, it seems that you have consumed a lot of energy to hatch the God King. You may not be my match. The godly king that this king hatched has become your path of advancement. What a divine art. The Holy Mother's expression did not change. If you think that's the case, then you're gravely mistaken. This king has dominated the great thousand worlds and has never been defeated. How could it be as you think? Explode, savage great world. Outside the Golden Castle, the battle was still ongoing. Judging from the current situation, the human race had the upper hand. However, there were too many of them. Even with the help of the divine martial cannons, there were still a lot of them. They had no idea how long it would take to kill them all. On the other hand, the human race had lost a lot of men. Bang bang, one after another, the outsider warriors exploded. Blood rained down from the sky, dyeing the sand red. What's going on? Could it be that the Alliance Lord killed the Holy Mother? The Alliance Lord is mighty. The black figures exploded one after another, creating clouds of blood mist. On the side of the human alliance, everyone stopped. In just a few breaths' time, the army that had blotted out the sky disappeared. The oppressive aura disappeared, and the sun shone down on the land. We won. The humans cheered. Everyone flew down or landed in the sky above the castle, a victorious smile on their faces. With the death of the Holy Mother who had troubled them, the continent was finally at peace. There was no need to worry about the invasion of the outsiders. The various worlds could also return to normal. Boom, 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 in the savage Great World, two tyrannical auras exploded out of nowhere. Everywhere the auras passed, mountains collapsed, rivers changed directions, and the sky seemed to change color. They could finally see two figures, one black and one gold. One of them was Lin Fei, with long hair fluttering in the wind. He stood upright with a sword in his hand, a rare solemn expression on his face. The other emitted the aura of a supreme emperor, suppressing them to the point where they felt like they were about to kneel. The weaker ones all knelt on the ground as their bodies exploded. At this moment, it was unknown how many people had died. Demon Lord, hurry and take them away. Lin Fei's anxious voice reverberated in the sky. Then, the 10,000 zhang tall Jingguang arrived, shattering the Supreme Emperor's aura. Those who had fallen into a trance suddenly woke up. It turned out that they had been tempted by the Emperor's aura and thought of themselves as the subjects of the Emperor, kneeling down and worshipping the Emperor. The expressions of the Demon Lord and the others changed. Under the Emperor's aura, they seemed to have become part of the Holy Mother, making them want to kneel down and worship this Supreme Emperor. If they hadn't known that this was an illusion and used their strength to resist, they would probably have ended up like them. Although they all knew that the Holy Mother was powerful, they had never thought that before they even made a move, they would have fallen into the Holy Mother's aura and almost become her food. Lin Fei resolved the Holy Mother's attack, but to the Human Race Alliance, it was a heavy loss. Once the humans knelt down, they would die. There was no need to mention those with weak willpower. Retreat. The Demon Lord and the others were very decisive. They knew that with their strength, they couldn't even block a single move from the Holy Mother. Not to mention helping, they might even make things worse. Lin Fei told them to retreat, and they immediately did so. If they stayed, they would only make things worse. At the same time, their hearts were filled with fear towards the Holy Mother. The words left behind by the previous generations were indeed true. The Holy Mother's strength was incomparably tyrannical. Today, if it wasn't for Alliance leader Lin, no one here would have survived. Do you see this? A golden throne appeared on the Holy Mother's body. It was tens of thousands of feet wide, and as she sat on it, the aura of an emperor rippled. If they didn't know beforehand, no one would believe that this was an insect queen. You humans are incomparably insignificant. The right to kill is in my hands. If I want them to die, they have no choice but to die. In the continent, the emperors of empires and dynasties were simply too weak compared to the Holy Mother. Lin Fei didn't expect that the emperor's aura on the Holy Mother could be so tyrannical. She could rule the world, and all the people would submit to her. Even the Demon Lord and the others would have almost become one of them. You are indeed very strong, but today, one of us is destined to fight. Lin Fei revealed a rare serious expression. No matter what, he had to kill the insect queen this time. Even if you are an emperor, you are still not an emperor. Heaven-reaching divine pagoda. Lin Fei took out the heaven-reaching divine pagoda. It was tens of thousands of feet tall, and it emitted a terrifying aura that covered the sky. It was as if everything was under its suppression, and it wanted to suppress the Holy Mother. Sovereign descent. The Holy Mother sat on the throne, and the Emperor's aura interweaved together. The heaven-reaching divine pagoda that could suppress the heaven-reaching divine pagoda was forcibly blocked, and it couldn't advance even an inch. How can a mortal attack an emperor? This is a great disrespect. Hurry up and go. The Holy Mother waved her emperor's aura, and the heaven-reaching divine pagoda that Lin Fei was controlling was sent flying, and it smashed into the yellow sand. In that area, mountains collapsed, volcanoes erupted, and magma soared into the sky, dyeing the horizon red. Lin Fei vomited a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with shock. How can you be so strong? Lin Fei had made some estimates of the insect queen's strength. In addition, it had hatched dozens of god kings and was in hibernation, so its strength shouldn't be too strong. He had activated the heaven-reaching divine pagoda with all his strength, but it was still sent flying by the insect queen's aura. Ha ha ha, this is the general trend, and it is something you will never be able to comprehend in your lifetime. The emperor's rage will cause rivers of blood. Mere worldly possessions can't threaten the emperor. The Holy Mother shook her head with hope, and looked straight at him. If you become my subordinate and fight for me, you will be second only to one and above tens of thousands. Lin Fei put away the heaven-reaching divine pagoda, and he discovered that there were cracks on it. The Holy Mother's attack was actually so terrifying. If she was at her peak, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Bullshit, I'm afraid that one day I will be controlled by you. You should find someone else to sit on this position. Stubborn. The Holy Mother's eyes shone, and she slapped out with her palm. I say that you are guilty, and you should die. Emperor's seal, suppress the four directions. The entire planet darkened, and a golden light descended from the sky. It was a huge golden seal, and there were 4 words, I am the Emperor. An emperor in embroidered clothes stepped out, and his expression was dignified as he pressed down with his palm. Danger, danger! Lin Fei flew back, but the emperor's palm seemed to be determined, and it slapped down. Rumble, the earth split open, and 1,000,000 miles turned into lava. Lin Fei was also sent flying, and it was unknown how many mountains he had crashed into. If you don't submit, then die. The emperor attacked again, palm strike after palm strike. Everywhere he passed, there wasn't a single good spot. On the throne, the Holy Mother was high up, looking down on everything. Lin Fei relied on the god-demon body to barely avoid serious injuries, but the emperor's aura was everywhere, and it seemed to invade one's mind, turning one into a subject under the emperor. Immovable deity, protect my mind. I, Lin Fei, am Lin Fei, and I will not be anyone's subject. In the depths of his consciousness, Lin Fei opened his eyes, and sword light swept out, tearing the emperor's sky to pieces. His mind was shaken. The Holy Mother is too powerful. Who knows how much faith she has absorbed? So much so that each of her attacks contains the Supreme Emperor's might, and it unknowingly affects my mind. Chapter 729. P.S. Thank you, book friend, 1310152117589112. Thank you, book friend. Boom, 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 in the vast savage great world, the ground cracked, mountains and rivers changed course, and rocks flew everywhere. A terrifying aura spread across the entire planet, making it impossible for anyone to exist on this planet. It was as if they would be torn apart and vanish in the next second. The emperor's aura was vast and mighty. An emperor in brocade clothes kept attacking. On the vast land, lava boiled, replacing the flying sand and rocks. F***CK, does this old thing have to be so ferocious? Lin Fei blocked and retreated at the same time. The emperor's seal was really domineering. It crushed everything and had extraordinary destructive power. Lin Fei, who had the god-demon body to protect himself, was still beaten until he coughed up blood. There were several wounds on his body. At the worst, white bones could be seen. It was a shocking sight. Lin Fei was once again sent flying by the embroidered gown emperor. He smashed into a tall mountain, causing boulders to fly everywhere. The protective heaven-reaching divine pagoda was now covered in black cracks. It was like a dried-up river that could collapse at any moment. After devouring a god king, Lin Fei's strength had long since increased by leaps and bounds. However, when facing the Holy Mother, who had devoured a supreme god sovereign and cultivated the sovereign's might, the boundless sovereign's might that could suppress the heavens and change everything, Lin Fei still felt powerless. She was the most terrifying boss in life. The Holy Mother was already so powerful. If she entered the upper worlds, Lin Fei could imagine that it would be a nightmare for immortals. I can't go on like this. If I keep using up my immortal power, I'll die sooner or later. Lin Fei thought. And the Holy Mother's attacks are too fierce. It seems like she wants to kill me here and now. Lin Fei's mind worked quickly. Could it be that the Holy Mother's power is not enough to fight for a long time? Lin Fei's eyes flashed. Everything seemed to be clear. If that's the case, heaven and earth furnace, protect me. Invulnerable. He put away the heaven-reaching tower. It was a treasure after all. Lin Fei was no longer tired of running. He stood in the sky and looked at the Holy Mother who had caught up. Boom! The gigantic palm descended from the sky. Before its power even reached Lin Fei, the land for hundreds of thousands of li below Lin Fei crumbled. Lava spewed out, dyeing the land red. The heaven and earth smelt was unparalleled under the heavens. It was an existence that surpassed even immortal weapons. How could it be broken so easily? Clang! The heaven and earth smelt didn't budge at all. The palm that contained the might of an emperor was unable to shake the heaven and earth smelt. Lin Fei just stood there, protected by the heaven and earth smelt. Bang bang bang, the embroidered gown emperor attacked unceasingly. Magma flew everywhere, filling the sky with a fiery red color. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure in your hands that can block the attack of the sovereign seal. The Holy Mother, who had been following behind, was clearly surprised. You have the treasure, I have the treasure, we are about the same. Lin Fei laughed heartily. But if you want to take me down, it won't be that easy. I guarantee that you'll fall until your head bleeds. When the emperor is enraged, the divine authority is enraged. The Holy Mother waved her hand and the sovereign seal descended from the sky. The 4 golden words turned into 4 golden dragons that whizzed down. The sky seemed to be torn apart. The golden dragons showed their might. The aura of an emperor condensed and attacked along the heaven and earth smelt. The attack was even more frenzied than before, and a large part of the void was torn apart. Ha ha ha, old witch, you are destined to be disappointed. Lin Fei laughed. You are trying so hard to kill me. I'm afraid you haven't recovered your strength yet. Boom! Beneath the magma, fire dragons rushed out and whizzed in all directions, raising a red curtain in the sky. The fire dragons and golden dragons attacked from above and below. Sovereign Divine Fist, Universal Celebration. The Holy Mother looked at the sovereign seal. Where it couldn't suppress, the sovereign seal dissipated. What was left was a supreme fist technique that contained the might of an emperor. The huge Jingguang star shone brightly, and the people submitted. The magma and rocks for thousands of li seemed to have stopped at this moment. A big move, a real ultimate move. So what if you know? The Holy Mother laughed out loud. This king is invincible. Flames of the universe, heed my call. The god of fire descends and destroys everything in this world. Rumble. In the savage desolate great world, flames appeared within a 5,000-kilometer radius. All of them soared into the sky, coming from all directions. Whoosh, 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 the flames were like water, all converging together. The sky and earth were dyed red, like a rising sun. A flame giant with divine markings on his forehead appeared again. He held a flaming divine trident in his hand and wore battle armor. He stood between the sky and earth, and the ground that wasn't affected split open rapidly. Flames flew out and automatically entered the god of fire. Kill. This move was the full power of Lin Fei's heaven and earth smelt. It could communicate with the flames of heaven and earth, and the fire of the magma was under its control. A long flame dragon whizzed out, colliding with the Holy Mother's attack. The sky and earth collapsed, and everywhere was affected. The entire planet was riddled with holes. Added to the fact that it had been barren before, its aura was now on the verge of destruction. It could be said that the savage great world was on the verge of collapse. If this went on, it would die. It would become a dead planet, and life would no longer exist. The Holy Mother attacked unceasingly. The might of an emperor descended upon the world. She was the strongest expert in the world, and every move she made caused the sky and earth to split, tearing apart all living things. Lin Fei used the heaven and earth smelt to protect himself. He drew upon the power of the flames of the savage great world and the god of fire. He used the power of the great world to resist the Holy Mother. The two fought fiercely. They fought from the south to the north, and then from the north to the south. They crossed the entire great world, causing mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. There wasn't a good place, and everything was in ruins. This battle lasted for a full 2 days and 2 nights. There was no clear victor. Bang! The god of fire was destroyed by the Holy Mother's punch. The power of thousands of flames gathered again, and another majestic and awe-inspiring god of fire descended. Old witch, we've fought for so long. Do you think you can suppress me? Lin Fei had a rare look of exhaustion on his face. After 2 days of continuous fighting, he was exhausted. The Holy Mother was stronger than he had imagined, and she had lasted for a full 2 days. The Holy Mother sat on her throne with a solemn expression. I've underestimated this Lin Fei. Not only does he have the heavenly divine pagoda, but he also has such a heaven-defying protective treasure. He can last until now. I can't go on any longer. Lin Fei is a scourge. A puny human had lasted 2 days under her hands. This was something the Holy Mother could not accept. You're the only one who has surprised me. The Holy Mother said proudly. But you'll never be my match. Now, I'll let you see my true attack. Holy Mother's World. Voila. Chapter 730. P.S. Today is Singles Day. I wish everyone a happy holiday. Outside the planet. The terrifying aura was not only on the planet, but it also spread out. The words passed down from generation to generation are indeed true. The Holy Mother is really the greatest enemy of the human race. The Human Race Alliance retreated and left the area. The Sovereign's aura was too strong. Even if they were far away, it could still affect them. Apart from a limited number of big shots, everyone else left on the warship to avoid being affected. If they did not leave now, once the Holy Mother arrived with the Sovereign's aura, many of them would die. No one could resist her divine aura. I wonder how the situation is. The ones who stayed were the representatives. Even though they were far away from the savage world, they could still feel the terrifying Sovereign's aura. The warship's array was activated, and they could only resist it by circulating their own strength. The Holy Mother's power was something they had never seen before. Alliance leader Lin will definitely be invincible. Even so, they were still very worried. The Holy Mother was not ordinary. They were not confident. They finally understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better than you. Rumble, a loud sound exploded from the planet, and the omnipresent supreme aura rushed out. Pft, pft, pft. The big shots on the warship instantly vomited blood, their faces pale. Let's go. This unexpected scene caught them off guard. The aura was even more terrifying than before, and it was as if it was going to crush them in an instant. They had no doubt that if they were still on the savage world just now, they would definitely be crushed into pieces under this tyrannical aura. Their primordial spirits would not be able to leave either. What's going on? Even when they were very far away, their hearts still palpitated. Rumble, rumble, before they could calm down, a series of sounds exploded from the distant planet. Then, they saw an unforgettable scene. That's the Holy Mother? A huge body was entrenched on the planet. It was tens of thousands of feet in size. It appeared in front of everyone just like that. From afar, it was like a huge blazing sun. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes to look at it. They had never seen the Holy Mother before, but when she appeared on the planet, they realized how terrifying she was. If such a huge body descended, even the Xiantian continent would not be able to resist it. Where's Alliance leader Lin? Holy Mother's huge body coiled up, but they realized that Alliance leader Lin had disappeared. At this time, Lin Fei was in the world created by the Holy Mother. They were huge insect eggs that filled the huge space. There were countless of them. At a glance, there were black eggs, white eggs, and eggs of all colors. It was hard to imagine that there would be so many insect eggs in the Holy Mother's body. Holy Mother World? Just like that, Lin Fei used the heaven and earth smelt to protect himself. He wasn't worried at all. The Holy Mother used the Holy Mother's world to swallow Lin Fei. Thus, Lin Fei appeared in the Holy Mother's world. Apart from the eggs that filled the sky, there were also huge blood vessels that transported nutrients to nourish the densely packed eggs. Lin Fei glanced over. Some of the eggs were brightly colored and green. It was as though there were living creatures about to hatch from within. They had yet to be born, but they were powerful. Some of the eggs were grayish-white and showed no signs of hatching. Lin Fei seemed to understand what this Holy Mother's world was. He should be inside the Holy Mother's body. This was the place where god-kings were hatched. This was the Holy Mother's grotto heaven, which was isolated from the outside world. Lin Fei, your divine might is really shocking. You can communicate with the earth fire and block my attack. The beautiful woman appeared again. However, no matter how strong you are, in my body, all your mystiques will be restricted. You will lose the existence that you are so proud of. Insect Queen Power. Threads descended from the sky, interweaving to form an inescapable net. Lin Fei instantly felt that his strength was completely suppressed. He couldn't use it, especially his immortal energy, which was constantly disintegrating. At this moment, the Insect Queen power that the Holy Mother sent down was much stronger than the Insect Queen power from before. It was many times stronger and had completely suppressed his strength. Lin Fei also realized that the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the outside world had disappeared without a trace. It was completely isolated. This was the first time that Lin Fei had encountered something like a grotto heaven. He could only calm himself down. Not a bad mystique. I'm afraid that the essence of your insect queen is in here, right? This treasure of yours is not bad. I have my eyes on it. The Holy Mother strode over and reached out to grab the heaven and earth smelt that was protecting Lin Fei. From the very beginning, the Holy Mother had been able to tell that this treasure was extraordinary. It was able to completely block her attacks. In fact, even she herself had not been able to tell what was so special about it. Now that Lin Fei had lost his mystiques, he could forget about communicating with the heaven and earth treasure. The Holy Mother wanted to torture Lin Fei alive. First, she would break the opponent's attack and destroy everything. Lin Fei's eyes flashed coldly as he smiled. It was a smile of victory. You're wrong. Even though his immortal power was being suppressed, the heaven and earth smelt did not require immortal power to communicate with it. It was formed from a god-tier skill and could be controlled with just a thought. The heaven and earth smelt slammed upwards and knocked the Holy Mother's grab away. A fire dragon flew out of the smelt and coiled around the Holy Mother's arm like a giant snake. Hua hua hua, the god fire descended and burned everything. The Holy Mother's expression changed. She had to cut off her arm to stop the fire from burning. This is not earth fire. The Holy Mother's eyes revealed a rare look of fear. Lin Fei smiled. Who said that my fire was earth fire? You fell for it. That must have felt bad. The Holy Mother had always thought that this fire was earth fire and that it was not a threat to her. She had miscalculated and nearly implicated her main body. This treasure of yours is not bad. I can still suppress you and torture you to death. The Holy Mother activated the power of the Insect Queen. Let me assimilate you. You don't have to resist anymore. The power of the Insect Queen filled the sky. The surrounding space was suppressed, making it impossible for anyone to move. Since the power of an emperor could not do anything to the other party, the Holy Mother decided to use the power of the Insect Queen to assimilate him. She did not believe that Lin Fei could still turn the situation around at this juncture. Lin Fei suddenly raised his head and smiled. Old wretch, the last thing you should have done was to bring me into your paradise from the outside world. God fire, burn everything. Hua hua hua, the god fire flew out of the heaven and earth smelt like a vast river. It surged into the paradise and destroyed everything within it. Peng peng peng, one by one, the gray-white eggs exploded under the god fire, killing the existences within. At the same time, the essence entered Lin Fei's body. The god fire continued to gush out like a huge well with water flowing out from below. It was an unstoppable trend. No, the god fire descended and burned everything in the world. The Holy Mother looked at the eggs exploding one after another. All sorts of existences were killed and her face twisted. She could not believe that the other party carried such domineering flames. It's too late. The heaven and earth smelt didn't have many things, but it had an endless supply of god fire. It could be considered a trump card for Lin Fei. Even under the situation of being isolated by the Holy Mother, the heaven and earth smelt was not restricted at all and still displayed its domineering side. Streams of strong and weak essences entered his body. Lin Fei revealed a look of enjoyment. He was really starting to enjoy it. He activated the god fire and charged at the brightly colored eggs. Gray-white eggs, let alone these brightly colored eggs. Stop. The god fire was incomparably domineering. The brightly colored eggs couldn't last long and exploded one after another. The moment they exploded, Lin Fei seemed to see an existence similar to a god king. The Holy Mother went completely crazy. She sent down many clones in an attempt to stop the god fire. Unfortunately, she couldn't. The god fire was an existence of extreme yang. Bang, 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 the Holy Mother attacked Lin Fei in a frenzy while Lin Fei was deep within the heaven and earth smelt, using the god fire to block all attacks. Boom, a large number of eggs exploded, followed by the explosion of the thick blood vessels. The Holy Mother's world was currently suffering a huge blow. No, it was a destructive blow. The god fire turned into countless fire dragons that bared their fangs and claws at the eggs. It was as if Lin Fei had eaten a tonic. The power in his body kept increasing. Even killing a god king wasn't as satisfying as today. With the heaven and earth smelt and the god demon body, Lin Fei's defense was extremely shocking. The Holy Mother couldn't break through it at all. That feels good. Thank you for helping me. The Holy Mother's eyes continued to spurt blood. Her paradise world suppressed everything and such an accident had never happened before. But now, it seemed like something unexpected had happened. This Lin Fei was like a nightmare that was destroying her children. He was destroying everything. Hatred. The Holy Mother was filled with endless hatred. Facing this unknown flame, she couldn't block it at all. She could only watch as the eggs were burned to death. If the Holy Mother had known that things would turn out like this, she would not have accepted Lin Fei. This was her own fault. She had thought that she was smart and thought that she could kill him. Who would have thought that she would end up shooting herself in the foot? For the first time, the extremely strong insect mother was helpless. As the essence entered his body, Lin Fei's aura continued to rise. Endless god fire swept the entire Holy Mother's world. Peng peng peng, Lin Fei, stop. The Holy Mother went crazy. In such a short time, she had suffered a huge loss. These eggs had a huge impact. She had never thought that one day she would be destroyed by an outsider. Chapter 731. Rumble in the starry sky, the Holy Mother's massive body continuously exploded. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the entire planet trembled. The existence that had occupied the planet disappeared from the sky. At this moment, the Holy Mother was in a sorry state. She had never imagined that her insignificant decision would turn out to be a mistake, and that her opponent would reverse the situation. In the Holy Mother space, almost all of the eggs had been destroyed at this moment. No matter how strong the Holy Mother was, there was nothing she could do at this moment. She could only watch helplessly as the other party made a move. This king regrets it. The Holy Mother attacked once again, but when it was ineffective, she raised her head to the sky and let out a rare cry of despair. The Holy Mother's space was the Holy Mother's greatest existence. All sorts of insect eggs could be used to cultivate powerful existences, but now it could only watch helplessly as it was destroyed. Bang, 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 countless more insect eggs exploded. Lin Fei's aura shot up into the sky as streams of energy landed on his body. He controlled the heaven and earth smelt, looking down on everything in its path and destroying the existence of the Holy Mother. Kill! Lin Fei slashed out with his sword, and the sword light swept across, destroying all kinds of insect eggs. Be it grayish-white or bright-colored, they could no longer resist Lin Fei's divine might. Boom, the sky was filled with sword light, and the Holy Mother's clone was killed. I didn't expect that the eggs in the Holy Mother's space could increase my strength again. With my current strength, it's equivalent to 30 celestial immortals, right? Lin Fei slaughtered his way over, activating the heaven and earth smelt to absorb the clear streams of energy after the explosions. His strength continued to grow. If it was somewhere else, he definitely wouldn't be able to suppress the Holy Mother. Speaking of which, this was Lin Fei's luck. Even the heavens were helping him. One wrong decision had made him what he was today. Inside the Saint Mother's space, the Saint Mother tried to use the Insect Queen's power to assimilate him. Coincidentally, Lin Fei had the peerless power of the system's vital energy, which could dispel the Insect Queen's power. It was precisely because of this that Lin Fei was able to resist the invasion back then. If it had been someone else, they would not have been so lucky. Speaking of which, this was a kind of luck. The Holy Mother's space was extremely large. Right now, it was within a sea of flames. Under the roasting of the divine flames, no ordinary things could survive. It could be said that the Virgin Mary's space had become a dangerous place. In the end, Lin Fei saw an ugly golden being in the depths of the Holy Mother's space. It was the beautiful Holy Mother. This is the true form of the Virgin Mary. Trapped. The divine flame arrived, and a huge fire lotus suppressed the Holy Mother within the lotus. Holy Mother, you lost. Lin Fei held the divine sword in his hand and looked at the Virgin Mary. At this time, the Holy Mother was unable to resist. Her own strength had increased, and her control over the divine flame had reached another level. She was already able to completely suppress her opponent. Ever since the Virgin Mary's space and the insect eggs became Lin Fei's tonics, Lin Fei could feel that the Virgin Mary's aura was constantly weakening. Lin Fei knew that these insect eggs were the foundation of the other party. If he lost them, it would affect his strength. When I dominated the world, there was nothing I couldn't do. Even back then, powerful immortals couldn't do anything to me. The Holy Mother's face was filled with indignation. You are the only person who could defeat me. If you hadn't brought me to your territory, I wouldn't have been able to increase my strength again. This is a karma, said Lin Fei. Today, let me send you to hell and completely destroy you, lest the people of the continent be plunged into misery and suffering. With the strength of 30 celestial immortals, Lin Fei stabbed out with his sword. His strongest strike tore through the void and went straight for the Holy Mother's body. I can never be killed. The Holy Mother let out a despairing cry. Holy Mother, under the heavens, you and I are one. Rumble, the Holy Mother's body suddenly exploded, turning into a dark green color that filled the sky. Lin Fei frowned. A bad aura descended from the sky. He saw a green light fly over. The divine sword slashed at it, but the green light collided with it. Pfft! Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. A green light rushed into his forehead and tore apart his god-fiend body. Lin Fei, I will completely dominate you. The Holy Mother's true spirit. Lin Fei was alarmed. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, a beautiful woman appeared. She raised her hand and used the Emperor's seal to suppress Lin Fei's essence soul. Bang! Even with the immovable wisdom king god, the Holy Mother's true spirit was extremely powerful. With a raise of her hand, she suppressed Lin Fei. Ha ha ha, you and I are one. From now on, there is no distinction between us. The Holy Mother whizzed over, trying to occupy Lin Fei's essence soul. Lin Fei's strength had increased, but his essence soul had not. At this moment, he was undoubtedly the weakest existence. F***ck. Lin Fei definitely didn't expect the Holy Mother to have the courage to self-destruct her body. Her true spirit left her body and prepared to forcefully occupy his essence soul to control him. The Holy Mother's true spirit used all her strength to suppress his essence soul. Lin Fei could only watch helplessly as she flew over. Am I really going to fail at the last moment? Lin Fei was really unwilling. If his essence soul was controlled by the Holy Mother, then in the end, it was equivalent to wasting his efforts. F***ck, let's all die together. Lin Fei was furious. Even though self-destructing his essence soul had a huge impact on his body, he couldn't let the Holy Mother occupy him. At that time, the situation would be even worse. This was definitely not what he wanted to see. Right now, Lin Fei definitely didn't want the Holy Mother's goal to succeed. The Holy Mother flew over and revealed a victorious smile. Accept reality. Explode. The Holy Mother tore apart the immovable Wisdom King God's protection and saw Lin Fei's ruthless self-destruction. Such a huge essence soul exploded in the sea of consciousness just like that. No. The Holy Mother's true spirit's defense was not as good as before. How could it resist the self-destruction of Lin Fei's essence soul? She definitely didn't expect that Lin Fei would self-destruct his essence soul and perish together with her. Outside, Lin Fei's consciousness turned black. His eyes closed and he fainted just like that. The essence soul was equivalent to a part of it. The impact on Lin Fei was too great. When Lin Fei fell into darkness, in the depths of the sea of consciousness, a divine light shone out. It was like a warm spring breeze, sprinkling on the sea of consciousness. Ding, detected that the host is injured. Activating automatic recovery ability. Ding, unable to capture. Ding, activating full recovery. Ding, activating recovery, capturing all objects. Unfortunately, at this time, Lin Fei was already unable to hear this sound. So losing one's essence soul is actually so painful? Not knowing how much time had passed, Lin Fei woke up from the darkness. He was no longer in the Holy Mother's world. Instead, he was above a piece of magma, wrapped in scorching flames. The self-destruction of the essence soul, the unbearable pain directly caused Lin Fei to faint. This time, the Holy Mother, that old witch, is going to die. Lin Fei stood up, his face was full of bitterness. It was really unbelievable that this would be the final result. He, who had victory in sight, was instead turned around by the Holy Mother. Even if he killed the other party, he would also suffer heavy injuries. Losing his essence soul had a huge impact on him. Lin Fei subconsciously looked into the depths of the sea of consciousness. This was a subconscious action of his. Chapter 732. Primordial Spirit. In the depths of Lin Fei's sea of consciousness, which he thought was empty, there was something like a primordial spirit. How is this possible? I didn't kill the Holy Mother? Lin Fei was shocked. He couldn't accept it. He had self-destructed his primordial spirit, but he still couldn't kill the Holy Mother. At first glance, the existence in the depths of Lin Fei's sea of consciousness was like the Holy Mother. My strength isn't affected? Lin Fei subconsciously sensed his own strength. There should have been some effects after detonating his essence soul, but when he checked, that did not happen. This time, Lin Fei was surprised. That didn't make sense. Could it be that something went wrong again? Lin Fei kept reminding himself that the Holy Mother's true spirit shouldn't have survived. After self-destructing her primordial spirit, the Holy Mother would die without a doubt. However, anyone who saw the current situation would be shocked. I'll know if it's the Holy Mother or not if I sense it. Lin Fei calmed himself down and tried to communicate with it. It was a bit troublesome at first, but after a while, it felt smooth. In the depths of Lin Fei's sea of consciousness, the existence suddenly opened its eyes. Before Lin Fei could react, a large amount of aura poured into the river of memories. At this moment, Lin Fei was stunned, completely immersed in the river of memories. It was a vast starry sky. On an uninhabited planet, a weak existence appeared on the planet, constantly improving and evolving. Lin Fei didn't move at all. The lava rushed over and turned into a stream of water. He didn't know how long had passed. When Lin Fei opened his eyes again, there was a boundless vicissitude in them. It was as if an ancient person had appeared. I didn't expect to have such a fortuitous encounter. Lin Fei laughed. He didn't know how long he had experienced in the river of memories. It was like a dream. Everything was too unrealistic, but the river of memories told him that everything was real. In the entire continent, I am the first lucky person. Lin Fei laughed at himself. It turned out that just now, Lin Fei had transformed into the insect queen, started off as a weak existence, wandered the boundless starry sky, and then invaded one powerful race after another, enslaving them. Everything had really happened. What was 3,000 dreams? Lin Fei had some understanding. Come out. The existence in the depths of Lin Fei's sea of consciousness moved and appeared before Lin Fei. This should be a primordial spirit, or the Holy Mother. Due to the appearance of the system, his primordial spirit had fused with the Holy Mother, and his appearance was no different from before. However, Lin Fei knew that he was different now. He had obtained all of the Insect Queen's memories. His primordial spirit had obtained all of its memories, and he had even obtained the ability to hatch. Lin Fei really couldn't accept this result. What a heavy taste. At this point, Lin Fei did not know what to say. He had originally wanted to kill the Holy Mother, but it seemed that he had killed her. However, his primordial spirit had fused with the Holy Mother's true spirit. What's going on? I wonder if those beings in the upper realm will kill me? Lin Fei couldn't help but guess. It could be said that Lin Fei's primordial spirit had been reborn and became a different kind of existence. It was no longer a single primordial spirit. This is really a headache. Lin Fei shook his head and decided not to think about it for now. He would slowly think about it when he returned. At this point, there was nothing more to say. After all, he couldn't self-destruct again. Lin Fei was afraid. That kind of pain was too unbearable, and he did not want to experience it again. The planet is quiet. Is the result of the battle already decided? In a faraway place, a warship was parked on the planet, constantly observing the changes of the planet. After the entrenched Holy Mother disappeared, they couldn't help but worry. They didn't want to see a scene that they couldn't accept. From the bottom of their hearts, they hoped that Alliance leader Lin would win. If the Holy Mother won, they wouldn't be able to stop her. Everyone was silent. Look, someone is coming out. No one knew who shouted this. They saw a figure appear. Although there were many wounds on his body, they recognized him. But they recognized him. We won. At this moment, cheers erupted on the warship. Alliance leader Lin had killed the Holy Mother, the foreign tribe army had disappeared, and the human alliance had won. This news spread across the continent at once. It could be said that it had spread throughout the entire world. We won. These words came out of their mouths one after another. The continent was filled with cheers. As for the other continents, they were almost the same. They were in a state of joy. Since the beginning of the foreign tribe invasion, countless people had died, and countless dynasties and empires had been destroyed. At this moment, they could cheer loudly. We won. They didn't know how many days they had waited for this day, but now they could finally see it. Lin Fei's name, the continent's hero, had spread across the entire world. There was no one who didn't know of him, and Lin Fei's strength was publicly recognized as the number one. Every remaining dynasty and country erected statues of the continent's hero, Lin Fei, in the plaza for the continent's martial artists to worship. Everyone knew that without the continent's hero, Lin Fei, there wouldn't have been any subsequent victories. For an entire month, the continent was filled with cheers and all sorts of celebrations. The mythical city became a unique place on the continent, and it was called the mythical land by the martial artists of the continent. 2 months after the victory, a piece of news came from the mythical land. The Supreme Alliance leader, Lin Fei, would hold a grand wedding and marry 3 wives. When this news came out, it shook the entire continent and the entire world. All the elders of the sects began to gather in the mythical city. Those who couldn't come came to sincerely wish Lin Fei and his wives a happy marriage. Mythical city, city lord's mansion. With a smile on his face, Lin Fei accepted the gifts from Tai and the others. You're deliberately trying to extort us. Tai laughed. In half a month, they would ascend to the heavenly realm. We have a tough life. Before we ascend, we still have to be extorted. Spiritual Master He Tian joked. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei was dressed in a brocade robe. If I don't extort you, who else should I extort? Lin Fei had thought about this wedding for a long time. Now that the continent had returned to peace, and he would soon ascend to the heavenly realm, this grand wedding was needed. All right, our groom, prepare to welcome the 3 brides. Tai said with a smile. At that moment, a force descended from the sky and appeared in the city lord's mansion. It was the demon master dressed in black. This time, the foreign race's attack on the demon race had caused great losses. In the past few days, the demon master had been reorganizing the demon sect. He had put in a lot of effort into everything, especially the member of the council. He had changed the demon sect's terrible position on the continent. You two leave first. I have something to say to the alliance leader. Tai and spiritual master He Tian couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. They turned around and left. Alliance leader, don't you think that today's wedding is missing a bride? The demon master said solemnly. Demon master, what do you mean by that? Hearing this, Lin Fei knew that a headache had come, so he pretended to be confused. The demon master said with hatred, you don't need to pretend. Are you going to marry my daughter or not? Don't think that I won't dare to make a move just because you are strong. For my daughter, I will dare to do anything. That. Are you mistaken? Nangong Qianxian's face appeared in Lin Fei's mind. Humph, my daughter is the daughter of the heavens. Many people in the continent want to marry her, but in the end, my daughter is enchanted by you, and you are pretending to be confused. The demon master came here today to make Lin Fei marry his daughter no matter what. Don't say that you don't like my daughter. My daughter likes everyone who sees her. Lin Fei didn't know how to describe his feelings for Nangong Qianxian. It was a very vague feeling. Like? Of course. Perhaps because he had 3 women by his side, Lin Fei had misgivings and didn't dare to face this problem. But I am going to ascend soon. As soon as he said this, Lin Fei knew that he had said something wrong. What did he say? Didn't that give him a reason? The demon master laughed, you are a man. If you like her, then like her. There is no need to be so wishy-washy. Before you ascend, just leave a seed for my daughter. What is so surprising about that? Lin Fei sweated. But now, it seems that it is too late, right? Lin Fei wanted to use this reason to say. This is what Big Madam asked me to give to you. The demon master took out a communication device, looking as if his plot had succeeded. Lin Fei extended his divine sense into the communication device. Big Madam Lin Jiqing's words were left in it. Hubby, Qianxian is a good girl. We can see that she usually comes to our mansion. Qianxian has a strong personality and doesn't dare to take the initiative to say it. But from the bottom of her heart, she likes you very much. I have made the decision for you and accepted little sister Qianxian. You can't be angry. Lin Jiqing's smiling face was left. Seeing this scene, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His own woman was helping him. The demon master laughed, why are you still not calling me father-in-law? Father-in-law, you are really swift and decisive. Lin Fei felt relieved. If he liked her, then he liked her. There was no need to care about it. Good, good. The bride is here. There was a long cry in the sky. The huge mythical city expanded once again on its original foundation. In the sky, huge dragons appeared one after another. On the dragon at the front, there were 4 brides in a row, dressed in white wedding dresses. What beautiful brides! At this moment, the 4 brides became dazzling existences. The brides riding on the dragons came from the sky. Chapter 733. The Alliance Master's wedding was the grandest one on the continent. Originally, there were 3 brides, but now there were 4. To everyone's surprise, 3 of them were known to the visitors. One was the first wife, Lin Jiqing. Another was Miss Jean Feng when she was young. The last one was said to be his maid. They hadn't seen each other for more than a decade. All 3 of them knew each other very well. Who would have thought that the last one would be the daughter of the Demon Lord? This wedding was destined to be a grand one. Alliance Master Lin Fei welcomed 4 beautiful brides at the same time. Everyone was truly envious of him. Everyone sincerely gave their blessings to the Alliance Master. The continent's hero, Lin Fei, became a legend on the continent. After the grand wedding, Alliance Master Lin Fei seemed to have disappeared. From time to time, people would see Alliance Master Lin Fei with his 4 beautiful wives. They would appear in many worlds, free and unfettered. They became a celestial couple in the eyes of others. For a while, Alliance Master Lin Fei's whereabouts became a mystery. Everyone knew that the Alliance Master was about to ascend, so no one came to disturb his celestial life. On this day, on an uninhabited planet, a group of people appeared on the planet. A group of people appeared on this planet. At a glance, the entire place was barren and filled with a deathly stillness. Ever since the alien tribes started plundering, countless planets had become barren. No one knew when or where they would recover. In the sky, the clouds gathered together, forming a playground. I'm so envious of you. You can bring 4 beautiful wives and live a carefree life. You've made countless people jealous. On a tall mountain, tens of thousands of feet tall, it pierced through the clouds and reached the ends of the sky. Tai looked up at the cloudless sky. Soon, he would ascend from there. His eyes showed a rare nostalgia, which was soon replaced by excitement. Today, Tai and the others would ascend to the heavenly realm. Lin Fei had come to see them off. It could be said that Tai and the others were friends on the continent. Moreover, he wanted to see the sacred scene of ascension. If you're envious, I can help you suppress your strength. Lin Fei said with a smile. Forget it then. Rumor has it that the heavenly realm is the holy land of the demon clan. Back then, the demon clan dominated the ancient times, and no one was a match for us. At that time, the human clan was still extremely weak and had not become the mainstream. I really want to see what the heavenly realm is like. Lin Fei had heard of this rumor. In ancient times, the demon clan had indeed dominated the world, and the human clan was in decline. It could be said that the demon clan had a glorious time. I hope that by the time I come up, you will have already made a name for yourself in the heaven realm. I, Tai, will definitely make a name for myself. Tai nodded vigorously. He was filled with yearning. I hope I can suppress you and win against you. Ha ha ha. After an unknown period of time, there was movement in the sky. It was time to ascend. Lin Fei returned to the white cloud, and the 4 beauties were playing with Lulu. They were having a great time, and their laughter echoed. Daddy, what's that? Little Lolita appeared in Lin Fei's arms, looking curiously at the golden light sprinkling down from the sky. A welcoming ceremony. Lin Fei said with a smile. Golden light descended from the sky, covering the entire sky. Everyone seemed to be covered with a layer of golden muslin, full of the aura of immortals. A huge whirlpool appeared at the end of the sky. The immortal music continued, and milky white light shone down from the whirlpool, landing on Tai and the others. The aura was very peaceful, and all emotions seemed to stop at this moment. This is the immortal chi guiding them up. At some point, the demon lord had also appeared. It had been a long time since anyone on the Xiantian continent had ascended to the heavenly realm. Controlled by the immortal chi, Tai and the others flew toward the whirlpool in the depths of the sky and rushed into it. This scene happened quickly, and it disappeared just as quickly. After they entered the whirlpool, the golden light began to disappear, and the sky returned to normal. If it were not for the scene just now, perhaps no one would have known that someone had ascended here. There's really nothing to see about this ascension. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. After the whirlpool in the depths of the sky opened, Lin Fei tried to use his divine sense to check it, but it was blocked by a mysterious force, and he could not see what was behind the whirlpool. Now you know. The demon lord laughed. The ascension that everyone hopes for is just another suffering. Lin Fei understood the demon lord's meaning. So, you stayed and never thought of ascending to the heaven realm. However, you want to stay in the lower realm? The demon lord's strength was at the celestial immortal level, and he forcibly sealed it so that he did not want to ascend to the heaven realm. Many celestial immortals did the same. I won't ascend for now. The demon lord shook his head. In this realm, I'm already a top figure, but in the heaven realm, I'm just a lowly existence. If that's the case, why should I ascend? When I'm tired of it, I'll ascend. Lin Fei did not make fun of him. The demon lord's words were very reasonable. In this realm, one could do whatever they wanted. After ascending, it was no different from starting anew. In a place like the heaven realm, which was rich in resources, there was no way to stand out. Many people in the Xintian continent thought so. That's quite reasonable. Lin Fei sighed softly. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm so strong, would have followed your example and stayed in this realm for 100 more years. Since the battle in the savage world, Lin Fei's strength had increased again. As soon as he returned to the Xintian continent, he was immediately pressured by the heavenly Tao, which wanted to expel him. This repulsive force was constantly increasing, and it became very difficult for Lin Fei to resist. Before ascending, you must leave a seed for my daughter. The demon lord said with a smile. It's best if she gives birth to a son. I'll definitely raise him to be the future heir of the demon sect. Lin Fei looked at him with disdain. You're so old and disrespectful. If you have the ability, go have one yourself. Don't keep thinking about me. The demon lord laughed loudly. After Tai and the others ascended, the continent regained its peace. Lin Fei took advantage of the remaining time to wander around with his 4 wives, enjoying his last days of happiness. Soon, he would also become one of the ascended members. The 4 beauties seemed to know that each of them was making the best use of their last moments to enjoy their last moments together. Outside of the carefree world, Lin Fei was busy making babies. The 4 beauties all requested to have a child so that they would have someone to rely on. After reaching the celestial immortal level, making babies was already very easy. As long as Lin Fei was willing, he could conceive a child. If Lin Fei didn't want to, no one could force him. Chapter 734. The night was like water, and the stars shone brightly. On a towering mountain, a figure stood there. His black robes and long hair fluttered in the wind. He was like an emperor descending upon the world. It was cold at the top. From my rebirth until now, so many years have passed in the blink of an eye. I didn't expect that I would have to experience the feeling of parting again. This person let out a rare sigh. It was like he was reminiscing about the past. His emotions were boundless, causing one to be filled with endless reveries. Aren't you going to say goodbye to them? A few figures appeared behind him. They just stood there. Hee, since you know that it's a parting, it's better not to say anything to them. The black-robed man laughed. Who asked me to be someone who hates things like parting that hurt feelings? I don't want to see them crying. This person was none other than Lin Fei, who had watched Tai and the others ascend back then. After Tai and the others ascended, Lin Fei avoided talking about ascension so as to not ruin his mood. During the day, he would accompany them to play and be carefree. At night, he would be busy making babies. Time would always pass by inadvertently. In the blink of an eye, a year was up. The day of ascension had arrived. Tonight, the moon was bright and the stars were shining brightly. It belonged to Lin Fei. The power of the heavenly Tao kept on descending. Lin Fei could no longer continue to resist. He had no choice but to leave this realm. In order to not make his women sad, he didn't tell them the date of ascension, nor did he tell them the location. Lin Fei didn't like to leave this realm while crying. That's true. Things like ascension are truly a little painful. The Devil Lord agreed. Lin Fei didn't need to worry about the matters of the continent. The mythological city had already become a mythological place. With the power he left behind, in addition to the fact that the alien races had already been eradicated, the days ahead should be peaceful and prosperous. Father-in-law, after I ascend, I still need you to help me take care of me. The Devil Lord spoke in disdain. Who doesn't know that your mythology city has become a holy land on the continent? Divine martial cannons are everywhere. Whoever dares to come here will be beaten into a hornet's nest. You still have the cheek to say that? Sweat. In order to ensure the safety of Mythology City, Lin Fei installed a large number of divine cannons. One could say that he could sweep through as many as he wanted. Even for heavenly immortals, they wouldn't dare to have any designs on Mythology City. If not, they wouldn't even know how they died. Those who had received grace from Mythology City before would definitely gang up and attack. That's the end of the line. It doesn't count. Lin Fei said with a smile. Don't worry and ascend. The Demon Master could only say, as long as I'm around, no one will dare to have any ideas about Myth City. In fact, Lin Fei really didn't need to explain anything. Open. Lin Fei opened up his own power and communicated with the supreme existence of the upper realm. Suddenly, a wave of energy landed on his body. It was warm, making him want to sleep. At the same time, it was trying to transform his physical body. Get out. Lin Fei sent the power flying. He already had a god-devil body, so he didn't need an immortal body. The Demon Master below looked at Lin Fei, who was ascending. For some reason, a thought appeared in his mind: the scourge is finally gone. He can go and wreak havoc in the heaven realm. I wonder how many people will be harmed this time. Such a huge foreign race with as many experts as there were clouds. In the end, they were all destroyed in the hands of Lin Fei. In the eyes of the Demon Master, Lin Fei's ascension this time was probably going to start a new round of calamity in the heaven realm. He didn't know how many people would be harmed because of this. Sharp change. Lin Fei could feel that the true essence in his body was changing rapidly, becoming incomparably thick immortal energy. The power it emitted was also increasing by several times. When he was about to reach the end, the true essence in Lin Fei's body had changed by 70% to 80%. Every move of his was filled with supreme power. If he were to face the Holy Mother now, it wouldn't be as strenuous as before. Boom! And at this moment, a change occurred. In the vortex, a huge black hand descended from the sky. It crossed the space and slapped down with boundless power. Rumble. Within the range, a large number of barren planets collapsed and fell into the endless starry sky. Something's wrong. The Demon Master was sent flying. His eyes were filled with shock as he watched Lin Fei being struck into the passage. The celestial music was destroyed by this palm. F***ck. Lin Fei, who was in the passage, cursed loudly. He spat out blood and completely lost consciousness. He didn't expect that someone would plot against him at this time. An unknown amount of time passed. Lin Fei slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a blue sky with white clouds. From time to time, there would be huge birds and beasts flying across the sky, covering the sky and the sun with terrifying immortal power. Is this the heaven realm? Lin Fei turned his head and found himself in a forest. Dense immortal energy was constantly drilling into his body. Ding! Discovered that the host is seriously injured. Ding! Automatically absorbing immortal energy to repair injuries. Ding! The recovery time will last for 2 hours. Suddenly, a sound came from the system. F***ck, damn guy, taking advantage of my ascension to sneak attack me. Lin Fei checked himself. There was no place on his body that was unharmed. He was almost on the verge of collapse. This was a heavy blow. This was the first time Lin Fei was so seriously injured. It was even more serious than when the Holy Mother attacked. He was almost unable to move. The palm that came from the passage was too strong. Coupled with the suppression of ascension, he couldn't block it. He could only rely on the god-demon body to resist. It must be the Almighty behind the sword god. Other than him, no one would dare to attack me. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with killing intent. Sooner or later, I will kill my way up here, despicable brat. Unable to use his strength for 2 hours, Lin Fei didn't know why, but he felt a rare sense of crisis. A mysterious almighty from the heaven realm attacked and wanted to kill him. However, the other party didn't expect that he would use the god-demon body to block it. Lin Fei was worried that there would be something else. This was dangerous. But his injuries were too serious. He could only pray that the heavens wouldn't take care of him. At the same time, a mysterious force appeared outside a mountain range. Each of them emitted a powerful aura. If someone heard this, they would recognize that these people were all experts in the late stage of the heaven immortal realm. That ascended brat must be in this area. There are orders from above. Regardless of life or death, we must find his corpse and bring it back. If anyone dares to stop us, kill them all. A guy in black who seemed to be the leader, emitting an aura that surpassed the heaven immortal realm, ordered a group of subordinates sternly. Yes. Whoosh 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 figures rushed into the forest like wolves and tigers and began to search for the ascended brat. Just a little ascended brat. What are the higher-ups thinking? Why would they send us and muster so many people to find such a person? The immortal from the Iron Mountain had a sharp gaze, as if he could see through the mountain range with a glance. Then, he entered the mountain range. Chase. That mid-stage heaven immortal iron-armored beast is injured. It can't run far. We can't let anyone beat us to it. In a desolate forest, there were large trees lying in a disorderly manner. It was obvious that there had been a battle in this place before. 8 or 9 figures rushed out of the forest. After a round of investigation, this was what they said. This group of people were all heaven immortals. The strongest one was a complete heaven immortal realm expert, carrying a black bow. They stopped for a moment, then quickly chased in one direction. Boom! 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 One after another, towering trees fell down one after another. It turned out that an immortal beast that was hundreds of feet long had appeared in front of them. It was covered in black scales. Wherever it passed, trees would be cut down. This immortal beast was called Iron-Armored Beast, a heaven immortal beast. It was proud of its leather armor, which had great defense. Therefore, it had always been the target of the bounty immortal. Whoosh! A jingguang shot out like a meteor. The terrifying aura caused the trees on both sides to explode and turn into dust. Peng! Blood splattered on the iron-armored beast. More than half of its body exploded, and the white bones could be seen. Boom! The injured iron-armored beast roared at the sky. It didn't die. Whoosh! 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 Clang! 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 The blood-red iron-armored beast opened its mouth and a black tombstone flew out. It shone brightly and blocked the arrows. The 3 fierce arrows were like stones sinking into the sea. Ha ha ha, we found the right thing. It's this thing. Behind them, there were sounds of joy. Everyone, attack. We can't let the iron-armored beast escape. Dong! Dong! After blocking the attacks, the iron-armored beast kept the tombstone and fled in panic, scaring away countless birds. Earthquake? Lin Fei, who was lying on the grass, twitched his ears. He clearly felt that the earth seemed to be shaking. The gravel on the ground jumped up inadvertently. F***ck, this is the heavenly realm. How can there be an earthquake? It must be a fierce beast. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. God, don't play with me like this. Unfortunately, Lin Fei's expectations were useless. The trembling continued to increase. It was clearly coming in this direction. Dong! 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 The earth was like a drum, shaking non-stop. It's going to kill me. Lin Fei's injuries were not good. He couldn't move. If he encountered an immortal beast, he would be eaten. Bang! 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 Countless towering trees fell, and a colossal figure charged out of the forest. A thick stench of blood assaulted their nostrils. Damn it! The iron-armored beast was in a panic. It didn't care about anything else and rushed forward. Sovereign's descent. At the most dangerous moment, Lin Fei could only let his primordial spirit fly out. After merging with the insect queen, he inherited everything. His god-demon body had recovered a lot. Lin Fei didn't want to be kicked by this huge monster. Who knew what would happen? He didn't want to continue lying on the ground. The insect queen merged with countless emperors. Sovereign's descent was extremely powerful. The iron-armored beast's bell-sized eyes were filled with fear, as if it had seen something inconceivable. Its huge body began to tremble, and it took a step back before collapsing onto the ground. Dust flew into the air, and cracks appeared on the ground. F***ck, it was scared to death just like that? Lin Fei was dumbfounded again. He didn't even make a move. Just the sovereign's descent was enough to scare an immortal beast to death? What was going on? How could an immortal beast of the heavenly realm not be scared? Someone is coming. Lin Fei quickly retracted his primordial spirit and was secretly on guard. Chapter 735. When Lin Fei put away his primordial spirit, he was secretly on guard. A group of people appeared around the iron armor beast, and when they saw the iron armor beast lying on the ground, they were all shocked. The iron armor beast's vitality was strong, it could be seriously injured and not die, it could be said to be immortal, only powerful immortals could kill the iron armor beast. Under normal circumstances, it would take a long time to kill the iron armor beast, constantly exhausting the iron armor beast's chi and blood, killing the other party. The iron armor beast died just like that. They were naturally shocked. There's someone here. Soon, they found Lin Fei nearby. Captain, it's him. The injuries on his body are not light. I don't know how he was injured like this. An immortal said to the person who came up. Cheng Fei was the captain of this adventure team. With the strength of the early Xian immortal, it was him who seriously injured the iron armor beast, otherwise he would not dare to attack it. This person's injuries are very serious. Cheng Fei was a middle-aged man, his face was oppressive, giving people a sense of oppression. A pair of sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through people, see through anyone with a glance. This is a Xian immortal powerhouse, so strong, at least the strength of 100 heaven immortals. Lin Fei, who was pretending to be unconscious, felt the powerful aura. It was definitely stronger than him. The other party's powerful aura did not affect Lin Fei at all. The primordial spirit grasped the Emperor's power. It did not have any aura. Captain, what should we do? Someone next to him asked. This person should be an ascender. Cheng Fei said thoughtfully, he doesn't have the unique immortal robe of our heaven realm on him. Since we met, let's help and form a good karma. An ascender doesn't appear on the ascension altar. Why is he here? A voice full of questions. Maybe he's unlucky. Someone laughed. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. 2 hours was not long, lying across the mountain range. It was not safe, but with them, there was a certain guarantee of safety, and at the same time, he could understand the situation of the heaven realm. Lin Fei was completely clueless about the heaven realm situation. He did not know anything. After Cheng Fei explained, he went straight to the iron back. Someone next to him began to peel off the leather armor of the iron back and took out the black tombstone at the same time. Captain, your archery skills have improved again. Even the ironback beast died under your arrows. Ordinary people say that the iron-armored beast is not easy to deal with, but it still died under the captain's arrow, ha ha ha. Only Cheng Fei frowned and looked at the ironback beast on the ground. You're mistaken. This ironback beast died in the hands of someone else. What? Killed by someone else? How is that possible? The team members were shocked. They all knew how powerful their captain was. His archery skills had killed countless immortal beasts. The iron armor beast was clearly killed by him. The iron armor beast has a huge amount of chi and blood, so its vitality is strong. Look at the iron armor beast's expression. It was clearly scared to death. Cheng Fei pointed at the iron armor beast's big eyes. Look, he's really scared to death. Heavens! Who did it? Could it be a passing golden immortal expert? Everyone's backs were drenched in cold sweat. Whether it's a golden immortal expert or not, we've saved ourselves a lot of trouble. Pack up and leave quickly. Cheng Fei raised his head. The iron armor beast has a huge amount of chi and blood. After its death, it will undoubtedly attract many powerful immortal beasts. They moved even faster. After peeling off the fur and taking some flesh, they carried the unconscious Lin Fei and left the place. Lin Fei, who was lying on the stretcher, had already heard some information. These people were from an adventurer team. They specialized in hunting immortal beasts to complete various tasks. This time, they came to hunt the iron armor beast and retrieve the lost tombstone. It turned out that this iron armor beast had once killed a team and swallowed a tombstone. Over time, it became a protective existence, so someone entrusted them with the task of retrieving the tombstone. An hour later, the roar continued and echoed in the sky. It seemed that the saying was true. Powerful immortal beasts appeared and plundered the flesh and blood of the iron armor beast. What a terrifying aura, it makes people's heart palpitate. Lin Fei was secretly surprised. The immortal beasts of the heaven realm were so powerful. It was no wonder that so many ascenders had ascended. It seems that I don't have to worry about not having resources to level up in the future. Lin Fei planned to open the system and obtain the reward for leveling up after he recovered from his injuries. As for why he couldn't do it now, the system was repairing the injury. Where is this? After pretending for a distance, Lin Fei woke up faintly, revealing a blank look. Kid, you're finally awake. You're really lucky. A young man next to him was the first to notice and said with a smile. You are? Lin Fei continued to pretend to be confused. Where am I? My name is Xue Shan. Everyone calls me Xiao Shan. The young man Xue Shan introduced himself. This is the heaven realm. You're not an ascender? Don't you know that? Lin Fei said with a sudden realization. So this is the heaven realm. Xue Shan laughed out loud. People who come here for the first time are all like this. Instead, you're not at the ascension platform. Why are you here? Furthermore, you're so heavily injured. If it wasn't for your good luck, I'm afraid you would have been trampled to death by an iron armor beast. I don't know either. When I ascended, there was an unforeseen event in the passageway. Then, when I woke up, I became like this. Lin Fei hid one of the Almighty Figure's attacks. Ah, why are you so unlucky? Xue Shan exclaimed. This is clearly the passageway collapsing. You were crushed by the passageway. It seems that your luck isn't bad. Congratulations to you for surviving. Lin Fei chatted with Xue Shan like this. Moreover, both of them were young people of similar age, so it was easy to get along with them. As an ascender, there will usually be an ascension platform when you fly up from the lower realm. Xue Shan explained. At the ascension platform, there will be sects there to take back their ascended disciples. Looking at you, you definitely don't have a sect. Otherwise, you wouldn't have suffered like this. Lin Fei nodded. I'm a loose cultivator. I don't understand these things. I'm not too clear about the Tao. Xue Shan suddenly sighed. As a loose cultivator, it's actually best not to ascend. Everyone says that the heaven realm is beautiful. But after you ascend, you will know that the heaven realm isn't as beautiful as you imagine it to be. Sect disciples are different. Xiao Shan, what are you saying? Don't scare him. Cheng Fei walked over. His words scared Shan so much that he shut his mouth. Captain, this is the truth. A loose cultivator and a sect disciple are like a biological mother and a stepmother. We come to the mountain range to hunt immortal beasts for days and cultivation resources. Sect disciples come to the mountain range to gain experience. The difference is really different. Qing Fei sighed. I've heard about your experience. Looks like your luck is bad. You met with the collapse of the Ascension Passage. Fortunately, you safely reached the Heaven Realm. You were heavily injured. Since you met us, your life is saved. I'm Qing Fei, the captain of this team. If you don't have anything else to do, you can temporarily follow us. Thank you. Lin Fei's heart warmed. To Lin Fei, this was the best outcome. He could constantly understand the Heaven Realm. We're all ascenders. It's only right to help each other. Qing Fei said. The group quickly left the mountain range and headed outside. Their mission was completed. They didn't need to stay in the mountain range anymore. A few hours later. Stop. Just as they were leaving, they were suddenly stopped by a sharp voice. Not far ahead, a small team of 5 appeared. They were all wearing black immortal robes. It was obvious that they were of high quality. Especially the aura of a pagoda embroidered on their chests. As soon as Qing Fei and the others saw these people, nervous expressions appeared on their faces, because they recognized who these people were. Purgatory Sect. Shan couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Shan, this Purgatory Sect seems to be very powerful. Lin Fei asked. Shan looked at the Purgatory Sect people in front of him and lowered his head. He lowered his voice. Of course Purgatory Sect is powerful. In our northern region, they can enter the top 100 sections. They have hundreds of thousands of disciples. They have many experts. Most importantly, they have a huge backer. In a short time, Lin Fei already knew that the Heaven Realm was divided into Eastern Region, Southern Region, Northern Region, and Western Region. He was in the Northern Region. Immortal friend from Purgatory Sect, what business do you have with us? Qing Fei respectfully went forward and stopped not far away. He never dared to offend an immortal sect like Purgatory Sect. Although there were only 5 people in this group, they represented the Purgatory Gate. Experts were as common as the clouds in the sky, and any one of them could kill them 100 times over. It's good that you know about our Purgatory Sect. A team leader came forward. Let me ask you, have you seen a heavily injured young man? He is a serious criminal of our Purgatory Sect. If you have seen him, you will receive great benefits. Qing Fei lowered his head. For some reason, the ascender he had saved appeared in his mind. No. The team leader waved his hand. Go and check if anyone is an imposter. The 4 Purgatory Sect disciples behind him rushed forward with murderous intent, not caring if Qing Fei would agree or not. Purgatory Sect, I'll remember you. Hearing their words, Lin Fei immediately knew that these Purgatory Sect people were coming for him. In this mountain range, the heavily injured one was him. He didn't need to think to know that it was the order of that Almighty to bring him back. Not this one. Not this one either. The 4 Purgatory Sect disciples rushed forward and rejected them one by one. Then their gazes fell on the only injured person. What happened to him? Shan answered carefully. We were attacked by an iron armor beast on the way. Our team member couldn't dodge in time and was injured. What a coincidence. The team leader's eyes lit up. This person is suspicious. The higher-ups had ordered them to search this mountain range for a young man, dead or alive. They had to find his corpse and reward them handsomely. The team leader and the others did their best to find the person and make a great contribution to leave a good impression. The rewards especially made them envious. They would rather kill a wrong person than let one go. They would capture him first. Chapter 736. The squad leader at the Purgatory Gate was prepared to bring this person back and show off his skills. He would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Qing Fei, who had his head lowered, had a cold glint in his eyes. He took out a black bow and infused it with immortal power. He shot out immortal arrows one after another, catching them off guard. Cheng Fei was an early-stage Xian immortal. This was a powerful killing move that killed them one by one. After all, they were only sky immortals. Team leader. His subordinates were all scared out of their wits. The team leader had acted so quickly that they couldn't think about what was going on. They were in a daze, the words of the Purgatory sect echoing in their minds. The person they saved was a criminal of the Purgatory sect? They couldn't accept this. An ascender was a criminal of the Purgatory sect. What kind of joke was this? They couldn't believe it. Perhaps even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe it. They had never heard of anyone attacking an ascender, let alone a major immortal sect like the Purgatory sect. What are you standing there for? Clean up the scene. Cheng Fei's words brought them back to their senses. Do you want them to come knocking on our door? Lin Fei was also stunned. He hadn't expected this team leader to kill someone from the Purgatory sect. Actually, you don't have to do it. I will do it myself. Lin Fei came down and said to Cheng Fei. Amazing. Cheng Fei laughed. You're an ascender. You must have done something great for the Purgatory sect to take action. It's really interesting. What's the big deal about killing a few people from the Purgatory sect? The Purgatory sect has always been extremely domineering. In order to gain merit, they will do anything. Do you think they will let us go? It's all my fault. Lin Fei, who had recovered his strength, said in shame. Originally, Lin Fei had planned to lure them away and then kill them. That way, this wouldn't have happened. However, he had ended up dragging them down with him. Let's leave the mountain range. As long as we leave, they can't find any evidence and can't do anything to us. Let me destroy the evidence. Lin Fei waved his hand. Divine fire flew out and burned the scene. Everything was burned into nothingness. Even the aura they left behind disappeared. Not bad. Clean and direct. Cheng Fei was slightly surprised. It was rare to see evidence disappear like this. Cheng Fei had killed someone from Purgatory sect. At first, the team members were shocked, but then they returned to normal, as if they had done something insignificant. Instead, they were very interested in Lin Fei. There were very few people who could make the Purgatory sect take action. Little Lin, what exactly did you do to make the Purgatory sect come looking for you? Shui Shan wasn't a calm person, so he was naturally the one who asked the most questions. Kill one of their geniuses from the lower realms. Lin Fei came up with an excuse. In his opinion, the sword god was a genius from the upper realm. For the sake of a single person, he attacked him as soon as he arrived. So what if he wasn't a genius disciple? F***ck, so awesome. Shui Shan's eyes lit up in admiration. Then your strength, isn't it awesome? Geniuses from the upper realm are geniuses among geniuses. Not bad. Xiao Shan, don't ask any more. We're going out soon. Cheng Fei's voice sounded. At the exit of the mountain range. This was originally a huge exit. At this moment, a large group of people in black gathered here, setting up a checkpoint. The people from Purgatory sect are really overbearing. We have nothing to do with their felons. Why do they have to check us? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful that the people from Purgatory sect hear you. If they kill you, you can only suffer in silence. There were quite a number of people here. There were more than 100 of them, and they were all hunter teams. At this moment, they were complaining, but they didn't dare to say anything. They couldn't afford to offend the Purgatory sect. Next. At the checkpoint, the people from Purgatory sect checked them one by one, emitting a repressed aura. The people from Purgatory sect really mustered a large force. When Cheng Fei and the others appeared, they were really shocked. At the checkpoint alone, there were more than 10 Xian immortal powerhouses and no less than 100 heaven immortals. It could be seen how much they valued people. Where is he? Shui Shan looked to the side and realized that he was gone. He was still there just now, but now he was gone. After a little surprise, Shueshan returned to normal. Cheng Fei still had the same expression on his face. After waiting for an hour, it was their turn. After checking and registering, they left the checkpoint. After leaving the mountain range, they took out their celestial swords and flew on them. A large number of people from Purgatory sect headed towards the mountain range. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Since when did a felon cause Purgatory sect to muster such a large force? What? Our small team was killed, and the corpses were destroyed to cover up the evidence? At the checkpoint, a piece of news came that shocked them. That person actually attacked and killed their people. Informed the sect to lock down the mountain range. No matter what, we have to find that person. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I think that person's strength can't recover so quickly. He must be seriously injured. The overseeing expert gave a death order. A felon actually dared to kill their disciples. Provocation, absolute provocation. Purgatory sect quickly turned out in full force. A large number of disciples locked down the mountain range and carried out a huge search to prevent anyone from escaping. This action shocked everyone. Countless people started guessing what kind of background this serious criminal of the Purgatory Gate had for the Purgatory Gate to mobilize such a large force. Your concealment technique is amazing. You can actually hide from the search of a mystic immortal expert. When Lin Fei came out again, he was already very far from the mountain range. Originally, Lin Fei had planned to follow them out, but when he saw the checkpoint, he realized that doing so would be inconvenient. Thus, he entered the divine flame space and left the mountain range without anyone noticing. Little Lin, Purgatory sect's people have their eyes on you. For the time being, it's best not to show your face in public, lest they find you. Cheng Fei said. In the wilderness, they can do whatever they want, but in the city, they won't dare to do anything. You'll be safe there. I won't be impulsive. Even though Lin Fei really wanted to kill them all and teach them a lesson, this wasn't the right time to do so. When he ascended, he had been struck by that palm, causing the immortal energy in his body to not be completely converted. Lin Fei had to wait until the immortal energy was completely converted before he could make a move against them and make their Purgatory sect suffer. Chapter 737. While the Purgatory sect was searching for a certain person had already appeared in a city. No one knew how they would react when they heard the news. They would probably find it hard to believe that someone could escape after being seriously injured. If they knew about it, it would not be as simple as sealing it. Immortal Wild City. At this moment, a certain someone was in Immortal Wild City. In an average-sized city in the northern region. How is it? The heaven realm is much livelier than the lower realm, right? Walking on the streets, he met the immortals coming and going. All of them had powerful auras. Lin Fei met many Xian immortals and heaven immortals everywhere. There were also many who had not become heaven immortals. So they were all natives of the heaven realm. In order to cultivate to heaven immortals, the people of the lower realm had to go through countless dangers and finally ascend to the heaven realm. However, for the natives, they did not need to cultivate much, and becoming heaven immortals was not a big problem. Yes, there are many experts. Lin Fei did not even dare to release his divine sense because he did not know when he would encounter a powerful enemy. Among the immortals, it was taboo to use divine sense to check. In the words of Earth, this was equivalent to asking a woman's age. It was an impolite behavior. Some of the hot-tempered immortals might teach you a lesson on the spot. If they lost their temper, they might even want to kill you. When you see a real expert, you won't think that way. Cheng Fei said, the Immortal Wild City's city lord has the strength of a golden immortal. He can kill thousands of Xian immortals with a wave of his hand. Lin Fei chuckled and did not say anything. In his opinion, golden immortals were nothing. This is where we live. Very quickly, Cheng Fei and the others appeared in front of a house. The surroundings were very quiet. After entering, there was a courtyard inside. It seemed out of place compared to the situation outside. It was very quiet. Are you surprised? Xueshan said with a smile. It is indeed very quiet. There are many people like us in Immortal Wild City. Xueshan said, we usually look for cheap houses. Xueshan brought Lin Fei and opened an empty house. For the next few days, you can stay here. Anyway, we have more empty houses here. The size of the house was not small, and there were many rooms. It could be seen that Ching Fei's adventurer team had many members in the past. Thanks. Take a rest first. I'll call you when it's time for dinner. Xueshan smiled. Just treat this place as your home. The layout of the room was very simple. For Lin Fei, he did not have any requirements for a place to rest. After all, he had not ascended to the immortal realms to enjoy life. Captain, isn't it too risky for us to bring him out like this? In a room, a few team members, including Xueshan, were present. It seemed like they wanted to get an answer from Ching Fei. They were surprised that Purgatory Sect would make such a move to capture a fugitive. What surprised them was that they were involved. Even though the Purgatory Sect was just a decent sect in the North region, it was nothing compared to those big sects with millions of disciples. To them, there was not much difference between hundreds of thousands of disciples and millions of disciples. In any case, they could not afford to offend them. Sowing good karma. Ching Fei said such a sentence. Good karma? They were very surprised to hear such a sentence. You guys should have overlooked one thing. Ching Fei said again, even if I attacked the iron armor beast with strong vitality, I could only injure it and could not kill it. In the end, it was scared to death. Do you think he could survive when a golden immortal passed by? This time, everyone understood. Captain, you suspect that it was Shaolin who scared the iron armor beast to death? Someone said in surprise. That shouldn't be possible, right? I think Shaolin is only a heaven immortal. How could he scare the iron armor beast to death? This doesn't make sense. They did not think that the other party could scare an immortal beast to death. If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. It would be terrible in the future. This is just a guess. Ching Fei said, everyone, just pretend that it never happened. As ascenders, we should help people from the lower realm. At this moment, they seemed to understand. Perhaps, as the captain said, they were sowing good karma. I didn't expect the sound listening bug to have such an effect. In the room, Lin Fei opened his eyes and smiled. It turned out that he had eavesdropped on their conversation just now. As a newcomer to the heaven realm, Lin Fei had to guard against them. After listening to their words, he couldn't help but overthink. They had no intention of harming him at all. The sound listening bug was hatched from the primordial spirit. It did not need to consume much energy. It could eavesdrop on everything and ignore the search of divine sense. It was a first-class eavesdropping thing. Since the primordial spirit fused with the insect queen, Lin Fei grasped the ability to hatch it. The divine sense of a heaven immortal could still be useful in the lower realm, but in a place like the heaven realm, it was nothing. Therefore, Lin Fei thought of using the primordial spirit to hatch some small species, and the sound listening bug was one of them. It seems that I am being paranoid. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. They helped me in order to make a good karma, but I was thinking too much. I am ashamed. After turning off the sound listening bug, Lin Fei began to convert the remaining primordial spirit into immortal energy, so as to prevent it from leaking out. This conversion took more than half a day. Only when Xueshan took the initiative to knock on the door did he stop. The primordial spirit in his body had almost been converted. Little Lin, it's time to eat. Xueshan shouted from outside. Coming. Lin Fei opened the door and came out. Xueshan took a look and said in surprise, "You are so powerful, you converted primordial spirit so quickly." Back then, in order to convert primordial spirit, it took me more than a day. The dinner was very sumptuous. This is blood nourishing, it is very helpful for healing. A table full of delicacies, all of them replenished qi and blood. As said, it was very helpful for healing. I thought that the people of the upper realm would not care about these 5 grains. Lin Fei was quite curious. In the lower realm, food was relatively simple. Ha ha ha, you don't know about this. Cheng Fei gave a rare laugh. Could it be that there is something else? Xue Shan interrupted. Of course there is. Cheng Fei said, in the heaven immortal realm, one needs to have strong qi and blood to have strong vitality. It is equivalent to building a foundation for breaking through to the Xian immortal realm in the future. Although it is not very useful, the heaven immortal realm and Xian immortal realm is a threshold. As long as there is a chance, no one will miss it. Lin Fei suddenly understood. No wonder when I entered the city, I saw many heaven immortal realm people with strong qi and blood, like wild beasts. At that time, I was puzzled. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. During this time, Cheng Fei said a lot of things that should be paid attention to in cultivation, which was of great help to Lin Fei. If Lin Fei was to explore by himself, it would take a lot of time. After dinner, Lin Fei returned to his room. He was very grateful for what Captain Cheng Fei had said. He had benefited a lot from it. My injuries have recovered. I should open the system and see what good things are in the lottery. Lin Fei said in his heart. With the appearance of Purgatory Gate, there was a certain amount of pressure on his head. Open the system, ding, the system is updating, estimated time is 1 day, please wait a moment. Just as he was about to open the system gave him such a reply. Lin Fei was quite surprised. The last time it was updated again? What a torment. Forget it, forget it. Lin Fei shook his head. In any case, 1 day doesn't matter. The system could not enter, but it did not mean that Lin Fei had nowhere to go. Great Emperor Senfu. Regarding the Great Emperor Senfu, other than the time when Lin Fei came, he did not come often and was in a state of forgetfulness. After ascending to the heaven realm, Lin Fei realized the importance of the Great Emperor Senfu. Do you think that an immortal Emperor Senfu would be ordinary? Congratulations to your successor for ascending to the heaven realm and opening the Great Emperor Senfu's treasure. The Great Emperor Senfu, Lin Fei had always been by his side. As soon as he entered from the outside, Lin Fei came to the main hall. A familiar person appeared in front of him again. The Great Emperor Senfu's treasure, Black Demon. Hearing this, Lin Fei was startled. The Great Emperor Senfu's treasure? That's right. Black Demon said, this was left behind by my master, the Eternal Emperor. If you are unable to ascend in your lifetime, then you will not know this secret. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Where are the treasures? Quickly tell me. After ascending to the heaven realm, Lin Fei did not bring many resources. Almost all of them were left below. It could be said that he came up empty-handed. Not here. Black Demon said, Master's treasure is in another place. With your strength, you will not be able to get it for the time being. You must first cultivate Master's secret art. Isn't this making me happy for nothing? Lin Fei curled his lips, then his eyes lit up. I can cultivate the Great Emperor's secret art? The martial arts of the lower realms were limited in the heaven realm. Lin Fei had always been worried that the Great Emperor's secret art would be delivered to his door. It was no different from sending a pillow when he wanted to sleep. How could he not be happy? Follow me. There were many places that Lin Fei could not enter in the Great Emperor Senfu. Under Black Demon's lead, not long after, they arrived in front of a main hall. The door opened. Master's secret art is inside. Given your strength, you can learn one's secret art. Black Demon said, as for the secret art, it will depend on your luck. Master's secret art is famous in the heaven realm. It is unparalleled in the world. Every secret art is a secret art among secret arts. Seize the opportunity. Lin Fei became spirited. For the Senfu's artifact spirit to say this, the secret art left behind by the Great Emperor must be extraordinary. He took a step into the main hall. Lin Fei was in a starry sky. The starlight was bright, and there were countless moons and stars. It was vast and boundless. This, Lin Fei was shocked. What a great deal. Use your divine sense to sense it and you will be able to find a secret art. Black Demon's voice followed. Lin Fei calmed his mind and sat down. He used his divine sense to sense the secret art left behind by the great emperor in the starry sky. Outside the main hall, Black Demon stood there. Chapter 738. The starry sky was vast and boundless. The enormous stars were equivalent to supreme arts, shocking the world. Everyone who saw them couldn't help but feel envious. What a majestic aura! It can even block my divine sense. Lin Fei's heart sank into the starry sky and he released his divine sense to communicate with the planets. He wanted to learn the peerless arts and increase his strength so that he could have a foothold. The ultimate arts of the eternal emperors were indeed left behind by the eternal emperors. Each planet was like a supreme existence. No matter how hard Lin Fei tried, he couldn't communicate with them. After an hour, Lin Fei didn't gain anything. Calm down, I have to calm down. If the ultimate arts of the eternal emperors were so easy to learn, they wouldn't be the ultimate arts of the eternal emperors. He kept extending his divine sense to try to communicate with the ultimate arts, but they didn't budge. He lost count of how many times he had failed. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. They really didn't give him any face. After calming down, Lin Fei looked at the ultimate arts again. If I can't communicate with them with my body, then I will use my invincible sword intent. I don't believe these ultimate arts won't react. Lin Fei thought. After a round of inspection, Lin Fei found some problems. These planets had a certain reaction. It wasn't too obvious, but he could still feel it. Invincible sword intent, sword god descends. Lin Fei activated his invincible sword intent. He turned into an immortal sword, revealing his sharpness. A supreme sword god condensed in the vast starry sky. His appearance was exactly the same as Lin Fei's. After displaying the invincible sword intent, Lin Fei started to sense the ultimate arts. As expected, everything was as he had imagined. The moment the invincible sword intent appeared, the vast starry sky seemed to quiet down in an eternity. It was incomparably mysterious. Lin Fei finally realized that the ultimate arts were starting to change. The first change was that some of the ultimate arts didn't move at all. They had no aura, as if they were dead. However, some of the ultimate arts showed a kind of resistance, a subconscious resistance. After the first wave, Lin Fei decided on the ultimate arts. Those that didn't move, he refused. There are a total of 18 planets. I will test them one by one. I don't believe that I can't find one that suits me. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. In the end, he decided on 18 planets. There was hope that he could pick out an absolute art that was suitable for him. On the first planet, he displayed the invincible sword will, but the reaction was not very big. Lin Fei chose to give up for the time being. This was the first time Lin Fei tried to choose an absolute art. Although he did not know how to knock on the door, he understood one thing. As long as he targeted the one with the biggest reaction, he would not go wrong. I didn't expect the successor, Lin Fei, to find a way so quickly. The Senfu's artifact spirit, Black Demon, had been paying attention to the situation inside. Black Demon was very satisfied with Lin Fei's performance. Lin Fei did not show any signs of anxiety or irritation, completely in line with what a successor should do. Black Demon's impression of Lin Fei changed once again. This won't do either. This one is average, the reaction isn't that big. This one won't do either. The reaction is too small, there is almost no difference. Lin Fei evaluated. At the beginning, he was not anxious. After checking the planets one by one, he started to get anxious. If this continued, things would go out of his plan. Brother, I can't be this unlucky, right? Lin Fei's eyes twitched. This is the last one. Don't let me down. In the blink of an eye, it was the last planet. In other words, the 18th planet was Lin Fei's last chance. After displaying the invincible sword will, there was no reaction. It was impossible to communicate with it in a short period of time. Only these 18 planets, Lin Fei had a chance. The previous 17 planets had a mediocre reaction. Lin Fei was not willing to miss this opportunity. If this last chance was the same as before, Lin Fei could only choose one of the planets and learn one absolute art. The invincible sword will communicated with the last planet. As soon as he did so, a strong reaction rushed over like a tide. With a hwala sound, Lin Fei's invincible sword will was like a lonely boat that encountered a storm on the sea. A wave came crashing down and disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei's expression changed. He was secretly shocked. Such a strong momentum. It can actually disintegrate my sword will. Lin Fei was very clear about what his sword will was like. In the blink of an eye, it was disintegrated by the planet. He had encountered a shocking absolute art. Communicate. Lin Fei gave up on the other planets. His divine sense began to cover the planet. He was ready to learn this supreme absolute art. It could disintegrate his invincible sword will. Such a powerful absolute art must be extraordinary. At first, Lin Fei's spiritual sense encountered resistance. However, after an hour, he managed to breach the planet in one go. Hua hua hua, the planet exploded. A treasure light appeared, like stars decorating the planet. A few ancient words appeared. Eternal world, eternal divine fist. The treasure light turned into a stream of light and entered Lin Fei's forehead. His entire body shook. In the river of memories, a great emperor's absolute art appeared. Eternal divine fist? Lin Fei whispered. After the treasure light entered his body, he was in the vast starry sky. His vision went black and he was bounced out, appearing outside the hall. Congratulations, you have obtained the supreme eternal divine fist. Black Demon was happy from the bottom of his heart. Isn't my eternal divine fist really awesome? You will know when you learn it. Black Demon didn't say anything. Instead, he kept him in suspense. You have obtained the absolute art. Next, you can choose the treasures. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to read through the Eternal God Fist. From the name alone, he could tell that it was an extremely powerful technique. Eternal Emperor, then his martial arts must have something to do with eternity. His eternal godly fist must be extraordinary. Treasure Pavilion. This wasn't Lin Fei's first time here. He had also been here in the lower realm. In the Treasure Pavilion, there are a total of Heaven Grade, Divine Grade, Sacred Grade, and Emperor Grade treasures. You can choose a Heaven Grade treasure now. Lin Fei remembered, so he took out the Divine Sword. Look at my Divine Sword. What grade is it? Lin Fei didn't know the grade of the Divine Sword he had snatched from Sword God. Now that there was an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Black Demon glanced at it. You are lucky. This Divine Sword is a Divine Grade treasure. So awesome. Lin Fei finally understood why Sword God was so heartbroken and angry. This Divine Sword is just a defective Divine Grade. It can barely be considered a Divine Grade treasure. It needs to be repaired. Black Demon poured a bucket of cold water on him. Defective? Lin Fei really couldn't tell. He put away the Divine Sword. In that case, if I repair this Divine Sword, it will regain the power of a Divine Grade treasure. That's right. Once this defective Divine Sword is repaired, it will be equivalent to a low Divine Grade Divine Sword. Its power will be extraordinary, Black Demon said. It will be very difficult to repair it. I have the system, so I don't have to worry about this problem. Chapter 739. Out so soon. Lin Fei did not stay long in the treasure pavilion to choose the treasures. He spent some time in choosing the absolute arts, but it was not as troublesome as before. Lin Fei could choose easily. A set of immortal swords. Lin Fei was good at using swords. He chose a set of immortal swords, a total of 720 of them. They were all top-quality heavenly swords. When activated, they could sweep through everything and kill the enemy. You have good eyesight. This is a set of immortal swords called Sun Moon Sword. Once used, even heaven and earth cannot stop it. The birth of the sun and moon. When choosing immortal swords, Lin Fei always wanted to be domineering. 720 immortal swords were just enough for him to control. Senior Black Demon, can you tell me about the Great Emperor's treasure vault now? So that I can be prepared. Lin Fei took the initiative to ask. Lin Fei was very interested in the Great Emperor's treasure vault. All along, Lin Fei thought that the Great Emperor's treasure vault would definitely be in the Great Emperor's senfu. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? It was too surprising. Your strength is not enough. Wait until you can fight against a golden immortal, then you can come again. Black Demon waved his hand, and a force surged, sending Lin Fei out. Damn! Lin Fei shouted. He was sent out just like that. He wanted to go in, but the Great Emperor's senfu was sealed. With his strength, he could not tear open the seal. It's just a golden immortal. It's not like I can't reach it. Lin Fei was not angry. From Black Demon, he could see that Black Demon was worried about him. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. The eternal Great Emperor's treasure vault should not be so easy to get. Lin Fei thought. Looks like I need to quickly increase my strength. Even if it was not for the Great Emperor's treasure vault, I would have to deal with Purgatory Sect first. Lin Fei held grudges. No matter what orders they received, since they dared to attack him, he had to take revenge. He could use them as leveling tools. After leaving the Great Emperor Senfu, Lin Fei spent the entire night refining the Sun and Moon Immortal Sword so that he could control it at will. The next day as the sun rose, purple clouds rose from the east. Lin Fei had already stopped the blood bonding. After a night, he had already completed the blood bonding of the Sun and Moon Immortal Sword. Coupled with the total annihilation, its power was extraordinary. I'm going to get a powerful sword array. Total annihilation was indeed powerful, but with his current strength, Lin Fei felt that there was something lacking in it that could not satisfy his cultivation needs. It was more important to cultivate a new sword formation. After breakfast, Lin Fei proposed to take a walk around Immortal Field City to get used to life in the Heaven Realm. Xiao Shan, go with Xiao Lin. Cheng Fei arranged for Xue Shan and then said to Lin Fei, Xiao Shan is very familiar with Immortal Field City. If you want to go anywhere, just tell him. Immortal Field City was huge. It was several times bigger than an imperial capital in the lower realm. In Xue Shan's words, Immortal Field City was considered small in the north region. Those huge cities were the truly terrifying ones. Brother Lin, where do you plan to go? After walking for a while, Xue Shan asked. Lin Fei thought for a while, bring me to the place that sells cultivation techniques. This place has the most. Xue Shan said, in our Immortal Field City, the most famous merchant association is Xianxia Merchant Association. This place is just one of their branches. There are countless branches like this in every region. It's truly a huge merchant association. That powerful? Lin Fei was shocked. Brother Lin, if you want to buy sword arrays, Xianxia Merchant Association has the most. However, the price there is also expensive. Normal people can't afford it there. Xue Shan talked about Xianxia Merchant Association as they walked. When they arrived, Lin Fei already had a certain understanding of Xianxia Merchant Association. What a grand aura! Just as they arrived at Xianxia Merchant Association's entrance, a stairway to heaven appeared. It was grand as if it separated the mortal world from the heavenly realm. On the left and right sides of the stairway, there were two huge stone sculptures of immortal beasts. They were like clouds that looked down on the world. Lin Fei had only taken one look and he could already feel the boundless power coming from the World Chamber of Commerce. Beside him, Xue Shan had already become cautious and cautious. Brother Lin, when we go in later, it's best not to provoke anyone. Those who can come to Xianxia Merchant Association all have backgrounds. We can't afford to offend them. Xue Shan said in a low voice. He was afraid that he would misunderstand, so he added, I'm not talking about Brother Lin. It's just that there are often young masters deliberately looking for trouble. Lin Fei laughed. Don't worry. I'm not someone who looks for trouble. Shueshan saw that Lin Fei wasn't angry, so he was relieved. After going up the stairway, Lin Fei felt a sense of superiority. He was afraid of Xianxia Merchant Association. On the stairway, 4 tall men in black stood casually. It was as if there was a wild beast hidden in their body that would pounce out and devour people at any time. The strength of these 4 people is at least at Xian immortal level. Lin Fei didn't say anything and looked at them. When they entered, 4 pairs of eyes looked at them as if they wanted to see through them. Walking into Xianxia Merchant Association, they were greeted with a luxurious aura that made them feel like they were walking into a palace. Brother Lin, I heard from Captain that everything we see, including the things under our feet, is priceless. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Shueshan was shocked. Lin Fei was curious, is this your first time here? The interior of Xianxia Merchant Association was decorated luxuriously. Everywhere was filled with a superior and luxurious aura. But to Lin Fei, there was no difference and he wasn't affected at all. Shueshan smiled embarrassedly, you can even see through this. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. This place doesn't eat people. Lin Fei found that Shueshan was a little timid. Let's go and see the sword formation. The hall of Xianxia Merchant Association was endless. The people who appeared here were just as Shueshan had said. They were either rich or noble. Those with backgrounds were all accompanied by beautiful women. Brother Lin, the things here are so expensive. Shueshan pointed at the items on sale not far away. Lin Fei took a look and realized that they were pills. They were all pills that heaven immortals consumed. They were easily worth thousands of immortal stones. Those with good effects cost at least 10,000 immortal stones. In a place like Heaven Realm, the common currency was immortal stones. These pills were all low-grade immortal stones. Even so, the price was very expensive. It's indeed quite expensive. Lin Fei didn't care about immortal pills. He didn't rely on immortal pills to cultivate. From Shueshan, he knew that it would take a long time to earn a few hundred low-grade immortal stones. Buying immortal pills was a big burden for them. In the Heaven Realm, pills were extremely important. That was why they formed a team to hunt immortal beasts and obtain immortal stones. Do you have sword formation manuals here? Lin Fei came to a counter and said directly. The attendants here were all beautiful female immortals. Their bodies emitted a light aura and their voices were gentle. Fellow immortal, what level of sword formation do you need? It's best if it can be cultivated to the Xian immortal level. Lin Fei said. At present, the Xian immortal level was just right for him to use. As long as he was given some time, he would be able to erupt with the power of the Xian immortal level. Please wait a moment. Brother Lin, you're not really planning to buy it, are you? Shueshan asked quietly. This will cost a lot of immortal stones. Lin Fei laughed. I didn't say I was going to buy it. It's fine if I look at it first. Having just ascended to the Heaven Realm, Lin Fei was very clear. How could he have any immortal stones to buy a sword formation? It was just to see the price. In his opinion, immortal stones were not a problem, someone had already prepared it. This is the sword formation we chose for fellow immortal. The fairy from before came back and placed pieces of jade on the table. She took out one of them. This is the heaven-breaking sword formation. It can activate up to 360 immortal swords. This is a jade scroll. You can check it with your divine sense. Shueshan said. Lin Fei saw that these jade stones were extraordinary. Only then did he know that they were jade scrolls. They were the most popular existence in the Heaven Realm. They could be used to record cultivation techniques and were quite common. According to what was said, Lin Fei used his divine sense to look and found that it was a sword formation. After a glance, he stopped looking. It was not suitable for him. Its power was not enough. It could not be compared to the annihilation of 1,000 armies sword formation. This is not suitable. This is the innate sword formation. The fairy attendant introduced them one by one. Her face did not show any annoyance. Lin Fei was looking forward to the World Merchant Guild. In the end, the sword formations that were taken out looked good, but to him, they were not considered much. This is not suitable either. Lin Fei put the jade scroll back. Is there a more powerful one? Please wait a moment. When she came back again, there was a jade scroll in her hand. Her expression was not as enthusiastic as before. This is the slaughter sword formation. It needs to be activated with 720 immortal swords. The higher the grade, the stronger the power. It is best if it is a set of immortal swords, the materials are exactly the same. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This suits him. He did not take the fairy's expression seriously. Let me see. His divine sense entered the jade scroll to check. After checking, Lin Fei was immediately happy. This was really a sword formation prepared for him. The higher the slaughter, the stronger the sword formation. In the end, he could even summon the Slaughter Emperor. Why do I feel like something is missing? After reading, Lin Fei was puzzled. This is the first level of the slaughter sword formation. The next few levels have been lost. Saying this, the fairy did not continue. The price is 1 million low-grade immortal stones. Xueshan was shocked. 1 million low-grade immortal stones. My God, I might not be able to earn this amount even in 10 years. 1 million low-grade immortal stones. Lin Fei sucked in a cold breath. The first level of the slaughter sword formation was 1 million low-grade immortal stones. Wouldn't the full set be even more expensive? Ha ha ha, if you don't have money, don't come to World Merchant Guild. This is not a place where you unaffiliated can come. Chapter 740. 1 million low-grade celestial stones was indeed a huge sum to Lin Fei. At least for now. A sudden voice sounded. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and looked over. Those who were familiar with him knew that he was in a bad mood. That barking dog didn't even close the door properly. Turning his head, Lin Fei said this. He was the typical fearless person. Who asked Lin Fei's personality to be like this, to swallow his anger? That depended on who it was. Moreover, he could see that no one dared to make a move in the World Commerce Association. The guards outside weren't to be trifled with. They wouldn't mind throwing you out. Xueshan also turned his head, but when he saw who it was, his expression changed. Brat, do you know what you're saying? If we were somewhere else, I'd slap you to death. Not far away, a few young people walked over. The one in the lead had a fairy in his arms. He walked over surrounded by people, looking imposing. Do you know those people? Lin Fei asked through divine sense. Everyone could see Xueshan's change. The skinny one next to him is our archenemy, Immortal Wanshan. Xueshan said. The person they're surrounding is their master, Ying Tianhen. He's not a good person. This place doesn't belong to you. We came willingly. Can't we? Xueshan retorted. He didn't want to lose face, especially when the other side was his archenemy. Young master, a place like the World Commerce Association should have a rule long ago. Loose cultivators aren't allowed to enter. That way, we wouldn't have worked for nothing. Immortal Wanshan said respectfully. Myriad Mountain's Immortal had an adventurer group under him, and they had suffered a loss at Qing Fei's hands in the past. Ever since then, they had always held a grudge against each other. The conflict between the two of them had started from that moment until now. Just now, when he was accompanying his master and young master, he inadvertently saw Qing Fei's subordinates. His eyes moved, and an idea came to him. This sentence made many loose cultivators' expressions turn ugly. They were angry but didn't dare to say anything. Well said. The World Commerce Association should do this. Ying Wuhan hugged the woman. They can't even afford something that costs 1 million low-grade celestial stones. Don't they feel ashamed? That's why they're going to be like this for the rest of their lives. They'll never be able to stand out. That guy is too arrogant. The World Chamber of Commerce did not prohibit outsiders from entering. Usually, many individual cultivators would come to the World Chamber of Commerce to buy items. Even if they couldn't buy, it was good to take a look and be prepared. Who knows, they might need it in the future. Ying Wuhan's words were like a slap to their faces. She didn't take them seriously at all. That's enough. Ying Wuhan is ruthless and merciless. He kills people like scything flax. Don't make trouble for yourself. Ha ha ha. Ying Wuhan laughed out loud as she held the woman in her arms and walked upstairs. Wan Shan felt that it was a pity that Qing Fei wasn't around. Otherwise, it would have been more fun to humiliate Lin Fan. However, he could only bully one or two of them. If I were you, I'd scram as far as I could. Ha ha ha. Wan Shan laughed and followed his master with a proud look on his face. There's no need to get angry with this kind of person. Lin Fei said calmly. Who knows when trouble will come from the mouth and you'll bring trouble to yourself. Kid, what did you say? Wan Shan, who had just taken a few steps, glared at Lin Fan coldly. It's a pity that you didn't hear me. Lin Fei shook his head. Wan Shan was furious. Kid, remember this. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Another person who uses his connections to intimidate others. Lin Fei laughed. Xue Shan didn't have Lin Fei's mental fortitude. Brother Lin, let's go. Just as he was about to talk to Lin Fei, it seemed that he couldn't afford 1,000,000 low-grade celestial stones. He was still very interested in the slaughter sword formation. Its power was just what he wanted. Ding. System update complete. So fast. Lin Fei was quite surprised. Thinking about it carefully, the system update should have started not long after he arrived in the Heaven Realm. There should have been a notification then, but he was unconscious and couldn't hear it. Ding. Discovered incomplete sword formation, slaughter sword formation. Do you want to repair it? Damn, there's such a good thing. Lin Fei was shocked. Repair. Ding. Incomplete sword formation, slaughter sword formation, is being repaired. Estimated time is half an hour. 1,000,000 points will be spent. Brother Lin, what's wrong? Xue Shan asked. Lin Fei came back to his senses. Nothing. Let's go. With this function in the system, Lin Fei didn't have to spend 1,000,000 low-grade celestial stones to buy a slaughter sword formation of 1 level. Only a fool would spend such a sum of money. Don't pretend if you don't have money. Young Master Ying is right. Loose demons are all poor. When Lin Fei left, the fairy started to complain. World Commerce Hall, 2nd floor. The first floor belonged to the World Commerce Hall. There were no restrictions. If one wanted to go up to the next floor, one would need to be qualified. Wan Shan, your vision is too narrow. It's just a few loose demons. If you don't like them, just kill them. Ying Wuhan said casually. How's the situation over there? Young Master is right. Wan Shan said respectfully, it's almost done, but for some reason, the purgatory sect's people have sealed off that area. On the surface, they say they're here to capture a serious criminal. I think they must have heard something. Do you want to change the time? No. Ying Wuhan's eyes were cold. I've taken a fancy to that thing. I won't allow anyone to take it away. Even if it's purgatory sect. Keep a close eye on it. There can't be any accidents. I'll let them know later. Wan Shan nodded. After leaving the World Commerce Hall, Lin Fei didn't go anywhere else. Instead, he went back home. The system update was complete. Nothing was more important than this. With the system update completed, Lin Fei could finally vent his anger and give them a big gift. After returning, Lin Fei said a few words to Xue Shan before returning to his room. I didn't expect to get a sword formation from this trip. It should be enough for me to use for a while. He opened the system. After setting up the formation, Lin Fei opened the system. Whoosh! This time, when the system was opened, the interface was different from before. His personal data was reset to 0. Player, Lin Fei. Realm, Heaven Celestial Stage. 1 billion experience points to the next stage, Mysterious Celestial Stage. Shop System, activate. Pet System, activate. Repair System, activate. Divine Powers, Celestial Demonic Body, First Transformation, /9th Transformation. Lucky Draw activated. Do you want to start the lucky draw now? Chapter 741. As soon as the interface changed, Lin Fei knew that there was a change. Most importantly, the sword techniques and cultivation techniques that he had cultivated previously had disappeared and were not included in the statistics. Only the God-Fiend Body First Transformation was a new addition. Lin Fei knew that the cultivation techniques of the lower realm were no longer suitable for the heavenly realm. The system had automatically blocked them. He needed new cultivation techniques in the heavenly realm, and the God-Fiend Body he had chosen previously was one of them. If a God-Fiend Body at the first God-Fiend stage is already so impressive, wouldn't it be extremely impressive at the 9th God-Fiend stage? Lin Fei almost drooled. A God-Fiend Body was definitely more terrifying than a Sky Immortal Body. The cultivation techniques of the lower realm disappeared, but Lin Fei's mood did not change. Lin Fei was very interested in a new repair system. This was something that had never existed in the lower realm. It seemed that his divine sword could be repaired. It was a divine-grade sword after all. With the lottery notification, Lin Fei was extremely excited. He had been waiting for this lottery for a long time. He did not know what kind of cultivation techniques the system would give him after the upgrade. Activate lottery. In the next second, Lin Fei was in a space that had not been there before. In the empty space, a big red disc suddenly appeared. It was like the lower realm, the only additional space. Ding! Player Lin Fei can draw 3 rewards in a row. The system sent a notification. 3 chances. I must draw something good. Lin Fei was elated. Begin the first round of lottery. Ding! System notification, you can choose to draw a lottery. Increase the chances of drawing a lottery. The system sent another notification. This time, Lin Fei was shocked. There was such a good thing. In the past, the lottery was random. After the system update in the upper realm, this option appeared. After taking a closer look, Lin Fei saw the lottery area on the disc. Divine Weapon, Immortal Armor and Robe, Divine Pills and Miraculous Medicines, Peerless Divine Technique. Lin Fei's eyes almost fell to the ground. I like this update. All this while, Lin Fei had been rather unhappy with the random draw. He had missed the opportunity every single time. Let me think. I should choose the first one. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to act. As for the Immortal Sword, I already have a set of Sun Moon swords. I also have a Divine Grade Divine Sword. I just need to repair it and it can be used. For the first draw, I'll choose the Peerless Divine Art. Who asked Lin Fei to have so few techniques right now? One Eternal God Fist wasn't enough, and he needed another. Lin Fei subconsciously clicked on the Peerless Godly Arts section. The large disc in front of him changed, and a series of cultivation techniques appeared, dazzling him. Draw. Lin Fei watched for a moment and did not continue. There were simply too many. The first lottery draw begins. This time, Lin Fei was not as nervous as before. He was already used to it. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining Celestial Martial Art 6 Swift Sword Styles. Sword art, I like it. Up until now, what Lin Fei wanted the most was a sword art. With the invincible sword intent, he would have an invisible advantage, and at the same time, it would be a martial art on the surface. Ding! Learned 6 Swift Sword Styles. Lin Fei had never worried about learning new techniques. The profound meaning was fused into his memory. What a fast sword art. Lin Fei laughed heartily. He had always been dissatisfied with his sword art, and that was its speed. The essence of this 6 swift sword styles was the word fast. It adhered to the saying that speed was the only thing that could not be defeated in all martial arts. The moment you made a move, the opponent would have already killed you. This was fast, the supreme truth. It could be said that there was nothing more satisfying than this sword art in his first lottery draw for Lin Fei. Let's continue. This time, Lin Fei still chose a martial art. Only then did he find out that he could choose one of them. He couldn't help but feel lucky. Movement art, draw. Let's hope to get a good movement art. Lin Fei thought. A movement art paired with a sword art. With my strength, this would definitely be the best way to attack. In the lower realm, Sword God had escaped, and Lin Fei had remembered the flaws of his movement technique. He would definitely not forget movement arts in this lottery draw. Out of the 3 lottery draws, Lin Fei would rather use 2 of them on martial arts. If he wanted to win in battle, he would need something that others didn't have. Sword art was Lin Fei's advantage. Then there was nothing more suitable than the previous sword art. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining Heaven Grade Movement Art Wind Cloud Shift. Lin Fei already knew that at his cultivation level, the movement art he drew would be suppressed to the Heaven Grade. Unless he raised his cultivation level, he would have to kill a powerful being and steal a martial art. Done. Lin Fei learned the Wind Cloud Shift. This movement art was derived from the wind and clouds, coming and going without a trace. It was a movement art that surpassed the Sky Immortal level. That's great. After looking at the technique, Lin Fei knew that this movement art was very suitable for him. With my strength, I'm afraid that even a mystic immortal expert might not be able to catch up to me. The 6 quick sword styles and the wind cloud shift greatly increased Lin Fei's strength. This is the last chance. I think it's better to give it to the battle armor. Lin Fei thought for a moment. Although my god-fiend body is strong, it should be able to withstand a Sky Immortal expert. Once I meet a mystic immortal, I'm afraid I'll be in trouble. It's better to get an immortal armor just in case. When he ascended, the mighty figure had only used 1% of his strength. That was why the god-fiend body was able to withstand it. Even so, he had been seriously injured. I'll choose the armor. Lin Fei made his final decision. The wheel began to spin. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining the immortal armor, 9 Dragons Armor. There was one more immortal armor in the system's storage. Lin Fei immediately took out the immortal armor and the system sent him the refining method. It turned out that the immortal armor could be refined and kept in the body. Once there was danger, it could be automatically worn. So this immortal armor of mine can summon the 9 dragons to protect me. Lin Fei was shocked after seeing it. The items given by the system are truly amazing. Lottery complete. The next lottery draw will be at the Mystic Immortal Realm. Player Lin Fei, keep up the good work. Lin Fei was teleported out and appeared in the room. Cultivation technique, immortal armor, I have it. The system has returned to normal. Looks like I can vent my anger. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. You attacked me while I ascended. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think you're so great. Even if you're the sky, I'll still stab you to pieces. Lin Fei took out the 9 dragons immortal armor, sat down and started refining it. You're going out? 2 days later, Qing Fei was not surprised to hear Lin Fei's words. I've been in the heaven realm for a while. Sorry for troubling you. Lin Fei said with a smile. We're all ascenders, there's no need for trouble. Qing Fei said, be careful outside. The heaven realm is different from the lower realm. The people from Purgatory sect are still looking for you. It's best for you to change places. Go to a big city or join a big sect. With your talent, you should be able to do it. Lin Fei nodded, I will. Even though he had not stayed for long, Lin Fei knew that Qing Fei's words were all sincere. The heaven realm was a place that worshipped power more than the lower realm. Thus, the competition for resources was more terrifying. "Captain, why didn't you stop him?" After Lin Fei left, Shueshan could not help but ask. Qing Fei looked at the sky. "Men should be like this. You really have to learn from Lin Fei on this point." Shueshan opened his mouth but did not say anything. "Captain, will Lin Fei be in danger if he goes like this?" Another team member said. "Recently, the Purgatory sect has become the hottest topic in the immortal wild city. Everyone is talking about them. Lin Fei is not as hot-blooded and impulsive as you think. Let's just sit and watch the show." Qing Fei revealed a smile. "This is really exciting." Lin Fei was dressed in a black robe as he walked in the immortal wild city and went straight out of the city. Take revenge on them, take revenge on them. If the other party openly attacked him, Lin Fei would definitely not be angry. What was hateful was that as a supreme expert, they actually used such a method. They were really shameless. Even supreme experts were shameless, so of course Lin Fei did not need to be shameless. It was a good opportunity to use your Purgatory sect as an example. I want you to know that the person you're talking about can give you an unforgettable memory. They are also leaving the city? At the city gate, Lin Fei looked forward and saw a few figures sitting in a carriage. The carriage was pulled by a flood dragon, a total of 8 flood dragon horses. These flood dragon horses were said to have the bloodline of a divine dragon. Even though it was very thin, one day, they could still transform into a supreme flood dragon. They were extremely fast and had always been the best mounts for going out. A flood dragon horse with a low-grade bloodline was worth hundreds of millions of low-grade celestial stones. It could be said that a flood dragon horse was a symbol of status and not everyone could have one. Ying Wuhan's 8 flood dragon horses were really not ordinary. The surrounding people all stayed far away, so Lin Fei could see them and recognize them at a glance. I wonder where they are going. Don't let me see them, otherwise, I will teach them a lesson. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and looked at them disappearing into the sky. He still remembered Shueshan's words. He naturally did not have a good impression of Ying Wuhan and the others. Were they not human? After leaving the immortal wild city, Lin Fei headed towards the mountain range. He had already figured it out these days. Wind and cloud transformation. When he reached a place with fewer people, Lin Fei used the wind and cloud transformation movement technique. His entire body seemed to become blurry and he disappeared just like that. What a powerful movement technique. When he came out again, Lin Fei was already 1,000,000 miles away. In the past, Lin Fei could at most fly 340,000 miles at a time. That was already his limit, but now that he used his movement technique, his speed had increased by more than 3 times. Chapter 742. Green Wild Mountain Range. This mountain range, which had always been very popular, was now sealed off by someone, preventing anyone from entering. Groups of black-clothed disciples with overwhelming murderous auras stood guard at the exit of the mountain range like death gods. It was as if a huge formation had been set up above the mountain range, sealing it off completely. In fact, the wild green mountain range was not sealed. The Purgatory sect was arrogant, but that didn't mean they had the guts to seal off this mountain range. From the moment they sealed the area, the first to bear the brunt of the pressure was Celestial Wild City. As the closest city, its benefits were affected. It could be said that the Purgatory sect had endured until now. If they still couldn't find the criminals, it would be impossible for them to continue. At one of the exits in the mountain range, there were many immortals gathered here in groups. Some were adventurers, while others were spies from various places. The Purgatory sect's actions were simply too strange. Since when did a serious criminal warrant the Purgatory sect mobilizing so many people and even sending experts to resist the pressure of so many factions? There must be something strange about this. What are the people of the Purgatory sect trying to do? Sigh, who knows? Perhaps some incredible treasure has appeared in the mountain range, and they're doing this on purpose to keep everyone out. It's been so many days. What exactly is the Purgatory sect thinking? Even if there's a serious criminal, he's probably already escaped. How could it be the Purgatory sect's turn to capture him? Let's wait a little longer. The Purgatory Gate won't be able to seal the mountain range for long. Outside the mountain range, there were many people gathered, waiting for the mountain range to reopen so that they could go in and hunt their immortal beasts. If it wasn't for the fact that the Purgatory sect had a powerful background, they would have already charged in. Why would they care about being sealed? On a towering tree in the distance. Someone was standing on it. Humph, I didn't expect that after so many days, your Purgatory sect is still looking for me. Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you won't let me go. A cold light flashed in someone's eyes. Since that's the case, I'll slaughter you all. The person standing on the towering tree was Lin Fei, who had come all the way here. He had been worried that the Purgatory Gate had left. That would have been a wasted trip. At the exit of the mountain range, the people from Purgatory sect were still there. Lin Fei knew that it was time to give them a gift. Lin Fei's figure flashed, and he escaped into the divine flame space. A good show was about to begin. In the middle of the mountain range. At the top of a towering mountain, looking down, it was extremely cold. At this moment, there were a few people gathered on the mountain peak. All of them had powerful auras that surpassed the heavenly immortal realm. They were all Xian immortal experts. Could that person have already left? The remaining eye of a one-eyed immortal flashed with a fierce light. We've sealed the area for so many days. If he's injured, he shouldn't be gone. He can't possibly fly into the sky or burrow into the ground, right? I think Elder Dulong is right. Those guys in Immortal Wild City are already prepared to watch us make a fool of ourselves. There's only 1 day left. That person should be gone. Deacon Lang Yun said with a sullen face. As Purgatory Gate's outer court elders, they had been ordered to come out and capture a serious criminal. But even after so many days had passed, they still hadn't seen a single trace of the other party. They almost doubted whether the orders from above were correct. Everyone's gaze fell on a middle-aged man. He was the person in charge of this event, Elder Ao Tian, the only inner sect elder. Even if it's the last day, we must find him. Elder Ao Tian said in a deep voice. We've spent a lot of manpower and resources to find him no matter what. We can't be labeled as incompetent. Do you understand? A label of incompetent. The outer court elder's eyes twitched. Continue to expand the area. Take down any suspicious people first. Lin Fei entered the green wild mountain range without any obstructions. He released his divine sense to search for Purgatory Gate's disciples and began to take revenge on Purgatory Gate. Found them. Lin Fei's divine sense was powerful, but he didn't cover the entire area. He was afraid that it would attract the attention of the experts. After a few breaths, he found the first search team. There were a total of 7 people in this search team. All of them were heaven immortals. The team leader was a perfected heaven immortal. Damn it. Who could be in this mountain range? Didn't we come here for nothing? What are the higher-ups doing? If we have the time, we might as well find a woman to sleep with and have some fun. Their team had been searching for several days. They were as tired as dogs. In the end, they didn't see a single person. Instead, they were attacked by immortal beasts several times. All of them were injured. At this time, they had a bellyful of anger that they couldn't vent. They couldn't help but blame the higher-ups for sending them here. The search team leader snorted. 1 more day, and we can leave this damned place. Now, all of you, buck up. You have no chance. It was as if the voice of the Grim Reaper had suddenly appeared in their ears. A black sword light appeared in front of them. It was so fast that they couldn't react. They watched helplessly as it passed through their necks. Immediately, their heads flew and blood splattered. Run. Too strong. The 7 primordial spirits flew out. They were so scared that they didn't know where to run. Hua Hua, the sword light came and crushed the 7 primordial spirits. Before they died, they saw a blurry figure appear. What a fast sword. Lin Fei appeared. He had just used the 7 styles of quick sword. He wanted to injure them and defeat them one by one. Unexpectedly, the sword technique's power was so shocking that the 7 sky immortals couldn't withstand it and killed them. Lin Fei was very surprised. Even a perfected sky immortal was killed so easily. It seems like Purgatory Sect is going to pay a heavy price. Lin Fei waved his hand and put away the storage rings on the ground. He found that they were all immortal stones and elixirs. They weren't rich. As for the immortal sword in his hand, they were all scrap metal. They weren't worth much. Hairball, hurry up and eat. Lin Fei released Hairball. She had been holding it in. The moment she came out, she flew up and swallowed the corpses, revealing an intoxicated look. Foodie. The first battle was so easy. He killed them. After dealing with the corpses, Lin Fei turned and left. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lin Fei ran into the Purgatory Sect's search team again. They were all assigned to Heaven Immortals. On second thought, he was at the Heaven Immortal realm, so it was normal for Heaven Immortals to deal with him. Whoosh, 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 as the sword light flashed, a head flew into the air. In the beginning, Lin Fei's mastery of the sword didn't really change. But as he killed more and more people, he could crush the Sky Immortal's primordial spirit and kill them with one strike. Not bad, another 5 Sky Immortals. Lin Fei looked at the corpses on the ground and collected the spoils out of habit. As for Hairball, she became a professional at destroying evidence. Chapter 743. Under the Night Sky. A group of people were gathered around a bonfire, and an immortal beast was being roasted on top of it. It had already been roasted to a golden color, and with the addition of spices, the aroma wafted through the air. They wanted nothing more than to immediately take a bite. Old 7 and the others, why aren't they back yet? This was a temporary resting spot for Purgatory Gate. They had searched for an entire day without any results. At night, they chose to hunt an immortal beast to reward themselves. Who knows? The dozen or so celestial immortals sitting around were all focused on the barbecue. They didn't care about where they had gone. They couldn't wait to come back so they could have a good meal. They're back. Suddenly, a celestial immortal turned his head and saw someone appear. Damn, these bastards. They knew to wait until the food was cooked before coming back. When the person walked out of the darkness, they realized that he wasn't from Purgatory Gate. Their expressions changed, and they all stood up. This person was very young, and on his shoulder was a round little fellow. But for some reason, this young man made them feel a sense of danger, as though he was extremely dangerous. Halt! A celestial immortal said harshly. That person stopped and said, "This thing is roasted pretty well. I happen to be hungry. I now announce that this thing is mine." The people of Purgatory Gate were used to being arrogant. Since when did someone snatch something from them? Shameless boasting. Kill him. Whoosh whoosh, the 2 celestial immortals laughed viciously and attacked with their swords. Pft, pft, the 2 celestial immortals had just charged out when their heads flew into the air and fell to the ground with a thud. That young man walked forward step by step, as though he had just done something insignificant. More importantly, they hadn't seen how he had done it. How dare you kill people of Purgatory Gate? I'll let you know what regret is. Brothers, kill him. The captain was enraged. Daring to kill people of Purgatory Gate in front of them, he must be tired of living. Kill. Kill this guy. The celestial immortals of Purgatory Gate swarmed forward, unleashing all sorts of attacks, trapping the opponent in a storm. Too slow. More than 10 people attacked, but their attacks missed. That person shook his head and walked over step by step. He was moving very slowly, but in the end, he appeared in front of the Heaven Immortal and slashed down. Just as the Heaven Immortal was about to raise his hand, his head flew off. Blood spurted out and dyed the ground red. The team leader was in a state of shock. Since when was a heavenly immortal so strong? But in that moment of hesitation, more than 10 of his subordinates were lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. They were no longer breathing. Even their primordial spirits had been destroyed. You're dead. Our people will definitely kill you. The team leader's full circle heavenly immortal strength had already scared the sh*t out of him. He threatened the other party fiercely while running towards the forest, losing the confidence to make a move. More than 10 celestial immortals had been slaughtered just like that. My body. Not long after, the captain turned around and saw that his body had stopped. His vision went black, and he knew that he had died. So fast. Lin Fei sat down and enjoyed the delicious barbecued meat. Hairball continuously swallowed the corpses on the ground, and she was not afraid that her stomach would explode. This meat tastes good. As expected of someone who grew up in the heavenly realm. His body contained celestial qi. Lin Fei took a bite. The texture was very good. The barbecued meat also contained celestial qi, which was not available in the lower realm. The signal has been sent. I wonder how many people will come. Lin Fei took another bite. I hope I can kill to my heart's content. Since entering the mountain range, Lin Fei had killed wave after wave. With his movement technique and sword technique, celestial immortals could only be killed. Could they resist? They couldn't resist at all. Lin Fei was very glad that he had chosen a powerful sword technique. Just like what was said, in the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. The fifth team seems to be in trouble. The huge energy wave just now was like a beam of light in the night sky. It was impossible not to notice it. Let's go and take a look. In the past few days, they had been searching for the felons of the Purgatory sect. There were very few battles. The Purgatory sect was famous, and no one dared to offend them. Now that there were fighting waves, they immediately rushed over to see what was going on. Many are here. I can finally kill to my heart's content. Lin Fei continued to eat the barbecued meat, not worried at all. There were a total of 7 or 8 search teams nearby. There were a total of 40 to 50 people, and they surrounded this location. The thick smell of blood wafted over. They knew that something had happened. When they saw a young man sitting there eating barbecued meat, and the people of the Purgatory sect had disappeared without a trace. It's that felon. It must be him. Only he would dare to kill our people so openly. Someone reacted immediately. Haha, that's right. I am the person you want to capture. Lin Fei spat out a bone and admitted it. It was only interesting this way. Capture him and you will be heavily rewarded. The few team leaders' eyes were filled with excitement. It was like a man seeing a woman. How could they not be excited? So the people of the Purgatory sect were excited. Capturing this guy was equivalent to making a great contribution. Wouldn't they rise in the Purgatory sect? At this moment, Lin Fei couldn't escape from their eyes. He was destined to be captured by them.